I'm a bad motherfucker.
Mercy on us. God the Son, have mercy on us. God, Holy Ghost, little birdie, have mercy on us, Lord, please. We beseech thee, Lord. Greetings, earthlings. Welcome. Shalom from my home, everyone. As always, it's a wonderful mitzvah to be joining you here on our pre-Shabbat stream. All right. Thursdays always seem to be a magical space for some reason. I don't know why. No clue. But I got a lot of clips. I hardly got into any clips because of the level of participation from the audience yesterday. So I got a lot of stuff that I didn't even get to yesterday. Got some updates. Got an Adam Green update for all you people that have voiced your concern. Finally got in touch with him. He's not in the hospital. He's home. But he's still sick, right? Nauseous. Probably a bad flu. Nothing serious, right? Which is great news, right? Losing 30 pounds is a big deal. But, we all hope he's on the mend soon. And obviously, guys, if you're a supporter of Adam's work, which is very important, please consider making a donation to him because he's on the shelf. He's been on the shelf for a couple of weeks now, unable to do any kind of streaming to support his family. So we would encourage some donations, some shekels to the cause for no more news. Especially the Christians that really appreciate Adam's work, please consider a donation. Thank you, Jesus. Lord, please secure us and save us from that evil cackle demon Yahweh and his chosen people, the Jews. Amen and amen. Oh, the tribists are lying again. Oh, you don't say. This is what we talk about this over and over again. What is going to be the undoing of the Frankenstein abomination, the Zionist state? It's going to be the child murder and the deceit. Right now, write it down. On Israel's epitaph will be child murder and deceit. That's what's going to cause its collapse. And its collapse is inevitable. We can see it. The writing's on the wall. I did a poll on my channel, on this account. Is the preservation of Israel worth a World War III Armageddon scenario? Think about that. Think about the forces lining up here. Think about what's happening, the escalation, right? Especially in Lebanon. American intelligence have given repeated warnings that the Israelis are committed to another invasion of South Lebanon within the next several months. Well, how do you think that's going to turn out for them? I mean, listen, the accelerationist in me is like, let's go. Let's go. Let it play out. If it must be, it must be. So let it be written, so let it be done. Right? Give us your worst. I'm tired of this non-stop deceit and the lies and living in this kosher matrix. Tired of it. I don't participate in the consensus establishment narrative for a very good reason. It's absolute horseshit. What happens when you build upon a foundation of lies and deceit and disinformation and revisionist history and fucking historicizing fiction. What happens when you do that? Well, obviously the structure is not solid and it will sink. And sink Israel will. It's inevitable. It's only a matter of time and means. Its collapse is going to happen. It's already happening. It's happening as we speak. It's happening with the 500,000 that have fled the country months ago. It's happening with the 100,000 displaced in northern Israel, in the Stolan Heights, in the Sheba farms, across the Galilee. It's happening as we speak, you and I, right now. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. Let justice be done though the heavens fall. Speak the truth to the devil's face. Speak the truth though your voice may shake. What a friend we have in the Jesus. All our sins and griefs to bear. And what a privilege to carry everything to God in prayer. Sorry, folks, I got that Holy Ghost power moving me, praise God, and I lose my control. Thank you, Jesus. So Donald Trump is back in the news, by the way. And he said he's unapologetically going to be full score, fully behind the Zionist state. Unapologetically. Yeah. So what options do you have, American electorate, in November, if you're opposed to arming Israel to the teeth and being a slave of Zion? What choice do you have? None. Zero. Makes no difference what puppet sits in the Oval Office. Israel is in charge. Benjamin Netanyahu, war criminal, piece of shit, vile, evil creature, birthed from the very bowels of hell itself, has more power, more influence in America than genocidal dementia pedo Joe. Think about that. Think about that. What kind of commentary is that on our country? Oh, it's not just America. It's the UK, too. He's got more juice in the UK than Rishi Sunak. What brings you to Pegasus Palace, Dr. Jones? Did I tell you I'm a big Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom fan? It's one of my favorite movies. I actually like it better than Raiders of the Lost Ark. Oh, yeah? Yeah. Hey, did you guys watch? Have you guys seen Dune 2 yet? Kind of disappointed. I like the first movie better, actually. Anyway, I digress. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to talk about Aaron Bushnell and his sacrifice. We're going to talk about the state of the world. We're going to talk about the Brazil-Israel argument, if you will, the disharmony between Brazil and Israel. And that's tricky for Lula because they got a lot of Zio cucked slaves in Brazil. Don't forget Bolsonaro, right? So Jewry has a lot of sway in Brazil. They brought a lot of people out in the streets already, right? So that's an interesting one. And then we're going to take from there. You guys want to participate, you got to make a request. We'll get some people in the queue. We'll open up the phone lines. We're going to have, it's going to be a special space, as it always is. So let's go to, where is this one? Motherfucker. Are you kidding me? Already? Okay, here it is. Thank God.
Today, a message of extreme protest over Israel's war on Gaza.
I am an active duty member of the United States Air Force.
Will it resonate?
I will no longer be complicit in genocide.
That's Aaron Bushnell, speaking outside the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. Moments later, he would set himself on fire, repeatedly yelling, "Free Palestine." I'm Malika Bilal, and this is The Take.
My name is Talia Jane. I am an independent reporter covering social movements, protests. I also cover disinformation and propaganda.
Talia, thank you for joining us on The Take. So on Sunday, you shared an image on social media that has since gone viral, and it was of an incident.
Welcome back to the space. This is our pre-Shabbat space.
And how you learned about it.
On Sunday, I saw news beginning to circulate saying that a person had attempted to set themselves on fire in front of the Israeli embassy in Washington. And I made a note that there had been a previous incident where a person had done the same in Atlanta, Georgia in December. And soon after that, a reporter with the Atlanta Community Press Collective reached out and said to me, like, we received this. And it was a link to a Twitch channel. And it had one video on it, very few views. I clicked on it. I watched it, and it became clear to me that it was not someone tried to set themselves on fire. It was that they had in totality. Mm-hmm. And I took a still from the video and I posted that still. It was a very early still, almost as soon as he stands upright. So then people could see the clear image of what this was. And I stated that this was a person who chose to do this. They introduced themselves saying, I am an active duty member of the United States Air Force and I will no longer be complicit in genocide. And then proceeded to scream, "Free Palestine," until he no longer could.
So now looking back, you were piecing together the details based on what someone had sent you, what you were seeing. How would you tell that story today?
What we know now is that everything he said in the video about himself was true. He introduced himself.
I am an active duty member of the United States Air Force. I'm about to engage in an extreme act of protest. But compared to what people have been experiencing in Palestine at the hands of their colonizers, it's not extreme at all.
His friends reached out saying that he was active in mutual aid. He was a capital A anarchist who very fervently wanted to advocate for liberation for all, who had sent a will to people and set up information on taking care of his cat. I found out that on Sunday night, he died from his injuries. And from what I was told, He died somewhere around 9:15 p.m. Eastern Time.
So you mentioned that his friends reached out.
Yeah.
How did they find you? Tell me that story.
The initial reporting I had done had picked up a huge amount of traction, and one of his comrades had come across it, shared it in their group space, and one of them emailed me. The subject line of the email said Aaron Bushnell. This was a person who knew him and wanted to advocate for his friend and to make sure that who he was as a person was made known accurately, which to me it has to be one of the most reflexively selfless things I have ever encountered a person doing, on finding out that their friend committed this terrible injury to themselves, who was unlikely to survive. Just really profound. One person said that he was the most principled comrade they'd ever known. Another person said that he was the gentlest, kindest person, very silly, and had a very giving capacity for imbuing kindness in others. As they were describing him, it seemed like a person that anyone would want to be friends with.
We also spoke to one of his friends who echoed some of these thoughts.
My name is Lupe Barbosa, and I'm a friend of Aaron's.
Lupe is an organizer in Texas who got to know Aaron when he began doing volunteer work with the San Antonio Care Collective. That was at the end of 2022.
He was very thoughtful and kind of shy. He wouldn't talk unless someone kind of initiated the conversation. And you could tell everything he would say, it was deliberate, he put a lot of thought into it. He was interested in talking about politics and kind of developing his own political ideas. So he was interested in being part of a community. I believe that it wasn't long after he joined the military that he quickly began developing anti-imperialist views and just being very opposed to the military and feeling a lot of guilt for being in it. I know he wanted to leave as soon as his contract ended, and he was purposefully looking for internships that didn't do defense work.
Talia says the friends she spoke to were shocked by Aaron's protest. And Lupe told us the same.
He sent my friend who was closer to him a text with his will, and he said, "I love you. I hope you can understand this. I know a lot of this won't make sense." And my friend freaked out, called him, texted him, no response. Then he told others from the group what had happened. And we went over to my friend's house and we started investigating, and we found his Facebook, which had a link to the Twitch account. It was about an hour or so after it had happened. We started watching the video, but we paused it once we saw that he had poured the accelerant on himself. So those of us who were in the group were all just feeling an extreme amount of grief and shock. And I don't think any of us are able to process this. It's just very difficult to understand and to fathom that this happened, because there wasn't any hint towards something like this happening.
After the break, what the coverage of Aaron's protests says about the U.S. media.
No breaks allowed. Continue, please. Hello.
Herself on fire in front of the Back in December, a woman lit herself on fire in front of the Israeli consulate in the U.S. city of Atlanta.
Police saying a protester in Atlanta set themselves on fire outside a building housing several offices, including an Israeli consulate.
This was likely an extreme act of political protest that occurred here today.
One thing to note about that incident is that we don't actually know the name of that woman. There has been critique online from people who note that even in that instance, and this instance with Aaron Bushnell, they aren't seeing an explanation of the why behind the self-immolation in news coverage. What do you think of that critique?
I think, it's notable that he took these steps to make sure that the media was aware and that steps were taken to archive it. And like he urged for people to save it. And in contrast, the woman who did the same in Atlanta in December, we don't know her name. We have no information. And then when you look at the media coverage about what happened, the article headlines are all, this U.S. airman allegedly set himself on fire, and that's kind of it. But you have to go into the article to find out the why. And I think that this is indicative of the media's overdeveloped
bias
reflex to be skeptical of things that delineate too far from what they have decided is a comfortable status quo. Self-immolation is an extreme act. It is an extreme choice. Media is...
Guys, self-immolation is the most extreme act. It's the most extreme way to demonstrate your opposition, right? The loudest voice against what is happening in terms of a policy that you disagree with. It's absolutely a principled, brave thing to do, honorable thing to do. Anyone who attempts to diminish this or belittle this says a lot more about that individual than Aaron Bushnell. A verminous piece of shit, cowardly dog, would never, this would never enter their minds, because all they're concerned about is themselves. I mean, I don't know. Can you think of a more noble protest, a more honorable action? I can't. I mean, you need to have, and people that call him a coward. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? A coward? You need balls of steel to do this. You need principle. You need uncompromised, rigid principles that you will never yield from or retreat from to carry this out. You people are disgusting. Disgusting. Not you, my audience. The Zionists and their co-religionists that want to poo-poo this, call him a madman, a nutter. Good. I wish more people would do that. I wish more people that felt like him would do that. Have you read the disgusting commentary? Is there a more grotesque group out there in terms of the supporters and their commentary? Do they not reveal themselves, unmask themselves, expose their ugly selves to the world on a continual basis every day? Dr. Eli, Evil David, and that ilk. It's a veritable cesspool when you go into those threads. Smears, bigotry, racism, ethnic, religious hatred, supremacy. Oh, it's filthy. It's an absolute fucking cesspool.
Very allergic to engaging effectively with the extremes. If you look at self-immolation, that is happening in an environment where the community that the person actually belonged to is not encouraging further acts of self-immolation. I think the fact that we've had 2 instances of self-immolation is indicative of how desperate people are getting That does not mean we're going to get someone 2 weeks from now saying, I'm doing this for Aaron or anything like that. People are honoring him and mourning him. They're mourning the loss of someone who was so dedicated to his values. This 25-year-old who had the whole world ahead of him, who decided instead to cut that short for this purpose greater than himself. That's what we're seeing.
That's balls.
Aaron Bushnell's protest isn't unprecedented. There have been a handful of cases in the United States where people have self-immolated as a political act. And we wanted to hear from someone who studies that.
My name is Archana Kaku. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Government at William & Mary, and my research is focused on the meanings and effects of political violence. We often see both media outlets and state officials describing political self-immolations as personal suicides, as coming out of a place of despair or even of mental illness, rather than as being distinctly political phenomenon. It is important that we're able to recognize the political content of self-immolations like Aaron Bushnell's. He was extremely clear that this was an act of protest. Now, that being said, self-immolation is also not a common form of protest in the United States, but there are examples of kind of clusters of self-immolations that are oriented towards particular issues or problems in American politics. So we most frequently think of the Vietnam War examples, so Alice Hertz, Norman Morrison, Roger Laporte, all of whom self-immolated in 1965 in protest against the Vietnam War.
And one of those examples did actually resonate with at least one U.S. official.
So to give you perhaps the best-known American example, American Quaker Norman Morrison famously self-immolated outside of the office of then Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara in 1965 in protest against what he saw as the brutality of the Vietnam War.
Norman Morrison was convinced that the control and ultimate elimination of war is an imperative of this century. He gave his life as witness to this belief.
Secretary McNamara actually wrote in his memoir that Morrison's protest helped to change his perspective about the war. So in general, we know that self-immolators call upon us to see forms of pain and violence.
I think he was a Mennonite.
Otherwise be insulated.
Boom.
Talia, Aaron's last words were "Free Palestine." And hours after the public learned of his death, those words were trending on the social media platform formerly known as Twitter, X. What do you make of that?
This is absolutely a moment in history. There have been people going about their day, encountering other people, talking about this in real life. There are people all over the political spectrum who are impacted, who are processing, and who are engaging with the what is going on, maybe for the first time, or maybe for the first time in a long time. People trying to dismiss this as pointless is to deny the history of protest and its influence in every capacity.
Lupe, Aaron's friend, says she wants people to hear the message Aaron hoped to bring with his last words.
I think he knew what an effect this would have on the people in the country and what kind of shock and awe it would be. I saw on CNN, there was a reporter who actually said his last words. So the words "Free Palestine" were actually uttered on CNN.
As the flames engulf him, you can hear him yelling free Palestine" again and again until finally he collapses. And that is when officers, you can see.
I'm pleased to see that. I'm glad it's getting attention. I just want it to reach the hearts and minds of people all across the country who have yet to say anything about Palestine, who have been quiet. I want them to be inspired to act, because this is why Aaron did it. He didn't do it for any other reason. He didn't do it for attention or to be valorized as a hero. He just wanted people to act.
And that's The Take. This episode was produced
Rest in peace, Aaron Bushnell. Your sacrifice is not in vain. Your contribution to this movement is immeasurable. Right? Very sad and powerful and inspirational and life-changing for many people. You know, that's why they want to poo-poo it. That's why they want to belittle it, diminish his sacrifice, call him a nutter. Yeah. All right, let's go to Brother B. Brother B, hello. I'm sorry, Bardic. Hello, Bardic. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure who you're referring to. Can you hear me okay? Mike's good?
Fine.
Okay. First of all, it is very powerful stuff. And I'm not trying to take away from his sacrifice or the impact that he's had in spreading the cause. But I have to address something that he said that I disagree with. And that is that it was the most powerful act that he could have done, or the most powerful form of protest that he could have done. First of all, I think the most powerful form of protest that anyone can do, including him, is to keep living. Okay? It's to have family or support friends, support the protest, boycott. You know, he could have helped hundreds of people to boycott Israel, and that would have had maybe 1 million times more impact than killing himself and taking himself out of the struggle.
It's not.
Please let me finish, sir.
Hold on a second. I'll give you as much time as you need, bro. All right. You are in no position to decide for him what he should do or not do. That's the point I would make right off the bat. But go ahead.
Okay, so I feel many people in North America are in his position because they have been left culturally deserted. They have been left dry, religiously, culturally, mentally. They have been abused psychologically.
What indication were you given from that 10-minute clip that suggests that he was suffering from any of those things?
He joined the Air Force, which is a psychological experiment. It's a psychological training. He has been psychologically abused. He has been told that he is the white savior of the world, bringing democracy everywhere. And yet here is the proof in flesh, in video, that he didn't buy
into it.
That his nation is destroying.
He rejected the military. So the indoctrination didn't exactly work, did it?
It didn't. But this is my point. He had no way out because of the psychological damage. And I'm saying that it's more.
There is no indication.
America.
Hold on a second. There is no indication that he was psychologically damaged. So
yes, there is.
No, there isn't.
No, I'm not saying he was mentally ill, or I'm saying he is, as most of America is, psychologically damaged from their humanity. It is the Air Force, the Army, all of these branches have explicitly undergone psychological programming. Like it's designed to psychologically manipulate the troops and those who sign up. This is a fact. You can't argue it. Okay, so they are psychologically damaged.
But there is no evidence that that worked on him because he was against the military. You're not making sense.
I am making sense. I can show you the receipts.
Hold on a second. You have to be intellectually consistent. All these assertions you are making are your opinions. They're not rooted in any kind of fundamental reality.
It's a fact. People who join the military are psychologically
But there is no
manipulated
nexus between that and his psychological makeup, Aaron Bushnell. So that's a ridiculous. It's a ridiculous argument.
The minute you go through boot camp, you are psychologically manipulated. How are you disagreeing with that?
My man, he rejected the American military. So obviously the manipulation.
That doesn't mean he had the tools to cope without it. This is what I'm saying.
You're trying to say that they condition you to do whatever the military wants, and he rejected that. So you're not making a point.
Yes, he had been psychologically manipulated to be self-sacrificing for a good cause. The cause isn't good. Therefore, ergo, he killed himself. If he had the truth.
That's a leap. Do you have any psychological training?
Where's the leap? He was psychologically manipulated.
That's
Albert, he's the exception, obviously. He's 1 in 1,000.
Go ahead.
Where's the leap?
That is a leap.
Is boot camp not psychological manipulation?
Of course it is.
Was he not someone who had been through boot camp?
My man, or no? He rejected the military. So obviously that manipulation failed. Your argument is a failure. It's your opinion. You're not a psychologist. You're not a psychiatrist. You're offering up an unqualified opinion. Very good.
Actually, Albert, I agree with him so much that I'm speechless.
Okay, so if I may finish, Albert. So what I'm saying is, to anyone that is in that position, who is part of a culture that is impoverished, that is so away from our human nature, fitra, okay, that they would choose something like this because they see themselves as the main character in the story. But if they had the truth, they would not. So he could have done so much more through other forms of protest. That's all I had to say. I disagree strongly.
Well, it's kind of insulting and dismissive, and you kind of belittle and diminish his sacrifice. So I can't support it. Hold on a second. Let me go ahead. Let me go to the next speaker here. Go ahead, El Snarko. Are you back on your meds? I hope you're back on your meds. Are you?
Yeah, they had a quick adjustment. I agree with him so much.
Yesterday. Go ahead.
No, well, I'll apologize for yesterday. I was kind of being a jerk. I do apologize, Albert. I do respect you.
We don't do pricks. We don't do pricks here. You understand that?
Yeah, I try not to be like that. I actually respect you. I think you're a really smart guy. Why would I be in your space? It's compelling. It's interesting, and you're speaking about important things.
There's a lot of people that are on my spaces that pay attention to me, and they're not exactly nice people.
Yeah, but you joke a lot, and it encourages that in return, right? So you flip from serious to joking. It's kind of tricky to be quiet and then what you're wearing, that outfit, it kind of riles people up too, right? I'm just trying to give friendly feedback.
What outfit am I wearing?
In your profile pic.
Oh, yeah. You know what? That was Adam Green made that for me with his AI with his AI fucking app.
Well, maybe he did your interest in mind, right?
Hold on a second. See, this is very interesting. This is very interesting, and I want to explore this because there's a lot of people out there that, because I have some kind of pharaonic gear, because I do this whole pharaonic theme thing, and crazy folks that are like, the symbol people, the fucking, Illuminati people, and Bjerknes threw some fuel on this fire with his, look at his Eye of Horus, he's an Illuminist, right? They play into this whole thing about symbology and images, and they think I'm signaling my Illuminati Freemasonic brothers and shit. You do understand. I'm
curious.
Hold on a second. You do understand how crazy that is, right?
But I'm curious, is he trolling you, or is he seriously saying that's a symbol? I mean, I would wonder if he's trolling you a little bit by saying that, just trying to make trouble, because people do that on Twitter, right?
Well, the guy's fucking insane, so anything's possible.
Well, I don't like him. I think he's all over the place. I didn't like him even the first 5 minutes he spoke because he.
I did like him. He was a huge influence in my life. I had no idea the guy was fucking deranged.
Oh, I met people like him growing up.
Huh?
But that's how I spotted him on my radar because I grew up with people like that. You know, I used to go to my mom's AA meetings and there was all kinds of people like him in there, bro. Like he's probably an alcoholic. That's how I spotted him in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know about alcoholism. I don't know anything about that. I just know that when you turn on your biggest boosters and supporters and people that sing your praises, and you mistake your greatest allies for your worst enemies, you have mental issues.
I don't want to interrupt, but it's more than alcoholism. He's an angry guy. Underneath it, it's an angry guy. You can tell the way his voice shakes a bit. When he gets on a point that he's really passionate about, he starts to shake. He's an angry guy, man. I doubt he even is married. I doubt a woman could put up with him.
Well, I don't know what his marital status is. I know he has a family, and that's irrelevant. And I don't even want to go there. That's just
it is. But you have to use it for common sense.
No. I get it. You wanted to support the last caller's characterization of Aaron Bushnell's ultimate sacrifice.
Well, I actually don't see where you two disagreed. That was the frustrating part because he was really onto something and you said it was offensive what he was saying. Why?
Right. Well, to diminish his act and blame it on some kind of psychological manipulation by the military or cultural depravities, or to scapegoat it, other than to say that this guy's principles called him to do this and to honor that, seems not to be the right way to go. It seems it seems to be bad form.
Can I say
I think he's trying to say that society is dried up and pushing people in that direction, and that the military has become toxic, and it's kind of indicative of the toxicity underneath is what he's saying. I think you guys actually agree with each other, but anyways, I'll step down. I don't want to get too riled up.
You mind if I say something real quick?
Go ahead, Gus. Hello.
So I actually don't agree with that, but I understand what he's saying, but I just don't agree with it because, if you look at the other instances of protest, like Tiananmen Square, when the guy stood in front of the tank, or the Buddhist monk who was protesting in Vietnam, or Rachel Corrie, those are all vastly different things, vastly different situations where they all chose the same path. I don't feel it was a suicide, honestly. I feel it was an attack on a system. So that's just my opinion on it. You can compare these to the other the other times in history where this has happened. So I do disagree with Bardik.
Yeah, I most definitely disagree with him. Like I said, anything that's going to diminish his sacrifice or characterize him as not stable, mentally ill, or programmed by the military, you go down that road and you are, diminishing the guy. And I can't go along with that. When everything that you've heard from his fucking background, from his friends, he's the most honest, fucking selfless guy, a sweetheart, this, that, the other thing. No indication of any kind of mental incapacities, right? No issues. And then all of a sudden you want to make him a nutter because he did this. This takes fucking cast iron balls, titanium balls of steel, right? So I'm not going to diminish that. I'm going to honor it. Go ahead, Brother B. Brother B, hello.
Good morning, Al, and good morning, my fellow space cadets. And I just wanted to bust out a bar of "We're marching to Zion, beautiful, beautiful Zion. We're marching marching to Zion, the beautiful city of God. Little hymn for you there, Albert, for the morning.
Thank you for that. We appreciate the hymns here. Blessed, blessed be he who permits the forbidden.
Now, since we're on the topic, like I said, I think I called on this yesterday, and I'm sorry if I interrupted. I just wanted to get dropped down because I was going into the dentist. I didn't want the mic to go off while I'm in the dentist chair, and you guys hear me like getting drilled and all that. So forgive me.
All good, brother B.
Now, so yesterday, well, when I first heard that, the first about Bushnell, if I'm pronouncing his name right, Bushnell, is that it? Bush.
Yeah.
Okay. So the first thing that came up, since I have the mind of Christ, the Bible verse came up, 1 John 3:16. Well, I didn't remember the verse. I had to look it up because my brain's a little damaged from the drugs. But check this out. All right. So 1 John 3:16 says, "By this we know love, that He laid down His life for us, and that we ought to lay down our lives for our brothers. But if anyone has the world's goods and sees his brother in need, yet closes his heart against him, how does God's love abide in him?" So you said this guy may have been a Mennonite or some sort of
No.
okay.
A Mennonite self-immolated himself in front of McNamara's office in the Pentagon.
That's right. But we in the Christendom in church, we always say this. And I remember one day one of the Bible studies I was in, the man asked, "Would you lay your life down for your brother?" And he went around the whole thing. And I had to be, honest. I don't know if I could do that, man. So what he did, some in the eyes of the unspiritual world, just looking through it, it's probably seen as pointless and this or that, but some of the biggest martyrs in history have gone, they live on, their names will live, like his name will live on for a long time, just like we remembered some of other people. The way Israel or the Zionists are trying to downplay it's really shameful. It's but my point is like anybody who doesn't see. And by the way, my name's Brian, and I'm a Palestinian. We're all Palestinians. I stand in solidarity with our Christian, with our Palestinians, all the suffering, whoever's being oppressed. Whoever doesn't see that we're on the wrong side to this. Because I was in church on Sunday, and this man, his name's Tim, and and we're going through a bit of a change at church. So we have name tags now, so we could know, hey, how you doing, so and so. So he put his name Tim in Hebrew. So I said to him, "Oh, what is that?" He said, "Oh, that's my name in Hebrew." I said, "Well, can you spell ceasefire in Hebrew?" And he looked at me like, I was like, so I got my little dig in there, because they're just. These are people I serve with, help the homeless, and I see that they have love for the less fortunate. I mean, but when it comes to this issue, like you said, there's some mind virus going on that it's like, what about the Palestinians? And people just shut down right away. They won't pray for them. They won't. I'm like, I don't know. It's a little frustrating thing that I'm going through, and I appreciate this platform to be able to ventilate, and with no judgment or nothing. Everybody's here from all walks of life, but I just wanted to say that. I don't know if yesterday did you get a chance? I know you don't like to do this, Al, because but especially with Adam, he needs our help, and I'm gonna pass the plate. I'm gonna, I get paid tomorrow because I don't know how to he doesn't have PayPal. If I sent you something, could you pass it on to him?
No, dude. All you got to do is to go to any one of his videos, and there's links. All right.
I sent him a Cash App.
Any one of his videos, there's links.
I sent him a Cash App, and it got returned. He never took it.
You can do it on Odyssey. You can do it on.
I'll try again.
On subscribe. So look at his links. He's got everything there. Thanks,
And
brother.
I
Appreciate
Wouldn't
you.
send money at all, man,
just-
because that's how they're going to put you on a list and you get doxxed. I wouldn't do that, brother.
Well,
Brother
I'm probably
don't do
on a
that.
list. I have to be honest. I'm probably on a list already.
El Snarko. You know what? You're done.
That's a good name for it. He's kind of snarky.
You're
I
done.
wonder if that's why he chose
You're
that
done.
name.
You know what? Actually, I got to block him now. What the hell is that? So don't support us because you're gonna get put on a fucking list. So we don't do this anymore.
We're already on. I'm already on October 7th, and I want to just share this with my fellow space cadets. On October 7th, the next day, I realized I got to step up because I'm probably already on a list for what I watch and what I participate or just what I say. So it's time to step up to the plate and not be all words and no action. And everybody here, help out Albert because I didn't even hear you. I must have been in the dentist chair yesterday, but I didn't even hear you ask for any support or anything like that. And I wanted to call in and just tell the people, man, to hook our people up that are putting their their whole lives on the line here. With doing this, really stepping up, and we need to financially support Al and Albert whatever way we can, and wherever your sphere of influence is, to speak up, man. Every little bit helps because this is getting out of control.
All right, dude. Appreciate that.
All right,
Thank
man.
you. Let's go to Justin. Hello.
Hey guys, how's my mic sound? Is it bad?
No, you're good. Go ahead.
All right, awesome. Yeah, Gus. There's a reason I don't go to church. I'm like the biggest Christian, but I don't go to church because every church in existence, they worship the Jewish Bible. Christians don't realize this. There was a first Bible, and in the first Bible, it taught that the God of the Jews, the God of the Old Torah, was the devil. Well, then the bankers of Rome had every copy of that Bible destroyed, censored, and then they created a second Bible 200 years later where they merged every pagan religion in Rome into a single one-world religion, but then they replaced all of their gods with the God of the Jews. You're not going to have much luck trying to reach these modern Christians because they're completely subscribed to the second Bible and have no knowledge of the first Bible and what Jesus' original teachings were. Also, Al, you need to get a crypto account so I can send you some Hoj.
Bro, I'm gonna do that. I appreciate that suggestion. I'm so woefully behind the curve in terms of fucking tech, dude. It's unbelievable. That's why this space on this platform formerly known as Twitter is such a godsend.
Yeah, man. Please get a crypto account, dude. I collect all kinds of cryptos, man. There's one I'd really like to send you some of. I got millions of it because it's super cheap right now. I literally watched like $300 turn into 20 grand. Last bull run. I don't know if it'll ever do it again, but I'll send you some just in case it does.
Cool, brother. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
My pleasure, brother. Thank you again for letting me speak. And everybody,
go ahead.
Please support this guy. He really does. He runs an awesome channel. He's super open-minded. Lets everybody speak.
Can you believe that motherfucker just said, don't send these guys any money. You're going to get put on a list. Can you believe that?
Most of us are already on every list, and they don't even realize it. So I mean, if you're gonna go out, you might as well go out with a bang.
Yeah, I mean, it's like really, bro. How do you think we're gonna be able to survive? It's unbelievable. But I appreciate you, Justin. Thank you, brother.
My pleasure.
Yeah. Go ahead, Gus. Hello.
What's up? Did I have my hand raised or something?
Okay. If you don't got anything to say, that's fine. No biggie. Well, guys, do me a favor. If you have something to contribute, make a request, put your hand up, and we'll go from there.
The tension between Brazil and Israel has escalated, with Brazil indicating a possible halt to diplomatic relations and even considering arming Palestinian freedom movements in response to what it perceives as excessive violence, resulting in significant loss of life, estimated at 30,000 people. This development follows U.S. efforts to mediate the dispute between the two countries. The conflict arose when the Brazilian president likened the actions of the Israeli military in Gaza to the Holocaust during World War II, which resulted in widespread condemnation and strained relations between the nations. In fact, Cuban President Miguel Díaz-Canel expressed his solidarity with Brazil as tension sours. Our commitment is to provide factual news and geopolitical analysis. Please share this content to stay informed and subscribe for updates on Palestine-related developments. The situation became more heated when Israeli authorities threatened Brazil with sanctions. In response, the Brazilian government, which is aligned with BRICS and supports Palestine, vowed to take strong actions in defense of human rights in Gaza. Currently, Brazil has recalled its ambassadors from Israeli-occupied territories and warned of further measures if the Israeli government continues to act outside international law. Previously, Israeli authorities had banned Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva from entering the country after he equated the military actions in Gaza to the Holocaust. Israel's foreign minister labeled Lula's remarks as a serious anti-Semitic attack and reprimanded the Brazilian ambassador at the Israeli National Holocaust Museum in Jerusalem.
Não existe outro momento histórico. Aliás, existiu quando Hitler resolveu matar os judeus. É muito engraçado. Quando eu vejo parando, cuidado com a missão palestina, dessa gente, cuidado.
Which was made with a serious tone, prompted a strong response from Benjamin Netanyahu, who criticized his counterpart for trivializing the Holocaust and crossing a boundary. However, Celso Amorim, former foreign affairs minister and a special advisor to the Brazilian president, described Israel's reaction as unwarranted and likely to further isolate the country. Indeed, such reactions from Israel seem contradictory, especially considering the grave accusations made against the occupation's actions. Many independent observers find the concept of an occupation force defending itself to be illogical. They argue that only the occupied population has the right to seek defense, and evidence suggesting that the occupation has supported Hamas to prevent the establishment of a Palestinian state adds weight to this argument. The Brazilian president's remarks align with ongoing diplomatic tensions. When the crisis erupted, there were reports of occupation military leaders threatening to cut off essential supplies to Gaza, even referring to some people as human animals. Such actions potentially violate international law, as denying basic necessities to a population under attack is considered a war crime. Moreover, the contradiction of targeting both Palestinian fighters and civilians has raised moral concerns that the occupation has struggled to address. Additionally, the United States, despite advocating for the right to defend against superior forces in Europe, has faced criticism for not intervening to broker a ceasefire and end the crisis in Gaza. Despite global outcry, the United States has vetoed attempts at the UN to address the situation.
Numerous parties engage in sensitive negotiations. This is not the time for this resolution, which jeopardizes these efforts. Colleagues, I communicated our concerns publicly and privately over the last several weeks. We've submitted numerous rounds of edits. All were ignored. And so for that reason, the United States has offered an alternative resolution.
Robert Tate. Robert Tate, hello.
Hello. There's a problem with the reception keeps going off, so I keep having to press request just to get back on.
Is anybody else having a problem with the reception?
Yeah.
Everybody? Let me the guys that have a microphone right now, Gus, Bardek, is the reception coming in, or yes or no?
I have my reception's fine. I can hear everyone clearly. I got no issues.
Okay. Go ahead, Robert.
Yes, okay. So you were talking about Brazil. This was about Brazil and the ambassador and they summoned the Brazilian ambassador and they spoke in Hebrew so he couldn't understand. And this obnoxious Israeli Foreign Minister, Katz, showed him the names of his family. I mean, well, it was just grotesque, but that's Israel, isn't it? They're committing genocide and they're complaining about people accusing them of genocide.
They cry out in pain as they genocide you.
Well, that is absolutely true, yeah. But they are shameless. They only consider themselves. They have absolutely no empathy for anyone else. They're obsessed with being Jewish, and that's all they can see. Like, but you have these awful Jews blocking the trucks bringing relief.
And then when the trucks get through, they bait the civilians and they shell them with tank shells and slaughter 150 and wound 1,000.
It's disgusting. They have a better advertisement for anti-Semitism, because they're playing up to all the stereotypes about the Jews. It's just unbelievable.
It's beyond that. It's beyond that, Robert. It's absolutely it's unspeakable.
Yeah, I know.
It's unseemly.
Yes, I know. Ineffable.
Well, I think this is all going to contribute to Israel's demise.
I really hope so.
All of this is hastening that eventuality.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Gus. Robert, are you done?
Yeah, thank you.
Very good. Go ahead, Gus. Hello. Oh, excuse me. Bardic. Go ahead, Bardic.
I'm new to your show, so I'm not quite sure how this works. Can I talk about the previous piece a little bit to clarify something, or have you moved on? I'm not sure how your format works.
You can talk about. You can bring up whatever you want, man. Free.
All right, man. I just want to clarify that. Oh, sorry. I definitely don't want to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Go ahead. You're fine.
I just want to clarify that I'm not calling Mr. Bushnell mentally ill. I'm saying the society within which he's in is mentally ill. That's what I was trying to say. I don't think he was mentally ill. I've stated that, posted that multiple times. It was a self-sacrifice, was a protest. What I'm saying, though, is him choosing that as an option or anyone else is a sign of this mental illness in the society. And I don't think I need to be a psychologist to make that assessment. That's all.
It's your opinion. That's fine. You're entitled to it. It doesn't make it so. You're in no moral position to decide for someone else what they can do with their own life. If they want to make an ultimate sacrifice, that's up to them. It's not your call. That's my point.
Okay. And could you just quantify how his self-sacrifice helps the movement? I'm curious how you
Can I speak on that real quick?
Are you reading the news? Are you seeing the people rally, the demonstrations and the fucking vigils being held around the world? Are you fucking serious? Is that a serious question?
Okay. And how does 30,000 deaths in Palestine not do that? I'm just curious why.
It does do that.
Why does one white American burning himself do more than 30,000 in Palestine?
This is being done in America by an American veteran. It's different.
So it's part of the white.
It's bringing the genocide home.
Okay. Yeah, I'd agree with that then. Yeah, I agree that that's what's happening as well.
All right, good man. All right, appreciate that. Let's Gus, you got your hand up. Go ahead. Hello.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I mean, the mass psychology of the situation, you answered the question yourself. How does 30,000 not you know what I mean? Evoke all kinds of emotion in America, but one death does. I mean, that's just the psychology we're in today. So,
a white American veteran lighting himself on fire for Palestine, resulting in mass demonstration, vigils, rallies, veteran groups coming out in support of this, burning their uniforms at these rallies. This is having a tremendous effect. A tremendous effect. I mean, I can't even find the words to describe how big this is.
The problem is that
this is huge.
Part of the sickness that got us in this place in the first place. That's manifest destiny, that exclusivity, that seeing the other as not human, and the American life as more valuable, and especially the white American life as more valuable. It will be manipulated. They will manipulate his death to their own ends because the sickness
the white
is there.
American life is being sacrificed for the brown Palestinian speaks volumes. And it doesn't work to their manipulation because they want to manipulate you to hating the white man. So it's actually the opposite. You got everything 180 degrees off, bro, on this issue. You're off completely. Let's go to Gus. Go ahead. Gus.
So just to what I was saying before, I mean, the world's priorities, is backwards, and it, if you look at Tiananmen Square, the gentleman standing in front of the tanks, or Rachel Corrie's standing in front of the bulldozers in Gaza, it takes that kind of a thing, or the, like I said before, the monk setting himself on fire. That's just the state of the world today. So it does, it is sad, but it does take those kinds of things, those kinds of self-sacrifice to point out the sad state of affairs.
It really does. And, like I said, diminishing it and belittling it is the absolutely wrong way to go. I know Bartik isn't trying to go there, but you kind of almost always do by default if you criticize it. We have to honor his sacrifice, right? Instead of criticizing it. Did he have any other options? Apparently not. In his mind, there was no other way. This was his path that he chose. And if you look at how he did it, there wasn't a hesitation, man. There was no hesitation. He was on mission. This is what he was going to do. I don't know, man. You can't help but be impressed. I can't help but be impressed.
It's odd because it psychologically burns them,
right,
to an incredible level, because the way the world operates, to validate Bartik's point about the world mental sickness, is they would have gladly had a parade for him if he went and killed himself in a firefight against Hamas for the Israelis, or if he bombed a refugee camp. They would have, they would have gladly had a parade for him,
Right.
So this very act is the complete counter and antithesis of, what they want. And it's spreading now dramatically, and it is spreading through servicemen. So this does burn them.
There is no doubt about it. And don't forget that like 22 veterans commit suicide every day in America. So there is a cultural, corrosive underbelly that is not discussed, especially on the kosher MSM. Go ahead, Sapien. Hello.
Hi, Albert. Thank you for having me. Yeah, the space today is horrible. It's keep cutting, but I hope you're hearing me just fine. Albert?
You're good. You're good.
Okay. Yeah. Just regarding what they did today. So as you mentioned, they cry as they genocide you. So the IDF recently, just an hour ago, So they published in their Twitter account, they said the resident in Gaza, they looted the supplies. And then as a result of pushing and trampling, dozens were killed and injured. They literally fucking, fired at them. They killed over, 100 and injured almost 1,000. And then they come and they said, they did to themselves. It's just, I don't know how the media, the hypocrisy, I can't stand this hypocrisy. They're all silent about it and they're justifying it. The House Speaker comes and the government speaker, he comes and he say, no, they are doing it, in accordance to international law and everything. It's just unbelievable. I don't stand, this hypocrisy anymore. It's unbelievable.
Listen, we know that they lie about everything. This is nothing new. This is why the child murder and the deceit will be the undoing of the Zionist entity.
Yeah, man,
it's inevitable.
Yeah, look just how they did to the hospital. The Shifa, the first hospital they bombed, they said, no, it's not us. And then afterward, it became this is the same thing they did today. They shoot them and they said they came, no, it's not them. They did it to themselves. They were looting, they pushed and they pushed each other. They're trampling each other. And then, they died.
With every lie, with every atrocity, they diminish themselves. With every innocent life they snuff out, they diminish themselves. It's happening in real time, brother. Take comfort in the fact that every time they lie, it's another accelerant in their demise.
Yeah,
it's going to happen. They can't possibly reconcile the mountains and oceans of lies and deceit and cover up and whitewash the massacres and the atrocities. It is going to catch up with them. Take it to the bank.
Yeah, man, it's just, it's sad. I've been seeing this for 5 months and you still see all, those world leaders, Biden, Trudeau, Macron, you name it, Ursula from UE. So all of the common, they come with their face, in one hand.
Do you see Putin carrying that water? Do you see Xi carrying that water? Raisi carrying that water? Even the Gulf Arabs can't get on board with that, right? The chicken pecking Uncle Tom Arabs in the Gulf.
Yeah, man, it's just too much. Yeah, 5 months and it's just, I don't know how this.
Listen, man, it's got to play itself out. Unfortunately, there's going to be a lot more innocent deaths, but if there is justice in the world, if we can reclaim, we're fighting for the soul of humanity. If Israel wins, humanity loses. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, at least if someone, like the Ukraine, at least, the West is helping them, giving them weapons. At least if there is similar, thing, like at least Egypt or someone doing action, or, Hezbollah, I don't know. Because I can't, I can't fathom like how the whole, no one is stopping them. Those 15 million of fucking rats. No one is.
They are being confronted. Try not to give in to your despair, dude. Let's go to Liam. Liam, hello. Liam, can you hang on? Can you hear me? Oh, now you're listening. All right. Let's go to let's go back to the clip actually. I want to play a little Candace Owens and Norman Finkelstein. I got some fucking Ben Shapiro and William Lane Craig, the Christian sage.
Yeah, go ahead. I would say the first thing, this is not good electoral politics for Biden, what he's been doing. The American people are expressing overwhelmingly that they are not happy with Biden's foreign policy in the Middle East. My feeling is that it's pretty incoherent for the reasons we've been discussing. It doesn't show leadership. It doesn't show confidence. It doesn't show direction. It doesn't show resolution. That's why it doesn't work. It's not necessarily the American people saying, do this, do that, whatever, they're divided. But what they see is a lack of presidential leadership. And that, I think, is absolutely the case. Presidents, especially when the U.S. is providing the armaments for a disaster, presidents need to lead. They need to make decisions. They need to show the way out of the mess. And that's not happened.
Professor Sachs, I want to ask you about the conflict spreading to the rest of the Middle East. Obviously, last weekend, 3 American service members were killed in Jordan. In fact, there's some debate as to whether or not they were actually killed in Jordan because of the nature of the Tower 22 base being on the borderline of countries. And there being a lot of public, I think, confusion about why and where American troops are actually stationed all over the world. There seems to be a kind of admission from the State Department that it is not clear that these so-called Iranian-backed groups that killed those troops were, in fact, Iranian-backed in any meaningful way. Lloyd Austin admitted as much during a press conference recently.
What Iran knew about the attack in Jordan, or how Operation was involved?
We believe that this was done by an element of what is known as the axis of resistance. And these are Iranian proxy groups. And how much Iran knew or didn't know, we don't know. But it really doesn't matter because Iran
is responsible.
It funds these groups.
Right.
And
it doesn't matter what they knew.
It trains these groups on advanced
combat. It's all on them.
And so,
don't you love Lloyd Austin, Anthony Blinken, and Victoria Nuland, that grotesque? Telling the Iranians and the North Koreans, you can't send Russia any weapons. We're going to sanction you. You can't sell them weapons, but we can sell and we can send whatever the fuck we want to Ukraine or Israel. Funny how that shit works, isn't it? It's a rule-based system, Bert. Don't you understand the new United Nations, the new global security architecture is based on a rules-based system, Bert? Our rules, right? It's based on our rules. Liam, the Aquarian, the founder of the Wake movement. Hello. Aquarian, hello.
Gosh, I'm having tech probs, bro. Can you hear me?
All right, let's do this. Let me zap out and zap back in. Hold on. Stay with me.
I could hear Liam.
You can hear me? Albert, can you hear me?
Okay, guys, don't put anything on the jumbotron.
I did. I shared the.
I know you did. I just removed it. Put everything in the thread. No jumbotron.
All right.
Let me ask you this: Can we hear everything now, or should I drop out and come back?
Can Albert hear Liam?
I can hear you.
All right. Well, then I think they could hear me as well. I wanted to point this out. The absolute opposites, the polarity of mentality between this soldier who set himself on fire and killed himself for this cause, a great cause, versus the guy who's saying, don't cash app any money because you'll be put on a list.
Dude, he didn't say cash out, but he said don't donate any money or you'll be put on a list.
I mean, just
in any way, shape, or form. So he wants us out of the game, Liam. I had to block his verminous ass.
Just the cowardice and in comparison to what the sacrifice that the soldier made, whose buddy came out and said that he was privy to top classified information and let out some info that American soldiers are in the tunnels in Palestine killing Palestinians. And I think he was asked to go and take part in some part of it. And he said what he did. very powerful, really making me think. I'm like, and inspiring me. I'm like, I'm not doing enough. I think maybe we're doing what we can, but can we do more? Can I do more?
That's a good question, and if that's what you're asking yourself, then his sacrifice wasn't in vain, right? Because that was the entirety. That was what he was trying to elicit, right? A reaction of sympathy for the cause and to generate momentum for the Palestinians in their movement, in their struggle for freedom and self-determination.
Oh, may we hold him up on the wall of Amente as a great hero and who made a great sacrifice for a great cause.
100%.
So may
100%. 100%.
One other thing I want to say. So if he said no to his deployment orders, because he got deployment orders, if he said no to that, he would have pretty much, he would have gotten a dishonorable discharge, probably jail time.
They would have put him in a stockade.
Exactly. Yeah. They would have demonized him. They would have ruined his life. So, this was a big middle finger to them.
I have family that were in the military and whatnot. Mark Passio, who's somebody who talks about the occult and in relationship to government and police and order followers. And that really had an impact on me. I'm like, yeah, these guys, they try to divert all the blame. They're just following orders. So they have a clear conscience, but it doesn't work. And they get used. We're not, the wealthy and the educated aren't being sent off to the front lines, never have. It's the poor. It's whoever they can, men, young, future generations. I just got off on a tangent. I lost for what was my original point.
All right, Liam. Yeah, it's always young men dying in old man wars, old man Jewish wars. That's how it's always been.
We're the sacrificial goyim, just like the Christians. All for the greater Yisrael, that they might be a gaslight unto the nations. Hallelujah.
A gaslight is right. Yeah. Listen to this fucking guy. Listen to this guy. Yossi Goldstein. Hamas raped women until their pelvises were broken. Imagine that. So I wrote, all they have is debunked atrocity propaganda. You're a liar. Not a single Israeli woman was raped on October 7th. It's pure Jewish fiction. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with compulsive, pathological liars. They're incapable of telling the truth.
I reposted this lady reporting on the New York Post saying that they brought in this Israeli former IDF soldier to do the story about women or the babies in the ovens or the 40 beheaded babies, I think. Turns out they've brought her in out of nowhere to this highly sought after position. I've got an ambulance driving behind me. Sorry.
Yeah.
But so what the point of the story is that she's busted and they'll just bury it and hope everybody forgets about it. This atrocity propaganda. And it reminds me of the shrunken heads and the soap. And I think the lampshades, that would be a risque Facebook post to bring those in comparison, but it's the reality.
Go ahead, Gus. Hello.
Yeah, Albert, I sent you the link for that YouTube video. It's Breaking Points News. And it was the New York Times coverage of what Liam's talking about, the fake rapes and all that. So, and I put it down in the comments too, if anyone wants to check it out.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, the Times, not the Post, just mainstream media, period. But
is it an audio thing or is it a visual?
It's on YouTube. Yeah, it's a video. It's like it looks like nightly news or something like that.
But there's an audio element attached to it?
Yes. Yep.
If I remember, it was about like 6 minutes and change long, but it was a video. It would look like kind of it wasn't like Fox or a mainstream, but it was decently produced.
Yeah, it's Breaking Point on YouTube.
Okay.
And it's 9 minutes long.
All right, I'll play it.
Crystal, what are you taking a look at?
A massive scandal is developing at the New York Times, where it has now been revealed that the co-author of a discredited article on rape on October 7th, liked genocidal posts on social media, is a former member of an IDF intelligence unit, and had not even worked as a journalist.
Imagine my lack of surprise. Yeah. It's already, they're only 17 seconds in, and it's like every single time.
At all, prior to taking on a central role in Times coverage. The Times is now investigating the journalist, a woman by the name of Anat Schwartz, but the questions about this incident go so far beyond this one journalist and her appreciation for psychopathic social media posts. So here's the backstory. On December 28th, the New York Times published and news alerted what appeared to be an extensive investigation into one of the most fraught and contested parts of the Israeli October 7th narrative, that sexual assault was used by Hamas systematically as a weapon of war on that day. The piece was headlined, "Screams Without Words, How Hamas Weaponized Sexual Violence on October 7th," and the byline named 3 different authors: Jeffrey Gettleman, Anat Schwartz, and Adam Sella. Now, the fact that Hamas committed atrocities on October 7th is not in dispute. However, certain particularly horrifying anecdotes claimed by the Israeli government have fallen apart under scrutiny by Israeli outlet Haaretz. These debunked claims include that 40 babies were beheaded, that a baby was found in an oven, and that a pregnant woman had her baby cut out of her, among others. It is no accident, of course, that these stories were propagated. This agitprop about the barbarism of Hamas was crucial for Israel in their attempt to justify a barbaric assault on the Gaza Strip. So this piece, Screams Without Words, was published by the New York Times, purporting to back up Israeli assertions about widespread rape on October 7th. It was incredibly significant, but no sooner had the piece been published that major problems emerged. The family of a woman murdered by Hamas, who was presented as a central figure in the New York Times narrative about widespread rape, denounced the story in furious and unequivocal terms. They claimed that when the Times interviewed them about their murdered loved one, Gal Abdush, under false pretenses, the family said that they had no indication Gal had been raped, no evidence to support such claims, did not believe them to be true, and that they had no idea that the Times had planned to say that Gal had been raped. Multiple family members told the Israeli press that the media invented the story and demanded that they stop spreading lies. Gal's story comprised no less than 1/3 of the lengthy Times report. And that was really just the beginning of the problems with that report. Key witnesses were caught telling inconsistent stories to different news outlets. Screams Without Words had relied on the testimony of a volunteer with an ultra-Orthodox nonprofit called Zaka that had been caught fabricating some of the most visceral debunked anecdotes about October 7th, including that one about the 40 beheaded babies. And the Times itself, well, they appeared to lose confidence in the reporting. As our colleague Ryan Graham, along with Daniel Boguslaw, reported for The Intercept, an episode of the New York Times flagship podcast, The Daily, had been planned to detail the reporting from the sexual assault piece, which had originally been much hyped by the New York Times newsroom. But as the quote-unquote reporting in the piece fell apart, the Times was left with a major dilemma about what to do. Should they ignore the problems, stand by their shoddy reporting, and push out the daily episode as reported? Should they edit the daily episode and attempt to correct the record, add caveats, and effectively admit the problems with that original report? Or should they take the coward's way out and just shelve the episode entirely? Now, a responsible outlet would either correct the original story or retract it, given these serious journalistic failings that have been brought to light. But the Times chose to keep their propaganda piece as is, shelve the daily episode, and hope that everyone just moved on. Incredibly, the lead author of that piece, Jeffrey Gettleman, was at great pains to explain that as a journalist, he did not see his job as providing evidence for his reporting claims. Take a listen.
I don't want to even use the word evidence, because evidence is almost like a legal term that suggests you're trying to prove an allegation or prove a case in court. That's not my role. We all have our roles, and my role is to document, is to present information, is to give people a voice.
So if this investigation didn't include evidence, what the hell are we doing here? But as if all of that wasn't wild enough, we are now learning some absolutely shocking things about the background of the second reporter on that piece, the aforementioned Anat Schwartz. Shout out to the Squirrel for doing this digging online. First of all, on October 7th, Anat liked to post calling for Gaza to be turned into a slaughterhouse. This post was so overtly genocidal in its rhetoric that it was actually cited in South Africa's filing at The Hague. The post read in part, "One principle that needs to be abandoned today, proportionality. Need a disproportionate response. May Israel see what she is hiding in the basement. If all the captives are not returned immediately, turn the strip into a slaughterhouse. If a hair falls from their head, execute security prisoners, violate any norm on the way to victory." The post goes on to explain, quote, "Those in front of us are human animals." Anat also apparently liked a post about that born beheaded babies lie, and another one calling for an effective propaganda operation to equate Hamas with ISIS. Love for our journalists to be out here explicitly advocating for propaganda campaigns. This is completely insane. If journalists had liked similarly genocidal posts calling for Israel to be turned into a slaughterhouse, it would be a national scandal. The entire New York Times leadership would be dragged in front of congressional hearings and summarily fired. In fact, New York...
Absolutely. And guys, I've been getting messages. Pacific said that he's been knocked out, been kicked off 5 times already on the cell phone within the first 30 minutes of the space. Now, why do you think they fear this space so much? Why do you think an itsy bitsy, itty bitty, teeny weeny 7,000 followed account gets so throttled down? They don't want to put me up on the Live on X page. They kick off users. Sometimes they corrupt the audio. Why do you think there's so much shenanigans and fuckery about?
Maury, that anti-Semite said it again, that Albert Bashai, showing the complete control and manipulation of our mainstream media sources.
No, but seriously, why? When I see like Suleiman and Khaleesi, they got thousands of people in their rooms. All the speakers come in crystal clear. There's no audio corruption. They have much bigger volume. You would think it would be more complicated. We have what? 30 people in the room, 40 people in the room, 50. Sometimes we get over 100 if they don't fuck with us. But why do you think they pay so much attention to this little itty bitty Bert Bashai twatter X account? I mean, it's annoying. More than anything else, it's annoying. I just want to have a clean space. I want everyone who can participate to participate. Yep. I don't need the shenanigans. I don't need algorithmic suppressions. I don't need the fuckery. I don't need it.
I think we need to do a continual banishment of rabbi curses upon this stream. You have no power here, Shmuley. Be gone. Fire.
So it's like, we got to jump through the hoops, right? We got to jump through these fucking hoops.
New York Times forced out a prominent staff writer who was not involved in Israel-Palestine coverage simply for signing a letter opposing Israel's genocide in Gaza. The International Court of Justice, of course, has now agreed that it is in fact plausible Israel...
New York Times reporter forced to resign after opposing Israeli genocide in Gaza.
...history before returning. But while she can delete her social media history, she can't really so easily delete her professional past, which, if anything, is actually even wilder. So apparently, prior to landing this plum gig at the New York Times, Anat Schwartz had never worked as a journalist, never published a single...
Not bad, right? Not bad. You go from whatever she was doing, an IDF killer, to a journalist overnight. And not only that, your entry-level position is at the New York Times. The fish wrap of record. Right. Guys, do me a favor. They want to fuck with us, we can fuck right back. Heart this thing, repost it, please. Let's turn the algorithms against them. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. Lord.
piece anywhere ever before being scooped up by the Times in November, just after the October 7th attack. She had been working as a small-time filmmaker. Perhaps the Times was looking for someone with a flair for the cinematic. But really think about this. Actual journalists spend their entire careers dreaming of a New York Times byline. The Times, after all, is the holy grail of elite journalism. And this lady, with literally zero experience, somehow gets brought in on a highly sensitive investigation on one of the most fraught topics imaginable. How the hell did this happen? But Anat is not only a former filmmaker, she is also a former IDF soldier.
Hey, imagine that.
Air Force Intelligence Unit. So the lady with the genocidal social media posts, with no prior journalism experience and a background in Israeli military intelligence, was contracted to report on a piece which perfectly served Israeli government propaganda efforts at the time. What is happening here? Ryan, of course, has been doing great reporting.
I think we know what's happening here, Crystal.
She's parting ways with Anat. It's already been reported she is under investigation. But at this point, those actions seem like convenient scapegoating to cover up much graver questions. Who brought this lady in? How did they find her? Who greenlit this piece? Why have they not addressed the journalistic collapse of their supposedly blockbuster investigation? And what other Israeli propaganda and lies are they currently laundering? It's not only the New York Times, by the way. Wall Street Journal recently published a piece based on zero evidence that ran cover for Israeli claims about UNRWA, which helped justify the U.S. pulling aid at a time when Palestinians in Gaza are starving to death. That piece, too, was co-authored by a so-called journalist named Carrie Keller-Lynn with undeniable biases. She, too, served in the IDF and in an interview bragged about how her very close friend literally created social media for the IDF. Those are her words, not mine. Once these photos that you can see on your screen started circulating, Carrie Keller-Lynn also locked her accounts, scrubbed her history to prevent anyone from gathering further insights into her pro-Israel bias. Now, this incident casts in a whole new light. The studies would show systematic bias across major news outlets when it comes to coverage of Israelis and coverage of Palestinians. Israelis are slaughtered, Palestinians just mysteriously die. Great pains are often taken to make sure that Israel is never directly ascribed blame. And as the Palestinian death toll has climbed, the coverage of their deaths has actually plummeted. It is a testament to the outrageous nature of the suffering that, in spite of this onslaught of lies and propaganda, the American people still overwhelmingly support a ceasefire. Even Anat, with her skills as a filmmaker, with an Israeli intelligence background, can't craft propaganda strong enough to overcome the visceral horror of what has been done. And Sagar, Ryan has another...
Hey, guys.
Boom.
This is Democracy Now!
Boom.
Democracy Now!
That's what you get. That's what you get. They're swimming upstream, guys. They're drowning in their own lies. You got to be some kind of you got to just have fell off the turnip truck if you believe anything that the lying Talmud vision tells you. You have to be a mentally ill, low discernment, lemming fool, basket case, red-headed stepchild.
It is through deception that ye shall wage war, as Yaakov stole the birthright from his ungrateful brother Esau.
That's right, Liam.
Which is an allegory.
That's right, Liam. You get it. So listen to this. We got the lies, we got the massacres, we have atrocities every day. And they think they're going to get away with it. They think that they can perpetrate a genocide in 2024, a televised genocide, and get away with it. It's not going to happen, Israel. Hey, Israel, I got news for you. You can't kill your way to victory. All you're doing is making the entirety of the world hate you more and more and more every day. More and more every day. And when you hear Israeli politicians talk about this is a war of civilizations and they're fighting the barbaric terrorist Palestinians and they're the force of light and they're the force of civilization, guarding Europe from this horde. I mean, really? Really? You think you're going to sell that outside of the brainwashed, brain-dead, shit-kicking redneck Bible Belt? You think anybody else on the planet is going to buy that that disgusting lie? Guys, let's go to Gus has his hands up. Hello, Gus. Hello.
Hey, what's up? No, so that's what I don't understand about this. It's grossly obvious, and it comes off almost as suicidal in nature. What Israel's doing, like
I agree,
intended. You know what I mean? To turn the entire planet against them. To what end? You know?
Well, listen. This is how diabolical this whole scheme is. They know how despicable their mindset is, right? And they know that there would eventually be an opposition and a confrontation to it, right? So they built this eventuality into their prophecies because it says that they will come when the whole world turns against Israel in terms of their Armageddon scenario. So they wrote this into the script.
And remember that if you bless Israel, you will be blessed. They are better than us, and you need to accept that.
Yeah, well, Liam, people don't understand that it's not funny that you're ridiculing an actual brainwashed Kentucky pastor engaged in child abuse because he's telling the kids that are not even teenagers that they're less than, that Israel and the Jews are God's chosen people and they're better than them. This is all child abuse. This is damaging beyond, anything that we can wrap our arms around. It's a sickness. It's a sickness, a prison of dogma, and it's demeaning. And I don't know how you can look yourself in the fucking mirror. I really don't. Or face your kids if you have this kind of slavish devotion to this mythological Bronze Age mumbo jumbo. If you're shackled into kosher servitude and you can look your family in the eyes, I can't see it. I can't see it.
That documentary sits rent free in my head, and it's like the poorest place in America. These poor kids are rounding up their change, sacrificing a freaking fruit snack at lunch to send money to Israel, but because some Israeli comes in and reads them a couple of verses in the Bible, and
because they're not getting enough from Uncle Sam. They're gonna pass the collection plate around.
Without that facilitation, these kinds of things don't happen.
But it doesn't seem to stop Joe Biden from committing to, quote, responding, presumably, of course, with kind of a violent escalation. What should the American public, what should our listeners here take away from this willingness to strike before there's real intelligence about who actually caused these deaths? And what, in your mind, are the greatest risks in terms of escalating into a broader war in the Middle East?
My assumption is that the government of Israel wants a wider. We hear all the time from Defense Minister Gallant that Israel's going to invade Lebanon. We, of course, know for years and years that Israel wants the United States to attack Iran. And we have our own right-wingers like Lindsey Graham, who just can't miss a chance to say how we have to go bomb Iran.
Mr. President, hit Iran and hit them now and hit them hard to protect Americans in harm's way. So
there are very powerful groups that want the wider war. It would be a complete disaster for everybody. And the United States is in no position to fight a wider war, no position politically, militarily, in terms of our stockpiles, which have been tremendously drawn down because of Ukraine, another blunder of American foreign policy. So I believe that the administration doesn't want a wider war, but it's being pushed. It is the job of the United States president, by the way, I've observed over decades, really the most important job, which most of them fail in, to stop warmongering and the war machine from escalating conflicts, because we've got a very powerful establishment. Those that sell weapons, those that want wars, parts of Israel lobby, and so forth. And so I'm sure the administration is under a lot of external pressure and internal advocacy to expand. I can't imagine anything that would be even more devastating for Biden's re-election chances than for this war to expand right now. So my own guess, again, it's not based on any inside information, is that they don't want it. But presidents always called weak if you don't expand. There are a lot of militias and militaries and paramilitaries all over the place that, like the Houthis and others, that are saying we're acting in the defense of the Palestinian people who are suffering a genocide and so forth. There's a lot of potential for a shooting war expanding all over the region. Iran has made clear they don't want it. I don't think the United States leadership wants it, but it could still happen because it's being pressured all over the place. It's why when you have American soldiers everywhere, and they are vulnerable to being shot at, we need a president that actually leads to a solution of this conflict. And I'll say it again, as I've said 1,000 times, these conflicts have an underlying political reality. And the political reality here is that there must be a state of Palestine.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I spoke to a guest on Rising at the end of last week who was a pro-Israel guest. And when he said what he's going to say. And I asked him, tried to cut through some of what I would characterize as Hezbollah, what he would characterize as his truth, by asking fundamentally, how do you think, I know you want to make this all about October 7th. We're going to defeat Hamas. Okay. What is the fundamental concern of Palestinians and persist? What do you see as a resolution for that? And it's incredible the way people just will not respond to that basic point. And you cannot help but come to the conclusion, right, that they how can you not read into their conclusion being exactly what was articulated at that settlers conference in Jerusalem last weekend, which is we're going to drive them out. Other countries will take them. We're going to set up beachfront properties in Gaza, and that's the future that we see for ourselves. I am interested in hearing you as we close here articulate what you think the vision of the future should be. How should this conflict be resolved? Is the expectation that Palestinians who live in these occupied conditions in Gaza, who have now had an enormous percentage of housing destroyed, cemeteries desecrated, over 16 cemeteries desecrated, every college, university in Gaza Strip destroyed, is the expectation that they should just move on and stay in Gaza. They should be permanently relocated from the Gaza Strip, as so many people articulated was the goal at the Settlers Conference in Jerusalem over the weekend? Or should there be some two-state solution or right of return? What do you see as the end to this conflict?
I think that before we even speak about the end of the conflict, we need to be honest and truthful and not speak about buzzwords and things that are just not factual and just making an argument that is emotional one that is meant to make people be angry or upset rather than trying to solve issues. And I think that at the end of the day, if we are looking at these rising Palestinians and we're looking at the trauma of women that have been raped, and other women around the world told them that actually maybe we shouldn't believe them. Maybe we shouldn't believe all women that have been raped and mutilated, and we need to just silence them. I think this is part of the biggest issue that we have, that people can see Israelis as human and other people can see Palestinians.
It's absolute projection and inversion and their dogged commitment to atrocity propaganda. It has been thoroughly debunked. And here we are. They're still like a dog with a bone hanging for dear life. They're not going to let this go. It's similar to the atrocity propaganda from about 80 years ago with the shrunken heads and the jerk-off machines and the human soap and lampshades. Similar to that. And the mystical number. How many times must you tell a lie before it becomes the truth, chat? Well, I think 6 million might do the trick.
Palestinians as human. And as long as we are being used as pawns by international voices that care nothing about our lives and all they care about is to make some cheap political points, this conflict will continue. The way to move forward is for Israelis and Palestinians to see each other as human, and that's what we're doing. And I see a lot of hope and promise with young generation of Israelis and Palestinians that are fighting for peace and doing the brave thing and ignoring voices from the West that are telling us that we need to keep on hating each other rather than finding ways to live together and oppose
voices from the West
and gender violence against Israeli women.
That's what's going on here.
Try and heal from that, but it will take a long time. Definitely.
With all due respect,
try to heal from that.
Answer, be responsive to the question about Palestinian concerns about their substantive rights. I don't think that is a Western argument. This is a very organic argument in a fight that Palestinians have been engaged with for 75 years. What should be done to address their substantive concerns about being treated equally in Palestine, arguments for either their own state or for full treatment under the law in Israel and the right to return? Do you have any thoughts about how to resolve those fundamental claims that are driving this conflict?
I think that if you ask Israeli members of parliament, Arab Israeli members of parliament, Palestinians, they would tell you that actually yesterday there was an argument in the Israeli parliament where an Israeli Palestinian Arab, an Arab Palestinian member of the parliament, argued that Palestine would be created, and he believes that it will be a country that lives side by side with Israelis. If you ask Israeli Arab Supreme Court judge, a Palestinian Israeli Supreme Court judge, he would tell you that he also thinks that Israel would live side by side with Palestinians. I think there are many genuine voices that want to reach peace, but we have to really look at what happened on October 7th.
What are the numbers, dude? You know, it's so dishonest, it's so deceitful that he's making this argument. The overwhelming majority of Israelis are in favor of ethnic cleansing and genocide, murdering every last man, woman, and child in occupied Palestine. Palestinian. What the fuck is this guy talking about? Oh, one member of their Knesset and one judge, and you're presenting this as some kind of consensus when it's the complete opposite? If you want to talk about how a collective population is in dire need of re-education, you're talking about Israel. These people are nuts. Fucking psycho. They need re-education. They need to drop the racism, the supremacy, the idea that they're somehow superior to the Palestinians who are dogs and animals. The dehumanization, the vilification has to stop. And where does that stop when it's ingrained in their theology? How do you stop it? Now, all of a sudden, it's dawning on you. Now it's dawning on you, right? The 109. The 109 number is, now it starts to dawn on you. They've been grappling with this problem for millennia. And we're no different. We're grappling with the same problem. Because it's a mentality, because it's a theology, because it's a mindset. And we're always going to be grappling with this problem until that mindset, until the supremacy, the racism is eliminated from their own theology, from their own fucking ethos. This is something that they have to take care of. Or else it's off to 110 and 111. That's all.
We have to look at the mutilation. We have to look at the violence that was never seen in Israel and really recognize that we haven't had a chance to grieve. And instead of grieving, we had voices from the West telling us that this didn't happen. Maybe we shouldn't believe all women that are victims of rape. And I think that's really the core of the issue here. We weren't able to heal because of voices that want us to keep fighting. I believe in peace. I'm going to continue fighting for it.
Just for the record, an Israeli member of parliament the Israeli parliament is voting to expel a lawmaker specifically because he articulated support for the genocide case. That is the condition that people who are supporting even articulating any interest in
way to go. Inject some reality into this bullshit.
Right now. We appreciate you joining us and offering your perspective. Please feel free to have the last word if you'd like.
Yeah, sure. It was a Jewish Knesset member. There was a Palestinian Arab member of the Knesset that actually argued for a Palestinian state, and the Jewish one was actually removed from the Knesset. So that's the sort of democracy that we have in Israel.
For advocating for humanitarian Palestinians. It's unfortunately...
I think that's what he said.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that so many...
So he's like saying that's the kind of democracy we have. Like, it's a good thing when it was really a bad thing because he was advocating for the Palestinians. But these people have no conscience. They're incapable of telling the truth. They will twist and pervert and distort and turn shit inside out to support their lies. It's a fucking, I'll tell you what, it's excruciating. It's absolutely excruciating dealing with this kind of mindset.
Interests of Palestine have been accused of anti-Semitism and suffered very similar treatment as Arab Americans in this context. But we appreciate you joining us today. In fact, I don't know if you've seen this. There's a really incredible, and I mean that in a not credible, not in an awesome way, commercial as Arab Americans in this context. But we appreciate you joining us today. In fact, I don't know if you've seen this. There's a really incredible, and I mean that in a not credible, not in an awesome way, commercial that was airing on Hulu that I happened to come across last weekend. I was trying to binge watch Fargo, and it's like AI generated images. Maybe we'll put a clip in here, but you have to really see it to believe it. It's AI generated images of what Gaza could be if Hamas didn't exist, and it's like a resort in Greece or something. Mm-hmm. And then you're just like looking at these images as Gaza and all these happy people in hotels with 6 fingers, AI generated. And then the dark music comes on, and it's like, this is what Gaza could have been without Hamas. And it's in such poor taste. Yeah. And so outrageous.
Mm-hmm. Come visit beautiful Gaza. They have no self-awareness. They have no self-awareness. And all of this stuff, it's like piling on. Think of the volcano, right? Everything's building. And sooner or later, the world collectively will explode and say, that's it. We're done with you motherfuckers. You got to go back to Poland. You got to go back to Russia. You got to go back to Ukraine. You got to go back to Lithuania, Hungary, and the Czech Republic and Belarus. We're done with you. That's where this is going.
5-star hotels and get a taste of the best in Middle Eastern food.
The right-wing extremists in Israel and the kind of narratives that they are consuming. And what the end game ultimately is, because the Black Mirror flip side of all of that imagery is this is what we're going to do with Gaza when we have actually pushed out all of the Palestinians and settled it.
It's so interesting, of course, our students were attacked for the chant of "From the river to the sea," that was said to be a Palestinian or Hamas slogan. But it's the Israeli government that literally has this as its policy, and not in a shy way. We hear it all the time from them. So this is really what we are grappling with a supposed ally that has a vision that is devastatingly illegal, unjust, and now genocidal, or quite possibly genocidal, according to the International Court of Justice. And that is where we have to take some decisions as the United States of America, and where the President of the United States has a responsibility to take some decisions. We're not going to change the view of Netanyahu, Smotrich, Ben-Gvir, Gallant, and others in this government, but we can clarify our own position and stop supporting something that is completely unsupportable.
Yeah, to your point, at that Settlers Conference, who was it? It was Shlomo Kari, who's communications minister. He said on stage, quote, "There will never be a Palestinian state between the river and the sea."
This is not subtle. This is not subtle. This is the point. But you have to know what to listen for. And the reason that the American people don't know about it is, first, this is a change from 25 years ago. It's really a change. Israel has become in the hands of extreme right-wing religious nationalists. This is a first point. Second, there's a whole campaign of AIPAC and others to hide all of this reality from the American people. And so this is why it's not understood. But, videos are pretty powerful these days. People are hearing things that they would not otherwise have heard.
Yep.
This is the reality. And it's only now coming to some understanding. I find it shocking, having known Israel firsthand and through many, many visits and so forth over a period of 50 years, what a change has happened to the country. And I should emphasize again, it's a change to the political power in the country. I don't know. I still believe that some significant core of the public there would, and of course should, absolutely accept international law and two-state solution and peace and so forth. But I know that there's a part that is so rabid and wild, and it happens to have political power right now and military power right now, and that's why it's committing these war crimes.
It's tough. I mean, polls of what Israelis are thinking tend to suggest that they overwhelmingly support the siege on Gaza. You have these remarkable videos of Israelis protesting the meager number of aid trucks that are waiting to get in to Gaza. At the same time, you do see increasingly these very small but growing number of domestic protests and how horribly they are being treated. The few Israelis that are able to speak up at the time. I strongly recommend people go and listen to a recent episode of Katie and Aaron's show where they interview Katie Halper and Aaron Mate on Useful Idiots, where they interview the family member of two people who were, his parents were killed on October 7th. And he's taking this opportunity to still try to fight for peace, which is pretty remarkable to hear. But he articulates in that interview how maligned he is and what a target he becomes for saying as much, even though he is someone who was so directly victimized on October 7th. I do want to come back, if we could, to this question of the broadening war in the Middle East. It's interesting to see the Biden and Trump campaigns accusing each other, blaming each other for the devolving situation in the region. This is from Politico. It says, advisors to Donald Trump and Joe Biden are trading jabs this week over which president is more to blame for Iran's latest deadly actions, as both men, of course, that's presuming that it was in fact Iran behind this, but never mind. As both men head toward a rematch in November, the accusations, blah, blah, blah. The military and policy decisions leading up to last weekend's violence are many. Trump's ordered assassination of Iran Major General Qasem Soleimani, Biden lifting sanctions on Tehran. That's that's the slings and arrows. It's your, you assassinated Soleimani. You lifted sanctions, Biden, on Tehran. Trump withdrew from the nuclear deal. What do you make of these jabs of who's more responsible to the breakdown of this relationship? Are both parties at fault? Should we take anything at all from this, or is it just political brinkmanship?
Well, I think both have a lot to account for. And Trump, it's important to remember, after broke immediately the JCPOA agreement with Iran, absolutely contributes to the regional instability. But the fact of the matter is, of course, part of this just normal campaign stuff, but a president of the United States is responsible for U.S. foreign policy right now, and Biden needs to get his act together, which he doesn't do. And so fundamentally, whoever's trading barbs, it's Biden's responsibility to straighten out what is happening right now. And it's not good enough to pummel, which is what he's been doing. We're going to have to continue at some point soon, I hope.
Okay.
But I'm going to have to run right now. And it's wonderful to be with you.
Israel has carried out the human shielding.
When you go to Israel, 21% of the population is Arab. And out of that Arab, I think 12% are Muslim. They have political parties. They vote. They have freedom of speech. They're prosperous. I've been to many of their villages in northern Israel. And compared to anywhere else in Jordan or Egypt, Syria, Iraq, there's nothing like it. No Arab citizen anywhere in the Middle East has the freedom to express himself and to vote and to worship as he feels, as they do in Israel.
Your response? Well, in the past few years, there have been several human rights organization reports on the situation, the legal status of Arabs, Palestinians in the area from the Mediterranean Sea to the Jordan River. There was one put out by B'Tselem, the main Israeli human rights organization monitoring the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and Gaza. There was a report put out by Amnesty International. There was a report put out by Human Rights Watch. The first point to make is there isn't an occupation anymore. The occupation under international law, what distinguishes an occupation from an annexation or an illegal annexation is one thing. It's very simple. What distinguishes an occupation from annexation is an occupation is temporary. Well, Israel occupied the West Bank and Gaza in 1967. We're talking now about more than a half century. It's not temporary anymore. It's an annexation. So, the first point we have to keep in mind is there is one state from the Mediterranean to the Jordan. That is the state of Israel. And as B'Tselem put it, there is one state, and that state is anchored in the principle of Jewish supremacy. Now, there are unequal levels of Jewish supremacy. In the case of the West Bank and Gaza, West Bank including East Jerusalem and Gaza. In the case of the West Bank, East Jerusalem and including East Jerusalem and Gaza, they have no rights. They have no right to vote. They have no rights whatsoever. They're basically a helot, a slave population.
Is he lying? Does he know this? Because
we'll go on. He says, I said there are unequal rights. You have to remember, even in the United States before the Civil War, there were blacks who were free. It wasn't everybody, every black person was a slave. But nobody would make the ridiculous claim that blacks the free blacks enjoyed equal rights to whites in the pre-Civil War South. So it is true that in the portion, and we have to bear in mind it's just a portion, in the portion of that Israeli state that extends from the from the Mediterranean to the Jordan, there is a portion, namely the Palestinian Arabs in Israel, who they have the right to vote. That's correct. They have representatives in the Knesset. That's correct. My last recollection, it could be wrong at this point, but they had one Supreme Court justice. That's correct. But they were also second-class citizens. Nobody disputes that. That's just a silly thing to say. So what one can say is that there is one state, half the population of that one state, or nearly half of the population of that one state, nearly half, it would be about 4.5 million. Yeah, nearly half. Nearly half the population has no rights at all, and haven't had any rights since 1967. And then the other portion of the Arab population, namely the portion within the state of Israel, that is not the West Bank, not East Jerusalem, not Gaza, but within Israel itself, they enjoy some rights, but they're still, by all reckonings, they're still second-class citizens in 1,000 different ways. It would be very difficult now to go through all the laws on the Israeli books which relegate the Arabs of Israel to a second-class status. You could say, well, no, it wouldn't be exactly right. I can't find the exact analogy, but that's roughly the picture. So we shouldn't forget that when we're talking about Israel at this point, there's only one state. The areas, the West Bank, East Jerusalem, Gaza, they have been effectively...
All right, guys. All right. Hold on, Norm.
...annexed to the state of Israel. They are illegal.
I'm getting literally a dozen people messaging me that the space keeps going out. So what I'll do is this. I'll drop out and add it back in, see if that helps. So stand by, please. All right, let's see if that made a difference.
Legally annexed territories, but part of Israel.
Is this one state you're talking about, is this undisputed? Is this a fact that this is an apartheid
I would
state?
say that two of the human rights reports I referred to, one by Amnesty International, the other by B'Tselem, describe the whole of Israel as an apartheid state. Human Rights Watch described the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, and Gaza as an apartheid-like state, but they refer to the state of Israel itself as the Arabs having second-class citizenship, but not equal to apartheid.
And just a couple more questions before we conclude. I've heard you say, and I want this to really sink into people's minds, and if their hearts haven't been darkened, to have some kind of feeling, otherwise they got to go see a cardiologist, and maybe the cardiologist not going to even help. When you mentioned more children have been killed in Gaza in the last 3 weeks than all.
It was at 3 weeks already. At 3 weeks already, there was more children killed than all the war zones in the world combined, either in the year 2020, 2021, or 2022.
Wow.
Imagine that. Imagine that. Think of the horror. Think of the ignominy of having that. What would you call it? Disreputable, infamous record that Israel now holds. Within the first 3 weeks, butchered more children than all war zones combined for 2020, 2021, and 2022. Imagine that. Oh, I never heard that, Bert. They're not telling me that on the Rothschild's fake stream kosher MSM. Yeah, I wonder why they're not telling you that. I wonder why.
A week ago, so that was at 3 weeks. We're into 4
now
weeks
it's
now.
up to 4,500.
So,
now there's going to be, we have to be clear because now there's going to be mass death. There's going to be, there has already been mass death. Now there's going to be negative because the whole medical system has collapsed. They're systematically targeting every hospital in Gaza now. So everyone in an incubator is going to die. It's the end of Palestine, and everybody from Joe Biden, everybody who opposes a ceasefire now has. They have an ocean. They are complicit in genocide.
Why do you think, I mean, and this can go into my final question here with the term never forget. Does that include Palestinians? The lessons that you learned, what made you now come to where you are? Where you put your career, you put everything.
Respect, I don't even want to talk about myself. You know, there's
That's fine.
a complete catastrophe unfolding. It's the end. You know, it's their final solution. When you unabashedly, unashamedly, boldly, flagrantly, and blatantly target the hospital system of a country and are online legally telling the world the goal now is the complete annihilation and pulverization of a people. That's your goal.
True.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Finkelstein.
I detect no lies, Dr. Finkelstein. I detect no lies.
How do we know it is a massacre and a genocide? Because the Israelis told us they were going to do it. Their ministers told us that they were going to starve the entire population of water, electricity, food, medical supplies, punish them all. They described them as human animals. The classic dehumanization, which is the prelude to every single genocide that has ever taken place, where the president of Israel said they're all responsible. How do we know it is?
Richard Boyd Barrett, Irish MP. Fire! God bless the Irish, man. The Irish know what's up. Ireland is fucking just light years ahead. Ireland and Yemen. Those are the two standout countries so far. Obviously, Palestine, Lebanon, right? But Ireland and Yemen, wow. 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 Fire. Want to hear that again? Want to hear some more Irish fire? Let's hear it again.
A massacre and a genocide because the Israelis told us they were going to do it. Their ministers told us that they were going to starve the entire population of water, electricity, food, medical supplies, punish them all. They described them as human animals. The classic dehumanization, which is the prelude to every single genocide that has ever taken place, where the president of Israel said they're all responsible. How do we know is it?
Boom. Fire. That's what we got here. We're dealing with fire.
The word apartheid is exactly accurate. You know,
This is an area that's occupied by two powers. They're now completely separated. Palestinians can't even ride on the same roads that the Israelis have created or built in Palestinian territory. The Israelis never see a Palestinian except the Israeli soldiers. The Palestinians never see an Israeli except at a distance, except the Israeli soldiers. So within Palestinian territory, they're absolutely and totally separated, much worse than they were in South Africa, by the way. And the other thing is, the other definition of apartheid is one side dominates the other, and the Israelis completely dominate the life of the Palestinian people.
Why don't Americans know what you have seen?
Americans don't want to know. The word apartheid.
Boo. Americans don't want to know.
His horror, just the pain that he experiences daily in not understanding why more people are not Nazis. All right, ladies and gentlemen, wow, this is going to be the last episode before I go on maternity leave. You're going to miss me. I'm going to miss you. So
that anymore. I really.
All right, let's listen to this.
This perspective when questioned by a pro-Israel student at the University of Waterloo. Take a listen.
Go ahead.
Hi. During your speech, you made a lot of references to Jewish people as well as certain people in your audience, not Jewish people in general, but certain people, especially in your audience, to Nazis. Now, that is extremely offensive when certain people are German. And they're also extremely offensive to people who've actually suffered under Nazi rule.
I don't respect that anymore. I really don't. I don't like and I don't respect the crocodile tears to the crocodile tears. No. I'm sorry.
Hashanda!
Allow me to finish. And allow me to
Ashanda!
Allow me to finish. Sir.
You are an anti-Semite, Mr. Finkelstein. That's a great Ashanda. How dare you? They cry out in pain as they genocide you.
I don't like to play before an audience the Holocaust card. But since now I feel compelled to. My late father was in Auschwitz. My late mother, please shut up.
Shut up.
My late father was in Auschwitz. My late mother was in Majdanek concentration camp. Every single member of my family.
This little Jewish Karen, she keeps like deal with it. Hold on a second, guys. Guys, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Hello, chat. How are you? What you just heard was a great Ashanda. The top number one Jewish anti-Semite on the planet. Hello! All right. Yeah. You guys are familiar with this, right? When Norman Finkelstein had to stare down, a pack of rabid Hebrewoids, right, that were very hostile, very extremely hostile. They wouldn't let him talk. They were heckling him, making it very difficult. But like the champion that he is, because he's a righteous warrior, he persevered and put them in their place.
Father's side, on my father's side, the Jews did not take arms against the Germans. My father was in Auschwitz concentration camp. My late mother was in Majdanek concentration camp. Every single member of my family on both sides was exterminated. Both of my parents were on the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. And it was precisely and exactly because of the lessons my parents taught me and my two siblings that I will not be silent when Israel commits its crimes against the Palestinians. And I consider nothing more despicable try to justify the torture, the brutalization, the demolition of homes that Israel daily commits against the Palestinians. So I refuse any longer to be intimidated or browbeaten by the tears. If you had any heart in you, you would be crying for the Palestinians, not for what you done.
Norman, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for joining today.
Bravo, Norm. You're a mensch. You're one of the top of the tippity tip top, right? We give Norman Finkelstein mad props here on this here space. Thank you, Norm.
Well, thank you for having me.
So it's a very powerful clip. It's a stunning clip. If you are somebody like me who has admitted to not knowing much about this conflict and suddenly being compelled to immediately pretend that you know everything about this conflict, I think the thing that is most interesting is to see these fractured perceptions of the conflict amongst the Jewish population in America.
I want to put out a call here to everybody watching, everybody listening. Let's make this clear. We're being suppressed, right, on this platform for a very good reason. You know, we have all of these issues and these hoops that we have to jump through, but it's important to make sure that we can get our message out. What is the message? To tell the truth. That's it. People want to pigeonhole me and label me, give me a moniker, call me this, call me liberal, call me conservative, call me an anti-Semite, call me a Nazi, call me a Jew, call me a Freemason, call me a sand Negro. You can call me whatever you like. But you know what you're never going to call me? A liar. That's it. If I'm going to take on the mantle and a label, I'll be a truth teller. I'm going to tell the truth in every situation. And I don't respect sensibilities or political correctness. I'm going to robustly exercise my First Amendment rights as an American, and you can go fuck right off. All you slaves, all you Democrats, all you Republicans, all you independents, all you Greens, all you progressives, all you alt-right bundles of sticks, all you Zionists and your co-religionists can fuck right off. I'm a free human that tells the truth. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. Where did you go, Candace? All right, here we go.
His horror, just the pain that he experiences daily in not understanding why more people are not coming over to the pro-Israel side. So I just want to ask you to first and foremost unpack your bio a bit. I think it's great to have you here because you are an academic, and so people immediately kind of use the authoritative argument. You don't know what you're talking about. You're not educated about this. You are incredibly educated. And what brought you to, as a person who was raised by concentration camp survivors, to the pro-Palestinian side?
Well, I don't want to quibble over terminology, but sometimes if the terminology is wrong at the outset, then it confuses things moving forward. I'm not pro-Palestinian. I'm not pro-Israeli. I'm pro-truth.
Yes.
And I'm pro-justice.
Yes.
If the truth is on the Israeli side, I will support Israel. If justice is on the Israeli side, I'll support Israel. And the same thing goes for the Palestinians. I've spent the greater part of my
But do you know what? You know what the funny thing about that is? truth and justice are never on the Israeli side. And conversely, always on the Palestinian side, right? That's why he's pro-Palestinian, even though he won't classify himself as such, because he's on the side of truth and justice, as we all are, as we are all Palestinians, my friends. Yeah, they might be on the front lines on the business end of this fucking hellstorm. I wouldn't wish the murderous Zionists and their co-religionists
combined. I will speak about evidence. I'm not talking about
past.
Daily talking about you're not.
I'm pro-truth.
Yes.
And I'm pro-justice.
Yes.
If the truth is on the Israeli side, I will support Israel. If justice is on the Israeli side, I'll support Israel. And the same thing goes for the Palestinians. I've spent the greater part of my
But do you know what? You know what the funny thing about that is? Truth and justice are never on the Israeli side. And conversely, always on the Palestinian side, right? That's why he's pro-Palestinian, even though he won't classify himself as such, because he's on the side of truth and justice, as we all are, as we are all Palestinians, my friends. Yeah, they might be on the front lines on the business end of this fucking hellstorm. I wouldn't wish the murderous Zionists and their co-religionists on my worst enemies. Can you imagine the suffering that these people have endured for nearly 3/4 of a century? Actually, a century, because it happened way before 1948. It started happening before 1948. It started happening early on, right?
You can say beginning 1982, so it's more than 4 decades. Researching, studying the Israel-Palestine conflict, and it's my conclusion at the end of that research, but already early on, that the case that Israel makes for its crimes are in large part fabrications, misrepresentations, and distortions.
Yep.
And on the other hand, the Palestinian case is very strongly supported by the evidence. And when I speak about evidence, I'm not talking about what Hamas says any more than when I speak about Israel. I care much about what the government says. If you're serious about these sorts of things, the first thing you do is you try to search out sources which have a certain amount of credibility. So when it comes to the Israel-Palestine conflict, let's say the human rights dimension, you look at what respected human rights organizations have to say. Human Rights Watch.
You want to hear something disgusting?
The bestseller.
I know
Israeli Information Center for the Occupied Territories.
You know what?
You look at what the evidence shows, not based on biased sources or naturally biased sources, but on the available evidence. And I tried to be a strict adherent of the 2 principles of truth and justice, and that's where I landed. And I think that's frankly where most of the world has landed. And it's also, incidentally, but not trivially, it's where a large part of the young Jewish population has landed. If you go to the demonstrations now, the ones that have garnered the headlines, say the one in Grand Central Station, was overwhelmingly Jewish. It was organized by Jewish organizations. Young people, mostly, but not entirely. The Statue of Liberty demonstration, again, it was Jewish young people who organized the demonstration. So this idea that it's somehow polarized ethnically is belied by the facts. Now, I will wholeheartedly admit that when I first started out, we were a handful of people, Jews, who opposed what Israel was doing. But the spectrum has radically changed in recent years. I'm just one among a large number, a sea of Jews who oppose what's going on, not because they're self-hating, not because they're indifferent to the fate of Israelis, but because the evidence is overwhelming. And it's impossible. You start out by saying you're not knowledgeable about the topic. Fair enough, there are 10,000 topics I'm not knowledgeable about, and where you have much more knowledge. I'm quite certain of that. But this is not a particularly complicated situation right now. The Israeli government is openly, unabashedly, flagrantly, blatantly, it's declared a war of genocide on the people of Gaza. That's not exaggerated language. The Prime Minister of Israel said in a speech which has been reproduced everywhere, he said, this is a war against Amalek, referring to the Old Testament. And what's a war against Amalek? Well, just open up the Old Testament. It obliges Israel to kill every man, woman, and child.
And
that's what it means to invoke a war against Amalek. Can there be any doubt? Now, I mean this seriously. Can there be any doubt in the minds of any objective observer when Israel declares a policy of prohibiting any food, water, fuel, or electricity from entering Gaza? If that's their declared policy. Now, I know that you're an expectant mother, so bear in mind what that means to you. Now, Ms. Owens, I'm not sure if you are aware that 1/2 of the population of Gaza, its total population is 2.3 million, about 1.15 million are children. They're like the child that you have and the child that you are expecting. Now, some people will say, I'm playing on people's emotions. But I do not believe that you as a mother would say it's manipulative, it's demagogic for me to say it is not a complicated question when a country has a declared policy of denying a population food, water, fuel, electricity. That is not complicated. So I won't even allow for the option of saying, well, I'm ignorant, I don't know. Sorry, it doesn't require a lot of knowledge. And at the risk of offending some of your listeners, if you saw Jews being shoved into gas chambers, it would not require a lot more knowledge to know there's something awry here, something very egregiously, horribly wrong going on. Every hospital in Gaza now has been disabled. Every hospital has been disabled. You're an expectant mother. Do you really have doubts, questions, reservations, qualms about whether that is right? Every few years, literally every few years, Israel has a policy of what it calls mowing the lawn in Gaza. I've written quite a lot on those mowings of the lawn, but I have a question for you. And I do not believe these are rhetorical questions. These are factual questions. How do you react? You as a human being, as a woman, as a mother, how would you react to the usage of that phrase, mowing the lawn of a people, when 1.1 million of those people are children? Do you get that? Mowing the lawn of 1.15 million children. Now, that may be the first time you've heard that expression.
It is.
But I've heard it for years and years and years. And nobody even bats an eyelash at that expression, to mow the lawn in Gaza. In 2008, 2009, Operation Cast Lead, they mowed the lawn, killed 350 children. 2014, Operation Protective Edge, they mowed the lawn again, killed 550 children. And now they're mowing the lawn again and have killed 4,000 to date, 4,500 children. They make up these stories that we have to turn off the incubators in the hospitals because there's a Hamas command and control center in the basement, say, most recently of Al-Shifa Hospital. And then the spokesperson for our U.S. Department of Defense, John Kirby, he gives a news conference 3 days ago, and he says, we have intelligence information confirming that there is a Hamas command and control center. And that justifies, in the minds of the public opinion, then it's okay to deny fuel to the incubators. Imagine you, Candice. Your child is born prematurely and is put in an incubator where the fuel is cut off, and your child that you've been carrying for 9 months suffocates to death. Was there a Hamas command and control center in Gaza? Answer, no. Was Hamas's leadership in the basement of Al-Shifa Hospital? Answer, no. Were there hostages beneath Al-Shifa Hospital? Answer, no. You just get the lies and more lies and more lies and more lies. And attendant upon those nonstop lies are the cessation, the termination of life because of the lies, the termination of life of thousands of Palestinian children. Is that complicated? Does it require a PhD in Middle East studies to figure these things out? In my book, at the risk of offending some people in the audience, and maybe that's why I react as I do when I see these things unfold before my eyes, it's as complicated as Jews, like my parents' mother on both sides, father on both sides, sisters and brothers on both sides. It's as complicated as my family, except for my mother and my father, being shoved into gas chambers. That's how complicated it is in my eyes. That government in Israel, in cahoots with our own government, spread the lies about Hamas's command and control center to justify denying the fuel for the incubators. Now, I'll tell you something, Candice. I live in an apartment building. I go into my elevator, and there will be a parent with the kids. And I look at the kids, and like an old man that I am, I say hello to the kids, smile to the kids. And all of a sudden, I get overcome with this sick feeling because I look at the kid and then I see those pictures from Gaza. I see those incubators. With all due regard to your audience, sorry, not complicated.
So I just want to say in defense of my audience, they are very receptive to conversation. I have built this platform talking about different sides. I mean, I take a lot of contrarian positions, and I think my audience, I'm constantly covering, past CIA operations where the public was lied to. I have, critiqued even our own response and the killing of, 1 million Iraqi civilians over perceived weapons of mass destruction that were never found. So I do just want to say that my audience is not one way or the other. They're very open to conversation, just in defense of my audience. And the second thing I want to say is that I didn't mention your academic credentials at the top of the audience at the top of the show, because I felt that people needed to go, oh, well, he's allowed to say what he's allowed to say. I actually said that to push back against people saying that I wasn't educated and I wasn't allowed to ask questions. And so I'm saying, okay, well, he's educated, he's Jewish. Is he allowed to ask questions and present a different side? Just to let us skip through that process. Not to say that people require a degree to feel something. I mean, if you know anything about my story, I don't think that. And if you have followed my commentary, I am very struck by the lack of inhumanity that I am seeing from both sides. And I mean, I don't understand how people can be so angry at Israelis that when you see a dead Israeli child, you don't feel something. And I do not understand why people need to, as I said yesterday on Tucker's program, button the issue of saying, when you see a dead Palestinian child, oh, but it was a human shield. That's not my reaction. I had a very emotional reaction to seeing a dead Palestinian Christian child pull from the rubble, and she looked like my daughter, and I cried. So I am not beyond my humanity here. I don't need a PhD to feel that humanity, and it is why I said that I wanted to make sure that both sides are being represented here. Now, what I do want to ask you is, you talked about mowing the lawn, you said an Israeli government policy. What do you mean by an Israeli government policy? What specifically are you talking about? Because that is something that I am ignorant of, and I would just like you to explain where that comes from.
Okay. Now, I've been accused of going on and on and on and on, so you'll have to at some point say, okay, you explained that enough, let's move on. The basic picture is this, and I admit everybody has an arbitrary starting point, so people may not agree with my starting point. So let me just give you the very basic picture as I see it. In 2006, our government, it was then President Bush, he was in that period, you might recall, what was called democracy promotion. And one of the instances of democracy promotion was he told the Palestinians to hold an election in the West Bank and Gaza. They hold an election, Hamas wins the election. Okay? Hamas didn't want to participate, ended up being convinced to participate, put up a party, and it won the election. Jimmy Carter, who you know because you're from the South, and former president, he monitored the election, and he said completely honest and fair election. I'm quoting him word for word. Hillary Clinton, she said later, the United States made a mistake because it didn't rig the election. That's what she said. The wrong party won. We made a mistake. We should have rigged the election. Hamas comes to power. What's the first thing the United States does? What is the first thing Israel does? They impose sanctions on Gaza. Brutal economic sanctions. First of all, before I get to those sanctions and rush to the present, your audience has to know, or should know, and would probably want to know, what is Gaza? Gaza is 25 miles long. For those in your audience who are joggers or runners, Gaza's its length is less than a marathon. Its width is 5 miles. And even in my old age, I jog 5 miles every day. It's not a long distance. Gaza is 5 miles by 25 miles. Okay. It's among the most densely populated places on God's earth, more populated than Tokyo. 70% of the people of Gaza, 70%, are refugees. They were expelled from Israel in 1948, and they and their descendants ended up in Gaza. 50% are children. That's Gaza, among the most densely populated places on God's earth, a tiny parcel of land overwhelmingly composed of refugees and their descendants and children. That's Gaza. So, a brutal blockade is imposed on Gaza in 2006. What does that blockade look like, or what does it mean? It means nobody can go into Gaza and nobody can leave Gaza, with the rarest of exceptions.
What do you mean by that? Sorry, and I'm really sorry for being ignorant. So Hamas,
because people don't understand that.
Yeah, Hamas was voted into power in 2006 by the Gazans.
The parliamentary elections, yes.
Right.
Correct.
So if they are the government, what do you mean that despite this, Gazans can't leave or enter that territory?
Candice, if you have the time, I appreciate the questions. Because if you don't know, then 95% of Americans don't know. And so we need to go through it. Israel controls the exit and the entry to Gaza. Israel controls the airspace. Israel controls the waterways. Israel controls everything, what goes in. There was a period when Israel denied chocolate, as in bonbons, it's very serious, couldn't go into Gaza. Wouldn't allow baby chicks to go into Gaza. It wouldn't allow potato chips to go into Gaza. There was a period when Israel had an explicit policy of giving Gazans, it was calculated, a starvation plus diet. A diet that just hovered above starvation. It controls everything in Gaza. There are people with severe medical conditions who want to go to better hospitals in, say, Jordan. They cannot leave. They cannot leave. Gaza is half the population, suffers what international humanitarian organizations call, quote, severe food insecurity, which is to say half the population of Gaza never felt what it was like to have a full stomach.
You've been to Gaza.
Half the population of Gaza is unemployed. Among youth, it's 70%. Highest unemployment rate of any area in the world. Now, that's the facts, the discrete, the separate facts.
Have you been to Gaza, Norm?
Yes, I've been to Gaza.
Yeah, I think I read that in your bio. You spent some summers there?
No, I spent summers in the West Bank.
Okay, so not in Gaza, but in the West Bank.
Two trips, I think, to Gaza. But you know, at my age, I can't even remember how many times I was there. But I think I was there 2 or 3 times. Yeah, 3 times. In any event, if you take all the facts together, what do you get? David Cameron, the former Conservative Prime Minister of the UK, he described Gaza as an open-air prison. One of the senior officials, I would like your audience to listen, planted in your mind. One of Israel's senior security officials, Dore Eiland, E-I-L-A-N-D, still a very prominent figure in the Israeli security establishment. In 2004, before the blockade, he described Gaza as, quote, a huge concentration camp. That didn't come from some Hamas propaganda leaflet. That was and is a senior official in Israel's security establishment. In March 2004, he described Gaza as a huge concentration camp. Now, I want to bring it up to the present. Number one, it's not just a concentration camp. It's a killing field. Because every few years, as I've already said, Israel goes in and mows the lawn in Gaza, kills. In Operation Cast-Lead, 1,400 people. Operation Protective Edge, 2,200 people. And that's leaving aside a slew of other operations. So, what's the bottom line to bring us up to the present? The bottom line is, you know those young folks who crashed the gates of Gaza on October 7th? Those young men, probably down to the last, had been born into that concentration camp. All they had to do, those young men, for 20 years was to pace the perimeter of Gaza. No jobs, no food, no past, no present, no future. That's Gaza. Now, you might say, okay, he's trying to make an apology for those young men. I'm not going to make an apology. I'm stating the facts. Now, you know, Candace, in our own history, we had the slave rebellions. Okay? Take the case of Nat Turner. I was recently reading about Nat Turner. Actually, a very interesting guy. He was a brilliant fellow, you know. He had this prodigious knowledge of the Bible, white folks acknowledged Nat Turner was a very smart guy. One of his biographers says that Nat Turner was consumed by rage because of, and I'm quoting the biographer now, because of the prodigious chasm between what he possessed in intelligence, maybe even genius, the aspirations he harbored on the one hand, and then on the other hand, he was born into slavery. No past, no present, and what caused the rage inside him, says his biographer, no future. So, when Nat Turner and his Confederates erupt in rebellion, truth be told, the order he gave was kill all whites. That's what they said. And they did. They went, it was only a 2-day rampage, but they beheaded babies. They did terrible things. No question about it. But nowadays, the story only begins with October 7th. Do you think it's right, Candace, when discussing Nat Turner, not to ask any question except, isn't Nat Turner a human animal because of what he did on the rampage? That's the beginning. Not to mention that Nat Turner was born into slavery. Isn't that a relevant fact when you try to gauge and understand what happened in the Nat Turner rebellion? But we're not allowed to mention anything before October 7th. We are not allowed to say that those young men were born in a concentration camp. By definition and description of a senior person in Israel's security establishment. We have to start with October 7th and white out, to use the current lingo, to cancel and erase their existence before October 7th. And just as it's morally depraved to forget that Nat Turner was a slave, and a very smart one at that, it's equally morally depraved to forget where these young men came from.
I would concede your point about Nat Turner, and if we were talking about the spectrum of what he did, to not mention the fact that he was born a slave and the things that he lived through. When I had Ami on the show and he was sort of discussing, because I was saying that in the immediate aftermath, we've had people that are being called anti-Semitic, even for questioning, the IDF's response and how long it took them to respond to what was going on. And those people being castigated as anti-Semitic to me doesn't seem fair. But one thing that Ami did say, and I think that this also holds some credence, is when you find out that your family member just died or was beheaded, obviously you are in an emotional state. So in the first instinct, rather than understanding that people are in a period of grief, is to say, well, like the Harvard kids, this didn't happen in a vacuum. It becomes more of a timing thing more than anything else. And I think that in the immediate aftermath, and to discuss things as wide and academically as you're trying to discuss it, people are not keen to listen to that. They want you to just acknowledge that there's hurt and that there are innocent people in Israel that were killed, and they weren't the ones that enforced any of these past policies that you're talking about. So I think that's fair. I
totally think that's fair. And I have never said atrocities weren't committed.
Right.
By all evidence, atrocities were committed.
Right.
Were there beheadings? At this point, doubtful, but I won't say for certain. Were there rapes? At this point, doubtful, but I won't say for certain. Were there atrocities at this point? Yes. I'm not going to. I have a credo in life. Never quarrel with facts. Never quarrel with facts. That's my credo. I made some errors in previous interviews. People send me emails. They said you're in error there. Of course, nobody likes to have to admit an error, but I had to fight my own ego and say, you're correct. Thank you. I won't make that same error in the future.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to quarrel with the facts.
So it goes back to that human element of the first thing that you say when somebody loses a relative, right? And sometimes the timing of, even like I said, with the Palestinian children, they're like, well, Hamas, I'm like, that seems so inhumane to me that you are saying this is a human shield, not recognizing that someone is holding their child crying. And I think to the same, you know, like I said, I want to give credence to the fact that immediately following it, when the first thing you say is, oh, well, I know that your Israeli child is missing or dead, but, you know, let me humanize the people that did this to them. I think that gets a little like for some people, and it kind of sparks this mass confusion, because in the same way that I have said that every single person that is showing up to a pro-Palestine protest, or, you know, is showing up and saying or calling for a ceasefire, has been wrongly described as pro-genocidal, pro-Holocaust. I think it's actually sloppy to say that when you see that many protesters anywhere. I would also say that when we just saw this march in Washington, the pro-Israel protest, that whether you believe that these people are not educated or you believe that what's happening is wrong, the majority of those people that showed up, do you, and I'll ask the question to you, really believe that each and every one of those people that were in DC wants the Palestinians to be genocided? Or do you think that they believe that they are fighting for a just cause?
Okay. Israel has made not one, not two, not 10, not 20, in its various leadership capacities, genocidal statements in the last 7 weeks.
This is important.
Okay. I have two friends, Yaniv Kogan and Jamie Stern Weiner. They compiled this list of pages and pages of statements by the Israeli government the past 7 weeks, which are genocidal in content and in intent and in result. Number two, I have to ask.
That's, you know, you want to talk about the root problem? There it is. That's the root problem. People want to look for, what is this all about? This is what it's all about. A supremacist group engaged in apartheid, tyranny, oppression, denying the indigenous peoples of their rights, inalienable rights to self-determination. This is the root of the problem. They have the genocidal intent, they have the genocidal rhetoric, and it's being manifested through their military savagery, crimes against humanity, and genocide. Simple. Every box of genocide is clicked off, and they say, what is this? And Michael Rappaport says, you say genocide, I say fuck you. You say apartheid, I say fuck you. You say occupation, I say fuck you. You say reality? Reality's anti-Semitic, don't you know? Did you guys know that? Facts are anti-Semitic. History is anti-Semitic. Bad Jewish behavior can't be called out. Jewish lies can't be called out. Atrocities. Exposing Jewish hatred is anti-Semitic. They got you in a corner where you can't say boo. You don't dare pop your head up and say a word, because they're ready to lop it off with an anti-Semitic fucking decapitation. and digitally erase you. They cry out in pain as they genocide you, right? This is what we're dealing with. Oh, Bert, your stream keeps going out. There's nobody here. It doesn't matter. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going if there's 7 people here or 700 or 7,000 or 6 million. 6 million, Baruch Hashem. The mystical number. As the Talmud tells us, the Gentile is not a human being, but a beast in human form. And the Jew does not want to be served by a beast, so the Hashem gives him the image of a person to make it more palatable to be served by them. Do you understand why? As a 12th century Alexandrian sage told us, whose name was Moses Maimonides, but who we affectionately refer to as the Rambam. The Goyim will swear their undying fealty and devotion to the nation of praise, Baruch Hashem. They shall fight our wars and sow and reap and harvest and work the fields as slaves and beasts in human form, while we sit underneath the shade of the tree, eating like an effendi and studying the Torah, because we don't like to work. And if these beasts in human form that only exist to serve the satanic people of Israel do not submit to this kosher servitude, well, it is not only your your right, but your duty under negative commandment 666 of the Mishnah to shove a live snake up that guy's ass. Instill that proper motivation for him, Maury. Oh, Maury, the anti-Semites are coming out of the woodwork. I'm going to call Jonathan Greenblatt because I'm going to soil my pants. I'm going to shit myself here. What are we going to do with all these anti-Semites everywhere? Oh, Yagavolt, oh, Yagavolt. Well, we're going to bust their balls. That's what we're going to do. We're going to bust their fucking balls every day.
Ask you the question, and I'm willing to hear you out. Okay? If you have a declared policy, no food, water, fuel, electricity, and part of the purpose of the ceasefire is to allow fuel to come in. If the people in Washington do not support the access of the people of Gaza, they oppose the access of people in Gaza to food, water, fuel, and electricity. How would you describe that policy? They're against the ceasefire. They're against the humanitarian pause. When Van Jones, yesterday at the rally, when Van Jones said he was for the ceasefire, or he said he was for, I don't think he didn't use the word ceasefire, but it was clearly implied he wanted some break in the hostilities.
Preservation of civilian life, I think.
Right.
Something along those lines.
He got booed down. Yeah. He got booed down. So you're asking me a question about whether in each of their minds they fantasized about the extermination of every person in Gaza. To which I say I can't read their mind. What I can say,
I can say yes.
They attended a rally in Washington which supported the government's policy of denying food, electricity, fuel, and water to the people of Gaza. That, again, in my mind, and you can disagree with me, is not a complicated question. That is a very rational decision to support genocide. That's a rational decision to support genocide. It does not require, as I said.
What do you make of their arguments? Well, if they just turn over the terrorists, then they would have everything back.
If they just turned
over if the terrorists, pardon me, I misspoke. If the terrorists just turned over the hostages, they would have everything back.
Well, there are two answers to that. And again, I'm going to encourage you to keep asking me the question. Number one, that's not Israel's declared policy. Its declared policy is to wipe out or expel the population of Gaza. Israel has repeatedly said, we do not accept the distinction between the civilian population and Hamas. They have repeatedly said, we are going to flatten everything in Gaza and turn it into a tent city. You can find numerous statements. So it's not true that the goal now is to return the hostages. But for argument's sake, let's agree that is the goal. I'm all for freeing the hostages.
Yeah, hold on a second.
However,
that's why we have only less than 30 people in here. I'm getting more messages that I'm cutting out. It's cutting out every third word. Is that the case? It's cutting out every third word. It's being chopped up. Somebody jump on here and give me a status check, please. Cosmic Johnson. Is it choppy? Can you make it out? And I'll explain to you guys what's going on in a little bit. 100% that it's choppy and it's cutting out. All right. Well, I don't blame anybody for dropping out, and that would explain why we're at the level that we're at. But I'm going to keep going because I'll explain to you guys why I'm going to keep going tomorrow. Chet sent me the last message that I just got. Chet, hello.
Hello. Yeah, I just wanted to let you know space is getting really bad. I think like every few words is when it's cutting out for me. I don't know about anyone else.
Well, I mean, yeah, I've been getting reports that it's been bad all day. So I'll explain on tomorrow's stream, if I do a stream tomorrow, what my logic is in continuing, and it'll be made clear to you guys. Oh, what did I just do? What did I just do?
Oh, the hostages. The 240 Israelis being held hostage and the 2.3 million people of Gaza who have been held hostage for 20 years. Yes. So free the hostages, free all the hostages. By international law, that blockade of Gaza is a crime against humanity. Under international law, there are three kinds of crimes. One, you of course know, war crimes. And then there's a second kind called crimes against humanity. And then the third crime, which you of course know, genocide. What's happening now in Gaza hovers between a crime against humanity and a genocide. So,
a couple of questions I want to ask you, just to push back on your point about a genocide. I had actually sent a tweet a while ago. I was actually referring to Brian Mast's
Hey, Cosmic, it's not letting me add you, so you're going to have to drop out and come back in. Oh, there
Hello?
you go. Yeah,
Hello?
go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, just to let you know, I've been having big problems joining your space. Normally, I have it on my phone, and I lose audio in like under 20 seconds, and then under 1 minute, I get kicked out. This is now my third. Sorry. I then tried on my laptop. Again, same problems. I'm now luckily I've got another computer, so that's how I've managed to come on. But the audio is bad. It is very choppy. It cuts in and out, and so yeah, Al. Basically, you've definitely got people on your case, big time. Okay, and also I'm sure you know, but today there was a massive massacre in Gaza. Apparently, aid troops went into Gaza.
We talked about it.
Did you? Okay.
The aid,
Okay.
They used the aid as bait, and they opened fire with tank shells, and it was it committed an atrocity.
Yeah. Again, because I keep getting got kicked out from your space, I've missed a lot of what you've been talking about. But again, Al, keep up the good work, and also I can definitely go into other spaces. Like I was listening to Suleiman and Khaleesi's space, and that worked. No problem at all. So your one is the one being hit. Okay, thanks for listening. Over and out.
Yeah, thanks, Cosmic. Yeah, this is what we got to deal with. This is the most suppressed space on X for a very good reason, because we tell the fucking truth here, and we don't pull punches, and we don't care about your sensibilities, Snowflake. We ruffle some feathers because we tell the truth, because we refuse to bend the knee and grovel and scrape like cowardly fucking verminous scum. Luke McKee, hello.
Hello. I just came back from the internet cafe doing my homework on the OTO court case that in America that's going to be big news soon. One of them anyway. Jason Brown's blocked me and really hates me after me exposing him having a Kabbalist lawyer. So you can screw the GDL. But I'm going, now that I've secured all the evidence and backed it up forensically, I'm going to say the guy's name again. Adam Woodwith Smith, Flagstaff, Arizona. This guy is being shafted by the prosecutors. They don't want this case to go to trial, and I've just got a whole bunch of new evidence again, which I'm not going to reveal because that's the I don't want to have the prosecution prepare for the shit show any more than they need to. But the Ordo Templi Orientis Kabbalist kitty fiddlers are going to go down. And that guy's name I just said is not going to kill himself, okay? I guarantee you. Well, he's not going to kill himself, but he's turned down the deal for 1 month for attempted murder to use the criminal justice system to expose the Ordo Templi Orientis and his accuser. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a very interesting case. I think I think the only
Luke, hold on a second. Hey guys, it's Cosmic Johnson. You got to drop out and come back or do whatever you got to do. Go ahead, Luke.
Yeah. Also, as you know, I have seen so many court cases that have been thrown out of court because the government wants to protect this particular disgusting satanic cult. We've had the first one I got thrown out of court was the Martin Delaney versus the Tasmanian Archdiocese, because the head of the Anti-Discrimination Tribunal of Tasmania, Robin Banks, worked pro bono for the Ordo Templi Orientis when she worked for the Public Interest Law Clearinghouse. Boom, thrown out of court. Then we had just yesterday, when I said my OTO research was going to be able, there was a causal link between the case of Dave Guru, double quotes Guru is his nickname, Stop the Rot 7 on Twitter, Graham. The New South Wales Police at the 11th hour, after waiting for trial for 1 year, made a plea deal for time served. about two days after I announced my intention to use my OTO research, thrown out of the court. And then you got the ADL case I talked about before with Jason Brown, thrown out of court to protect a different cult, Chabad Lubavitch. Why is the government so keen not to have pedophile cults go on trial? I mean, what's going on here? It's like it just keeps happening again and again and again.
It's almost like they're a party to it.
I'm starting to think so, guys. He who is not put on trial rules you.
Right. Right. You don't need your Sherlock Holmes sleuth hat. You don't need to work in New Scotland Yard to figure this one out. Hang with us, Luke. For the love of game. Hello.
Hello, Brother Bashai. I requested to speak just kind of as an experiment because for about the last hour, you would cut out for 6 seconds and come back on for 2.5 to 3, then out for 6. So, and when
that's called Jewish gay ops. That's what you call them.
Yeah, the throttling, yeah.
Yeah.
But requesting to speak up here, whatever, it flips over to the other deal it does, and it wasn't doing it anymore. I don't know if you want to try leaving and coming back, but it was really annoying.
Yeah, I'm going to do that right now. That's a good idea. Let me do that right now.
All right.
What's happening? I missed that.
It's just been choppy for the last hour.
Is it better? Is it better now? Can we recite some Talmudic verses now, perhaps? Is it good now?
Yeah. You need to teach me the Talmudic verse which says you can lie to a goy. Which one is that again?
Luke came in with the robotic voice there. I couldn't make it out. So I'm actually.
I'm on 4G, but I've got 4 bars, so I should be right.
I just got some robotic voices before, but yeah. I hope this is better. Maybe it is not. Who knows? It doesn't fucking matter. You know why? Because I'm going to keep going.
Okay.
It's not like they haven't. Brought down the spaces before. They have. It's happened 3 other times.
Yeah.
Where they crashed the space.
Before Guru went to trial, they unfollowed me from Guru, and that thing I was talking about with Twitter deleting DMs regarding I had to go into a public space and state my intent to talk to Guru. There is an API, and he didn't get those messages I sent him before that in order to get, the shit show to go down in Australia last week with all the charges dropped against him. But Twitter does have an API to delete your DMs. I will, any InfoSec researcher out there, you want to be able to make a Twitter scandal, they've given in their menu to the spooks and law enforcement, such as David Bottrell from the OTO blood drinking child rape cult. My dad actually has been saying that David Bottrell, the treasurer of OTO Templar Lodge Canberra, the one who sues everyone for hate speech whilst working for the federal government. Hello. My dad put out the conspiracy theory. Well, Luke, how do you know he isn't the good guy? Of course the intelligence services would want to be, inside the Ordo Templi Orientis trying to find out what's going on because there could be a threat. And I'm going, Jeff, haven't you watched the movie The Good Shepherd? Have you seen how the CIA boys roll with Skull and Bones? Who's seen that film here, guys?
It sounds familiar. Is Matt Damon in that?
Got the CIA Skull and Bones boys rolling in a puddle of shit in next to Yale University. George Bush, Skull and Bones, and John Kerry, Skull and Bones.
And so was W's father, George Herbert Walker Bush.
Yeah, and also he got all the money from the Nazis, didn't he?
Oh, that was his dad, Prescott.
That was his great-grandfather, was it? And then there's a whole Barbara Bush look-alike with Crowley thing meme going around.
Oh yeah,
I wonder if that's true.
He's her father.
That reminds me. Crowley had an ex.
Conspiracy theory.
What's not a conspiracy theory is Crowley's ex-girlfriend was Australian, Lyda Wardell. Okay, get
But
this.
he preferred little boys.
Yeah. In the margins of his book, he wrote he had about 300 or 500. I forgot which number it was. It was huge. Yeah. So his ex-girlfriend in Australia, okay, has a grave. And you know how I'm dangerous at doxing people? I doxed a dead person. I found.
No kidding.
Right. Let me tell you this. I found the grave of Aleister Crowley's ex in Australia because David Bottrell, head of the cult, set up the Layla Memorial Fund, advertised on lashtale.com, where all these OTO people were donating money to a bank account he controls to build a monument on top of her grave plot. The problem is it isn't just her grave plot, it's her whole family's plot. So imagine if, you see, you can't modify, no one owns a grave, right? You can't desecrate a grave. Imagine if all the fans of Brendan Tarrant, you know, there's that Saint Tarrant, Brendan Tarrant meme out there. Imagine if all the fans of Brendan Tarrant wanted to build a Saint Tarrant monument over this guy's grave when he dies. I mean, I don't think, you know, many people would like that. Now, imagine if you had a satanic piece of shit boyfriend that gave you cervical cancer and killed you. Would you want to have his groupies building a satanic monument on top of your grave 80 years after you're dead? So anyway, I tracked down where the grave was in a cemetery near Waverley. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. And also, it's on my Telegram group, Everything's Source. It's hilarious. And I actually sent an Australian spy in there, and there's been no monument erected. Also, I found out the interment rights holder that has the rights to the grave plot. And that is a Mr. Wardell, who is in the National Australia Bank, head of the DEI, diversity, inclusion, what's that thing that they have where companies are forced to get points from BlackRock for being politically correct in order to bump up their share price?
Oh, there's social score or whatever.
Yeah, DSG, yeah, that sort of shit. Yeah, so he's kind of involved with that, and the guy acted very, very shifty on the phone call, like he could be like a multi-generational OTO person. But he's saying, no, I never want to have this monument built on my grave. So, yeah, I'm trolling the OTO and saying, hey, your leader in Australia is scamming you money for a satanic monument, which is in fact a crime to even build without consent of the family. And allegedly, the family is denying consent on tape. You know, it's not just her remains underneath that plot. And they're trying to say that she's an Australian heroine. And the bitch that was on 60 Minutes Australia, Liz Hayes Investigates, Oh, We Alone, talking about aliens being real. It's another big Masonic LARP right there. We had one of those Masonic aliens are real LARPers in here yesterday, didn't we? Well, anyway, they're now doing that shit on the main news.
You're referencing Enoch the Metatron, the 33rd degree. The 33rd degree Freemason.
He's not 33rd degree Mason. I'm doxing real 33 degree Masons on mason33.org, who happen to be in Australia.
I'll tell you what's suspect AF about him. He maintains that he achieved the 33rd degree. I don't believe him either. And I'll tell you why I don't believe him. Because he claims that he somehow avoided doing like all these crazy rituals. You just can't do that.
If he didn't put on the Bible, he's full of shit.
They're not going to let you forego all of these high level sick rituals because that's what you need to do to earn your degree. You know, They're not gonna.
Yeah, he's a larper.
They're not going to give me a pass.
I mean, his attacks on Alex Jones has, photoshopped images that are confirmed fake. I looked into that. That was his most. He just loves going on Twitter and saying KIKE this, KIKE that. What's the origin of that?
You know what I found very interesting was, oh guys, all you got to do is pray on Saturday and be a Christian, and their hexes won't work on you. Like, dude, what? Stop selling me your Hebrew roots bullshit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, man. When you come in with that kind of messaging that's so targeted, it kind of exposes you, right? Don't sell me your Hebrew roots, messianic bullshit. I'm not buying it.
So as I was saying, this woman who's pitching aliens are real on the TV is on the conversation.com.au saying trying to also help with the Ida Wardell.
Luke, you want to finish it up?
Yeah. So that woman who's on 60 Minutes Australia saying aliens are real, Miss Dr. Space Junk on Twitter, look her up. Just search her username in Crowley, and she's like talking about, I've seen pictures of this Ida Wardell woman in Gnostic Catholic mass orgies and stuff. These people are really, really suspect. Anyway, she's on TV saying aliens are real on 60 Minutes Australia, and she's also trying to build the same satanic monument with David Bottrell. You think 60 Minutes Australia could at least find someone who wasn't in the same satanic child sex cult whose founder drew the first picture of a grey alien to come on TV and say aliens are real? Because I'm not buying it. Tell Fox Mulder I don't want to believe.
I want to believe, but I'm skeptical. Well, okay, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with these kooks like Simon Parks and Charlie Ward? They're like QAnon tards, and this Simon Parks guy's a British cat that claims that his mother is like a 7-foot grasshopper alien. Are you familiar with this fucking guy?
Hey, not really. Hey, tell Stigma in the basement is a bit of a Kabbalist fan, of Jewish maternity. I want to get a really spicy room for you. If someone can invite Rod Cubb, if he's not in bed in Australia now, to come up in the space again like yesterday, I would love to go toe to toe with that witness for the Ordo Templi Orientis child abuse cult in a recorded space. But you wouldn't have balls.
Sigma will send that message for you. Now, folks.
Yeah, Sigma, send the message to your mate Koguma Rod, Kogumarod. He is a witness for the OTO child sex cult in the court case of Kerslake versus Sunhol. More information you want to see on that on Twitter, go to Sunhol, SUNOL, John B on Twitter.
Sigma, do us a favor and reach out to your Freemasonic OTO Order of the Golden Dawn mates and have them call in, please. And also, what I want you to do, Luke, is look into this. These guys that are Simon Parks. Do a little search on Simon Parks and Charlie Ward.
Okay, just send me a DM to remind me. I've just done 8 hours of bloody homework in the internet cafe. I didn't think of calling into you. I was just so busy with the OBS screen recorder going and the archiving all the links into archive.today and what have you, getting stuff ready for court.
Yeah,
but it's good. I don't
believe any of these guys that say they have a Freemasonic background, or you do understand that the whole thing is about subterfuge and pretending to be something that you're not. So why would participate in that game? I know they're here to do nothing but fucking have me chasing my tail, right?
Yeah, that's right. Also in the court case, I'm going to release something else. I did contact in 2021 when I did the docs on the head of the OTO in America, David Shriver, and the guy on camera says, we drink blood and we fiddle kids. I contacted Riverside, California police detectives, and I have records of them telling me that this guy of a cult, who runs a cult connected to Hillary Clinton, is too connected to investigate, end quote. So, holy shit. Some messages now from the other tab from guys, if you want to talk to Adam Smith, okay, Adam Smith, there's an app to talk to people in prison. It's called what's it called? It's called Get Out, is it? Okay, let me read his messages now. What I can read, okay? It's
Bro, your background is really loud.
Win now. Okay. Now I can't talk about some of the stuff because it relates to the case, sub judice. But if anyone wants to give the guy $15 to get a free call with him to his prison commissary, he's a brave man to say, I'm not taking the deal like Guru did in Australia not to go to court. I'm going to bring you mother effers down in my criminal justice trial. Whether he's guilty or innocent, he gets my support for having the guts to take them on in court in his own defense. He's not going to accept anything but Luke, a complete not guilty.
Hold on a second. You kind of went at Sigma, so I got to give him his opportunity to respond.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, Sigma.
Hey, what's up, Luke? Long time no see. Dude, would you quit defaming me? And are you talking about Adam Smith, the Reichsdoktor?
Yeah, he's a bit of a character, isn't he?
Yes, the Reichsdoktor, the man who invented the devaccinator Mark VI.
All right, Sigma, tell me about this guy. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Who is this? Who is this jabroni?
He's a former British national. Migrated here to the United States and has been kind of like wandering around for years. And during COVID, he came out claiming to have invented a devaccinator, electromagnetic device that's able to extract the
poison,
carbon nanotubes and stuff like this out of people's bodies.
Oh, so he's devaccinating from all previous vaccinations, kind of thing.
Well, primarily COVID was his.
How about just not getting the vaccine to begin with? Then you don't need his services.
Yes. But he felt it was his duty to save mankind or save souls. He's very Christian. And so
praise him. Yes.
Man. Praise the Lord.
Yes. Dude, Sigma, what's this whole thing with these other guys that you're in you have an orbit of people that Luke doesn't like or something? What's going on there?
Yeah, on Telegram.
Luke lives in his own orbit, I think, right?
you love hey, can you tell us about the time you shared the image from Gary Boy Lover Burns, the Jewish pedophile?
Yes.
My dad's web. Yeah, tell us more about that.
Yeah, we've gone through this.
We have.
We've gone through this repeatedly. Okay, so basically, so what's the connection? What are you doing to this guy, Luke? You're gonna dox him? What are you gonna do to this guy?
No, Sigma complained about me before, has he? Without me being present. No, anyone who works with the infant sex normalization boy lover Gary Richard Burns, first gay on Australian national TV when Kevin Rudd mused on Facebook there might be gay marriage coming to Australia. Anyone who supports that asshat who sued my dad in McKee vs Burns. My Gary Burns is my gay stalker since 2012.
Yes,
God.
we got this last time, Luke.
2009. No,
Albert,
I haven't got last time.
Luke here is very feminine.
Don't talk over me.
He's very
Hold on a
bipolar.
second. Luke, hold on a second. Let Sigma. I'll give you guys as much time. Let him respond, and then you go. Go ahead, Sigma.
Hey, Sigma's the most tame of the bunch.
I'm gonna
Okay,
trigger
but
him.
there's a lot worse.
I'm gonna trigger him. Anyway, yeah, he's got a very feminine mentality, and which is very hyperbolic. So when he holds a grudge, he holds it like forever, right? Like, I gave him shit a little bit because he's obnoxious sometimes, Luke. So I felt
I have to say, Luke, Sigma doesn't sound like a bad, unreasonable guy. I don't know what your beef is with him. He posted that picture of your gay stalker on your thing or something.
No, he's posting. He was linking to a website used by Rod Cub, who was in the space yesterday, namely Kiwi Farms. My Kiwi Farms thread ends with a dox on a Jewish gay pedophile, right? Jacob Lawstein, who now has his own 60-page thread on Kiwi Farms for being a pedophile rights activist. So
you liar! I never linked anything. I copied the photo and posted it in a Telegram chat.
Yeah. Basically, the Kiwi Farms thread on me started with a dox of my mother's house saying, "Let's go inside and kill everyone inside." Yeah, you laugh about killing my mother, will you? Yeah, that's nice.
Hey, Luke, I got a question. You remember Meeps? I don't know if you remember Meeps on Telegram, but he claimed this morning, because I told him I overheard him have a conversation about you, and he hadn't had a recent update. He didn't know you were on X. And what he claimed is that in a hacker forum, they have evidence that just a few months ago you got arrested for something quite naughty in the Philippines, and that's why you were off the platforms for a little while.
Actually, I have never been to the Philippines in my entire life. In fact,
Vietnam. Sorry, in the Southeast Asia.
And I've never been arrested in Vietnam in my entire life.
All right. Well, I thought I'd ask. So
yeah,
he's going to drop it to me. I'm going to give it to Albert.
You guys keep goal seeking the story, because last time I heard this story, it's Luke McKee was arrested in Australia. Hey. Just last time I heard the story it was Luke McKee was arrested in Australia for child porn. And then the story continues that anyone who arrested in Australia for child porn can go to Sydney Kingsford Smith International Airport and walk through customs and border control without any trouble.
Yes, I saw that article. Wasn't it by like Megan Dillon? I couldn't find the article though.
No, but here's the thing. That's falsely advertising Australia as a child sex tourism paradise, because it doesn't work like that. So even the allegations against me are infeasible. It's hilarious. And I've got the search warrant for the cops put on my house after I left Australia. It doesn't mention anything about that. It mentions 60C Crimes Act, obtain information on corrupt police. It's on my Telegram group. It's called search-warrant-PDF. I'm sure you can find it in 10 seconds if you go to Deep State.
I gotta say, as abrasive as you are, I can understand how you'd be upset in the establishment, right? You can be quite annoying. Not just to me, but to them. Phew, man, I imagine
when you're over the target, you cop bullshit flack. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, that Rod Cub guy who was in the space last night, he lost his Greens campaigning account for child rape threats, and guess what? Elon just gave me back my old Twitter account, where I announced why his old Twitter account was deleted. Stop Boy Lover, which is my old account, because my dad was sued for disrespecting two boylover.net members, Mark J. Newton and Peter Trong, who inspired the Russian anti-gay laws and inspired all gays all across the world to draw rainbow crosswalks in chalk outside Russian embassies to say, how dare Russia cut off supply of Slavic boys for gay dads to rape. And even Bob Carr, the Australian foreign minister, put out press releases saying, "Oh, Russia's bad. How dare they don't let gay men buy their babies?" Because they caught Australian government giving passports to stolen human trafficked Russian kids without a DNA test as per Australian law, thereby meeting the UN definition of human trafficking. But if you don't like human trafficking, you're going to be hit by Gary Burns, whose photos from his blog you love to share, his lame memes. My memes are much better, by the way. And you'll be found guilty of the crime of not loving human trafficking, also known as 49ZT.
Come on, it's funny.
South Wales Anti-Discrimination Act. And wait, there's more.
Homosexual stalker.
That's the meme. That's the meme. And Gary Burns is my stalker since 2009. He contacted me first, and it's Jewish mafia tactics to say, if I can't get you, I'll get your family members. Who goes after people's family members? Threatens to rape my kids. Contact my wife's business. Goes to my mother's house. Only dirty Jews like Gary Burns that you like to praise. That's right. You'd like to praise dirty.
Let's bring it down here. Let's let Robert Tate in here. Robert Tate, hello.
Yeah, you're talking about all these things. I suppose you know about this New Zealand chap called John Money. He was he carried out terrific experiments on children to make them transition. I think he made them perform sex acts on each other and transitioned, and it ended up with suicide. And he coined terms like sexual orientation and gender assignation. Are you aware of this chap? He was Jewish from New Zealand. He went to America.
Gender affirmation rings a bell.
John Money, man. He's like a staple in the mythos for sure.
Yeah. I mean, Jews are basically, as someone Jew said, we are destroyers. I mean, they want to destroy the whole natural order of things.
Can you?
It seems to be. I mean, it doesn't seem to be. That is the case, right? Because they're the gender benders. They're the ones at the vanguard of all of this depravity, and there's a reason behind it. It's not simply because they're psychotic Kabbalists, right? It's because it has a corrosive, deteriorating effect on the societies that they target with it. It's not being directed. It's not being directed at Israel, is it?
Of course not. It's like gambling is forbidden in Israel, but in England, the whole gambling industry is controlled by Jews, but they don't have it in Israel, and that is very true. But you see, when the Nazis came to power, they go on about the book burning, but a lot of the books being burnt were these perverted books written by Jews.
A lot of the book.
Would you like sources on it? There's a really good book on Weimar Germany.
Hold on a second. The book burnings that the brown shirts did were pornographic, Jewish pornography and Jewish Marxism.
Yes, of course. And there was that. What was that bloke called Hirschfeld? He had this transsexual clinic in Berlin. The Jews in Weimar were playing a prominent part in all this perversion, transsexualism. I mean, the Weimar Republic, you had child pornography, child prostitution. It catered for every kind of perversion. And the ultimate thing in Weimar was to slit the throat of a swan and then have sex with it. So you could combine murder, necrophilia, bestiality, and that was considered the height of sophistication. I mean, the depravity of Weimar was unbelievable.
That's correct. There's a book about it. I want to direct you to a book.
Hold on a second, Luke. I want to ask Robert. Now, who did this? Was this like a Masonic thing, or what was this?
Well, I'll tell you. Freitas Attorney's OTO Lodge in Weimar, Germany. Hitler kicked the OTO out, and the Jews are still crying about the book burning. Go to Deep State Pedo Hunters and search Hitler or Voluptuous Panic is the name of the book that goes into Weimar, Germany, and look at the Freitas Attorney sex magic ritual manuscript that's in that book.
There's a black American politician who's caused a stir in America by saying that the Nazis were burning a lot of these perverted books and so on.
Robert Tate, I have a very important question for you. Did you not say before the phrase gender affirmation procedure? Yes or no?
I don't. It was something to do with gender. I don't quite remember. Like he conjured terms with something to do with gender, John Money. It was either assignation or gender, something like that.
Gender affirmation, that's became law in Australia because when we had the case of just search for Madison Hall hit and run lover on Murdoch News Corp. That guy there had AIDS, and he AIDS raped 5 women in jail. One victim was deported, so she couldn't go to her own rape trial. The prisons classified their operational procedure manual for dealing with rape of female inmates because on the same day he was paroled. I have the original version. They've been classifying all the transgender inmate stuff from their documents because it's a big scandal. Because we publicly said no more chicks with dicks in women's jail. But if you look at the legislation, it says gender affirmation procedure. If you can get 2 GPs or psychologists, not even psychiatrists, to run around you with tea tree leaves, shaking them, saying, you're a woman, you're a woman. You can get a female driver's license in Australia. And if you get arrested for rape, well, your party's just beginning. You're going into a woman's prison with a penis. And get this, it gets better. Noel Crompton Hall, Noel as in Christmas, Crompton as in the suburb of New York, and Hall as in Deck the Halls is his real dead name. This guy here, look up the case law. What was the big thing with him? So he had AIDS. Oh yeah, he got $40,000 from the Anti-Discrimination Board that sued my dad, with Gary Burns, and works for the OTO. He got $40,000 for a sex change, right? $20,000 from the Gender Centre.org.au in a grant that the head of the Anti-Discrimination Board, a Polish Jew, Christopher Puplik, gave them when he was on the board of the Southern Sydney Area Health Service. And then another $20,000 directly from the Anti-Discrimination Board proceedings against the jail, where the jails actually settled with him for HIV AIDS discrimination. So he's got AIDS, right? Now, read the headline. This is the funny bit. Madison Hall hit and run lover on News Corp. There's a girl obsessed with a guy. What can you believe a woman can be obsessed with a man who has no cock? So that $40,000 for the sex change reassignment is legally classified as fraud, because if you get $40,000 to be the first man in Australia to have the legal right to use a woman's toilet in prison, and you've still got a friggin' penis, I call that fraud and waste and graft. So yeah, I allege that Madison Hall, aka Noel Crompton Hall, still has a dick because he's getting girls obsessed with him and having domestic violence with girls after leaving prison, and he's a murderer. He went to jail for murder, but he only got out. He was in there for life, but he only got out because, he played the system. He saw the ads that the New South Wales Anti-Discrimination Board was giving into the jail, saying, "Do you want to get some prison pussy? Declare yourself to be a woman, and we'll make it happen for you." So the Anti-Discrimination Board got 5 women raped, but then when Trudeau made the same policy, chicks with dicks must go in women's jails, 40 Canadian women have been raped because Trudeau, when challenged at a CBC town hall event, promised a fat man an address that we will try the same law in Canada, Australia, at least publicly.
Can I interrupt you for a minute, Luke? Hey, Albert, I linked you a DM. There's this dude named Yes. You'd really like him, dude. Be really Jewish. He's a Jewish dude, and he's into all the conspiracies. So
is he like a Jewish dude that understands how evil his brethren are, or is he one of these?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah. I got a question for you, Luke. Dude, you exist in such a dark fucking world. How do you?
People don't know the truth. The mainstream news lies.
I get it. No, listen. Let me finish. I got a question for you. How do you decompress? How do you get away from this for like a day or two, just to get your bearings? Because I can't imagine.
I go off for 6 months at a time.
It's hard enough for me. It's hard enough for me to do it just on the geopolitical side. I can't imagine being in the pedo, child trafficking, pederasty, fucking living in that world for in perpetuity.
Yeah, it's not nice, but there's also the failures that I've had. Like I failed in Canada, warning all the rape crisis centers, don't make this policy, a woman will be raped, and now we've got Heather Mason from community sex-based rights, Casbah, who's networking with all the women in Canadian jails who've been tranny raped. And the person responsible for their tranny rapes is Trudeau, because it's an executive order Trudeau made to enable all those rapes. And people still vote for Trudeau.
He's Fidel Castro's love child.
Yeah, I've seen that, and also his didn't his brother get in trouble for shit? I've got a whole thread about him. Can you please boot me down to listener, because there's a UI glitch in Twitter and I can't unmute myself.
I got you.
I'm good now.
Cheerio, mate. Chip cheerio. Yeah, Luke is a house of fire. The only problem with Luke, if you're still in here, the only problem is a lot of your stuff is too inside baseball. People don't know what the hell you're talking about. Like you gotta explain and describe these people that you're talking about, because you just pick it up from Gary Burns, and most people have no idea who the fuck Gary Burns is, save Sigma. All right, Luke's trying to get back in. Go ahead, Sigma. Oh, that's a laughy face. I thought that was your hand being raised. Luke, you're back with us, right? Your microphone's on. All right. Yeah, guys, listen, I get it. We've been under satanic attack all day. They're playing their Jewish gay ops, right? That's what we're dealing with. We have to jump through the kosher hoops, Baruch Hashem. It's the price that we must pay to tell the truth on this here kosher platform. If I could just read to you all of the... I just got one from Wilhelm. Your space is lagging bad, and I tested joining other spaces with more people. It's not as bad. I've been kicked out a dozen times. Space is really bad. The space keeps dropping on both my phone and computer. And there's about another half a dozen messages, guys.
Yeah, it's if you're like, they give higher priority to the chats with the more people, and they get the higher bandwidth. So
yeah, I don't think that's the factor.
You could be paranoid, or it could be a case that Twitter might have the same type of fake technical difficulty code that was caught inside Facebook. That Facebook was deliberately throwing down TCP connection resets and all sorts of other technical problems at conservatives to troll them off the platform. It's like, we're not going to ban you. We're just going to make the platform deliberately act buggy if you're being classified as a magatard or some other group that Facebook doesn't like because they ran by a bunch of leftists. Remember, I've actually caught Google putting data orders in on the girl who is involved in this court case with Adam, the devaccinator. So Sigma could tell us a lot more about him. The guy is I met the guy the first time when he used to use the alias. I don't know
anything about him, bro.
He's funny. I met him the first time, right, way back at the Discord days, because I was going into all the flat Earth spaces and saying, Globe Earth is the counterculture. People are being prosecuted for disrespecting flat Earthers with perceived mental discrimination. It's like perceived mental illness discrimination by the New South Wales Anti-Discrimination Board as a front to pay off a child protection worker as they mock us, because they aren't the court of child sex for no reason, you know. I'm sorry that. Yeah.
Well, Albert, I think you can get the same effect, right, just by having a priority setting on a network when it comes to chats. I meant for people who have really obscure takes, they're just going to get shit of your service. I meant, makes sense. You can accomplish two things at once.
Yep. If I understood anything you just said.
No, it was technobabble, bro.
It's
I'm an
priority
IT guy.
bandwidth, right? It's like just so many lanes on the highway, right? And you get the shitty lane.
What you're trying to say?
I'm getting the shitty lane, but I think it's a little bit more than that.
What you're trying to say is that internet connections are oversubscribed. So the bandwidth that the ISP has can't cater for all the users all the time, because they know that you aren't using the full download speed unless you're torrenting and being like that. So you can have too many people jumping on the same bus at the same time, and there's packet loss. But look,
Right. They just offered the video service, like 2 days ago?
But with the amount of bandwidth that our voice uses, like 10K, 2, 3, 4, 5Ks a second per user, that's trivial. And also, in this day and age, there shouldn't be a reason for this many problems in Twitter Spaces. Really, I'm going with the conspiracy theory with the host of this space on why Twitter's screwing up. It has to be intentional.
I agree 100%, and everybody else does too. I've been getting messages since 10:30 this morning. All right, Wilhelm, hello.
Hey Albert, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear, buddy. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say you might want to redo the space. Maybe that might help. That's all I wanted to say.
All right, thanks, Wilhelm. I've dropped.
I just invited Israel_Yiz into the space, as Sigma suggested. That guy is a funny character. He had a tiff with me a couple of years ago when I mentioned Metzitza Beper. So I want to bring him in here, and you can make history repeat. It'll be funny.
Listen, anybody that wants to come in is more than welcome to come in. I doubt I'm the blue guy in the corner waiting for people to come in. The people are scared to come here because they fear humiliation. I think that's the
Rod Cobb will only debate me on enemy-controlled territory, with his band of OTO sycophants. He won't, or Aussie Gronks. He won't come into this premium anti-Zionist space to do battle. He hasn't got the balls. Put it out there. Koguma Rod, Koguma Rod versus Luke McKee anytime on this space in the future.
Ask Dan Walker anytime on this space against Luke, and also ask Christopher John Björknes, Sam Harris,
Brendan O'Connell, and me have a history.
Brendan O'Connell.
Do you know the story about him in New Zealand? Did we talk about that before? The whole story with him and the drugs bust in New Zealand.
Okay, we have this fellow that you wanted to engage. Hello, hello, my friend. How are you?
Yeah, what's up? Yes.
What's up, kids? Yeah, Luke, you want to ask me something? You want some hay facts? I got to go in a minute. That's why I just came in, requested. What's up? What's up, Albert? Sigma?
Did you like the Stone Toss comic I sent you? Yes, the Stone Toss comic about the rabbis in the tunnels. Tell us more. Yiz has an interesting theory about tunnel rabbis and student groups involved with it. I think Yiz is the expert. Has got an interesting Jewish take on the tunnel rabbis for us.
What's my theory? It's so funny because I'm an outright.
Yes, I didn't know you knew Luke.
No. I happens to be. I do know that. I do know 770 Chabad. I happen to not believe those. I know what those tunnels are, but what's funny to me is that I don't know if you ever heard of the interview with Harold Rosenfeld, who was Jacob Javitz's assistant, who said, "We Jews run the world," all that shit. And I always wondered, it was in 1970, it sounded very reliable. And I always wondered, why the fuck was this guy talking like that? Because that's not how we talk. My people do not talk like that. And I realized he's part of a different sect. I'm not saying that we're not part of this sect, but it's a whole different world, Luke, that you don't understand. Metzitza Beper doesn't get you anywhere. A. B, with when it comes to what's funny is that I'm outright. I have Hebrew in my bio. I don't hide my accent. Don't use a voice changer. The amount of Jews that you're dealing with on a daily basis, Luke, you have no fucking idea how many Frankists are out there. Their whole rule is fucking meld in, get in there. Catholicism, Christianity, Muslim, every Abrahamic religion. You don't realize half the people you deal with are fucking Jews. Half the people that you think you're making fun of Jews with, their mode is silence. Silence. The more you hold your breath, the farther the arrow will go. Even when they don't have to be, because they don't have to be silent. Let's be real, Luke.
So they're not in the tunnels, they're in the walls as well.
30 seconds.
Albert, are you a Jew?
We'll get to the tunnel. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. First of all, the tunnel's 8 weeks old, but 30 seconds. Literally, think about it. You really believe the people in charge, they have to hide? They do it because it's a religion. It comes from their Kabbalists, their rabbis, going back and back and back, whether it's Jacob Frank and Sabbai Tzvi. These are the people we know about. You got Rav Nachman from Breslov. You got the Baal Shem Tov. That goes already back. And we have no idea who the Grand Masters are because Solomon Schechter from YU.
Hey, yes. Quick question.
What's up, Albert?
Quick question. Have you ever seen a Baal Shem do anything supernatural?
Have I ever seen a Baal Shem do anything super? No, the most I've seen, meaning you mean meaning a follower that's alive today. I've seen them kind of tell me things about shit that was like, oh my God, how did you guess that my girlfriend has an interesting nose? Like that kind of shit, but nothing really supernatural. I've never seen magic, put it that way.
Go ahead, finish your thought. I just wanted to ask you.
My last thought is, like I said, they have a doctrine. They're not gonna let that doctrine go, even because let's be real, Albert. They could have came out after the UN, after World War II. Once they locked up, once they did the whole Holocaust, the Havara Agreement, they already incorporated the State of Israel, which, by the way, they already took over India. They took over the fucking Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire didn't fall.
Sir.
It was taken over by these people. You think they couldn't?
Correct, and I've got the proof, brother.
Luke, give me a second. You got the proof. We all have the same proof. We're all truth seekers here. Luke, my point is they could have came on all their networks and said, we got you by the balls. George Orwell, Big Brother, which, by the way, comes from their doctrines. Big Brother, all-seeing eye, the order of the all-seeing eye is a Frankian thing, which probably goes back to Nimrod, whoever the fuck. But my point is, the reason why they don't come out directly in your face, and they still are very secretive, I believe it's because of orders. They believe they have to create sin as much as possible in order for the Messiah to come eventually.
Redemption through sin.
Redemption through sin is the best way to describe. I believe that now, and I don't give a fuck about meaning whether you believe it's my people, their people. I don't give a shit. Like, look, I'm not scared of that at all. I'm not like I want truth. That's the bottom line. But I will tell you that Jacob Frank and Sabbai Tzvi, they were expelled from the Jewish world. Not only was Jacob Frank, Yaakov, that's his first name in Hebrew, not only was he expelled, anybody that was a student of his, up until 10 generations, they were guaranteed expelled out of Judaism. And what's his name? And that's why they went underground. That's how you have the Dhamma. Listen, I'm sure you read Redemption Through Sin.
Yeah. Embracing the evil impulse, for without the evil impulse, Israel cannot prevail in the world. We have to set aside a portion to Satan, to satiate him, and etc. There's a lot of really dark shit, and it's not just. I got a question for you.
Listen, Albert, 1 second. Holocaust, burnt offering, right? Aaron Bushnell. What do you think Aaron Bushnell is? When I see Aaron Bushnell, I see burning bush. They're mocking us. Aaron, Moses' brother. I didn't see this anywhere. That's what pops into my head. But go on.
You know, that's
that's
interesting. But you know, the guy.
I know it's interesting. I only thought of it an hour ago. But go on.
The guy did do it. It's not like
how the fuck do we know if he did it? What do we know?
Yeah, I don't know, dude. It looked pretty real to me. So anyway,
there's a lot of shit that looks real, Albert. But go on.
Let me ask you this, because Duvid, you know Duvid?
Duvid who? Soloveitchik?
No, Duvid is another Jewish guy that's always on online. You know, he's been on with me. He's been on with Adam Green a bunch of times. He's been on a lot. Like the Orthodox, the other Jews hate him because they think he's like he kind of
a Korach.
I don't know how to explain it. He's an Orthodox Jew. He's an anti-Zionist Jew now. He transformed from pro-Zionist to anti-Zionist. But anyway, he maintains that Shabbatai Zvi is a venerated rabbi, not that he was a holy guy. He doesn't have the same opinion that you hold.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying, Albert. I'm actually, between me and you, I am a little bit. I didn't go down that rabbit hole yet to see if Shabtai Tzvi was really venerated, because it is possible, because it's a very Jewy thing to accuse you of the worst. How your women are whores, meaning just throw the whole book. Once you're put into cherem, which means you are ostracized, you are going to get the book thrown at you. The same thing with
the Jacob Frank stuff sounds legit, because he became a Catholic priest, and he was antagonizing pogroms against the Jews in Poland. So I understand why Jews would expel Jacob Frank and curse him and do.
I'll tell you why it makes sense that Shabtai Tzvi was a venerated Jew, based on one thing I could tell you: the fact that he had 1 million followers. If that's true, which everyone does say that, I have to get into the facts of like where that number comes from, because the difference between him and Shabtai Tzvi had a fraction of his followers, and he had mainly wealthy, pompous people who already believed that they controlled the world. I believe that it's possible what you're saying now from David. It's possible that Shabtai Tzvi, because he had such a following, there was jealousy in the rabbinate, in the Sanhedrin, in the Knesset, in the Vad, whatever the fuck they had. Yeah, in the Vad, because I'm sure there were factions. Because it's very interesting, the timing of Shabtai Tzvi. The Bank of London is right after he dies. Then you got Manasseh ben Israel with the Cromwell. It's all during that era, right?
Right, and then it rolls right into Victorian England, where the Jews totally took over England.
Yes. And it goes straight into Rothschild. It's very quick, relatively quick into Jacob Frank. It's 60 years later. It's not like 600 years later or 200 years. It's 60 years is not.
It's a little bit more than that.
It's a generation and a half.
Shabtai Tzvi was 18th century, and Jacob Frank was
17th century. Jacob was
1666. Yeah, 1666.
He died in 1676, and Jacob Frank was born in 17.
It was like 100 years later, but it doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. You're talking 1666 for Shabtai Tzvi, and so that's 17th century, 18th century Jacob Frank in Eastern Europe, right?
Yeah, exactly. And Frankfurt, you already had the Rothschilds, which I'm sure they were already corrupt-ish. The Montefiores. Now that I think about it, the Montefiores, Moses Montefiore was very anti-Zionist. But he was married into the Rothschild family, and his brother was a Frankist. And
was he Sephardic? Was Montefiore, are they Sephardic Jews?
I think so, but like Sephardic Talmudist. I think, between me and you, I have no fucking idea what the Talmud really, what the real Talmud was. I think they changed it, if you ask me. Once they took control, why wouldn't they change it? Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they make it as gory as, like, just, meaning, I'm not saying that the Talmudists were not weird and didn't have their own thing, but I don't believe that, I don't believe anything we see. I do believe the Talmud book burning was at the behest of Frankists. But I just want to get to the main point, and then Luke could go, is that the reason what you're saying, because I did hear this, that Shabtai Tzvi, there are people who believe Jacob Frank is a holy man. That's fucked up already. If you
they believe that Jacob Frank is the reincarnation of Shabtai Tzvi.
What?
You never heard that?
Hey, yes, I've got some questions for you.
Hold on a second. You never heard that Jacob Frank claimed that he was the reincarnation of Shabtai?
Yeah, that I heard. But there are people who believe that Jacob Frank. It sounds like Rav David doesn't believe Jacob Frank, because first of all, is closer to history, and think about what they're doing. Think about what comes out of him. That's insane. And
do you know he pimped out his own wife to
yes,
the nobility of Eastern Europe, and he had
yes.
sex with his own daughter?
Yes. I know most things about Jacob Frank. Sabbath Tzvi, you don't have as much writings from him. You have the fact that these people really believed he was the man, because I do know one thing, and I'm going to finish here. I do know one thing. I know that growing up, Sabbath Tzvi was considered, actually, believe it or not, according to the big rabbis, he was supposed to be one of the biggest holy people in the world.
The Moshiach. He was the Moshiach.
And everyone believed it. No, but then they put him into. Then they said, I think Frankists ruined his name. And then they said he went off the derech. It's called going off the path. But Frank never had that name. Frank always had a name that he was a fucking wacko who just went off the rails.
Go ahead, Luke. That's it.
But wait, Luke, I just want to say one more thing. Again, the reason why, and I'm going to do as much research as I can, that Sabbath Tzvi, it doesn't make sense to have so many followers, 1 million people, and not at least show something for it. I don't believe it was just because he was charismatic and handsome and he had a rabbi signed them off.
They said he was a bolsham, dude. He had like fucking powers. That's what they say. I mean, I don't believe it, but that's what they say.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I think he actually was a very learned fellow. He was actually probably from the brightest men of that time, in a sense. I don't know. I don't think that's why people would follow him into the Messiah. I think it was more because he knew certain things. Maybe he figured out some of the cryptography. But what's up, Luke?
Luke, you're up.
Alrighty. First of all, I still want to hear your conspiracy theories about the tunnels where there was 2 different sects in Crown Heights. You've got the ones that believe the Rebbe still lives, and versus the ones who don't, and the shit-stained mattresses and all that. But there's also questions about the Talmud I have for you. Like, is it true the Jerusalem Talmud says if 2 of your children have already died from circumcision, you don't have to kill the 3rd? And also, I can source this, by the way. And the other question about the Talmud, is it true? It's the obligation of the father to circumcise the child, and then that combines with the 4th century medical advice in Shabbat 133a and b that said any rabbi or moil that doesn't go down on the kid's penis must be relieved of duty. And the other question about the Talmud was, I have actually got sources that it is the Kabbalah that mandates the sucking, and the Zohar that mandates the sucking of the child's penis, not the 4th century medical advice in the Babylonian Talmud. So those are my 3 questions. Let her rip for a few minutes, yes?
If you let me rip, I'll rip. I don't need a few minutes. But yes, there are 2 sects in Chabad, which is Chachma Bina V'das. And for all I know, the Lubavitcher Rebbe, meaning of Chabad Judaism, was a grandmaster. How the fuck would we know? Again, they're not going to tell their people that they're grandmaster rabbis. But what's his name? There are 2 sects. One's the Mashiachas, which is Messianic Jew, who believes the Rebbe, not Sabtai Tzvi, not Jacob Frank. They believe Reb Menachem Mendel Schneerson is the Messiah, and they believe he's still alive even. Or he's living, his spirit's living. They give him portions of an aliyah, which means come and read the Torah. They'll literally leave a space open. They stand up for him when he walks into the room, which there's no one there. I've been there. There's no one there. I don't see anyone. No one's giving dollar bills. And then what's his name? You have the other side who just believes that he was probably the biggest tzaddik, the most righteous man that ever lived. And the shit-stained mattresses, that's a typical protest for these fucking 16-year-old kids who are. That's what happens in yeshiva. You just throw mattresses. It's like a pillow fight. Listen, you don't understand it? That's a whole different story. The Zohar, I don't know what you're talking about. I do know about the medical advice, and I told you something. I do not want to be interrupted because I don't need a soundbite from you. Metzisa b'peh, I don't believe Metzisa b'peh is the sick part. I believe the cutting, the incision, is the sick part. Sucking a baby's penis out of blood, as sick as that sounds, sentimental in a Bolshevik way. Like, how could you do that? Ah! As sick as it sounds, I told you, when a doctor cups your balls, is he a pedo? Now, again, the circumcision, the incision is the barbaric part. But if they believe that there is a medical thing of getting, of sucking the baby's blood, then I do not believe these rabbis are sick pedophiles who believe in wooby-jooby. I actually believe they don't enjoy doing it. They're not swallowing it. It's not a blowjob. You understand? It's a medical procedure that they believe they have to do with their, whether lips or tongue or things. And I don't think it happens to, again, I told you, I didn't even believe it exists anymore. Obviously, I knew about it from the Talmud. What
do you think about Bal Harbor that says in writing you can't take your child to the hospital for the bris? It must be done the Chabad Lubavitch Metzitza Beper way in their own official newsletter. The same
In my
actual
sect, we had a
synagogue.
saying. You want to know what our saying was? Chabad Lubavitch, however you call it, I call it Chabad Lubavitch. They are the closest religion to Judaism. We don't respect them at all. Well, yeah, we'll do prayers with them if we have to, but usually, and no, meaning we will intermarry with them. But there is the famous joke. They don't learn the Talmud; they learn Tanya. Totally different thing from their rabbis. That goes back to the Baal Shem Tov, which again was probably a Gnostic. A lot of these people are Christian Gnostics, in my opinion. That gets deeper because it's so fucking secretive that how the fuck would I even know? This sounds retarded, but. Getting to your last question of the Jerusalem Talmud, the Talmud Yerushalmi, saying about the two kids and killing the third one, I have no idea. I never learned the Talmud Yerushalmi. I have it. I studied the Babylonian Talmud. That's it.
Oh, okay. Now, another question for you. Now, I'm actually used to be associated with some Christian Zionist people like Bernard Gaynor and his friends. One of his mates runs Dave Pello, a Christian activist, runs The Good Source, who is, putting out pro-IDF propaganda in his mailing lists. And I feel absolutely betrayed. Bernard Gaynor was in the same political party as Avi Yemeni, who had three of his Yeshivia brothers raped by Chabad Lubavitch. One of them got a $1 million payout. His name's Manny Wax. But my question was, I got into the flow a bit too much then. Give me a second to get my shit back together. Oh, yes. I'll be right back.
Bro,
just give me a second to think about it.
Luke. Or never.
Hey, yes. What's the biggest difference between, let's say, your sect and Chabad?
Many. I'll tell you in a second. First of all, they wear weird hats. They wear like as if an apple would go into their hats. They don't grow. Some people in my religion, or many people, depends. If you're very religious, you'll have not curlocks. You'll have side locks behind your ears. They don't have that at all. They never shave. They're not allowed to shave officially, but some do these days. You know how it is. And they they obviously lax on a lot of their
Shmuly's Chabad, and he shaves.
Shmuly is listen. Shmuly is clearly
mentally ill.
Not just mentally ill. He clearly has a deal with the whoever the fuck runs this shit. The fact that he gets on the media. You don't think Piers Morgan's a Frankist? These people, you don't just get to shows.
Listen, as a Jew, you must be horrified when you see Michael Rappaport, Shmuley Boteach.
No, Michael Rappaport is foreign to me. Shmuley Boteach is weird.
When you see these people representing you, it must be horrifying.
Nah. Because they don't represent to us. In my sect, believe it or not, we just call them the Erev Rav. I'm not kidding. We're not allowed to have a television in our house. These iPhones kind of
I remembered it.
Like, we're officially supposed to have filters on these phones. But what's up, Luke?
Sorry, I've just remembered what I was about to say before. So, if you search my profile for timesofisrael.com, you'll see the sources, okay? People in this space have heard me say this before, but this is new for you. We all want to hear your reaction. What do you think of the organization that claims to represent all Jews in Holland supporting Dutch police arresting people for quoting the Torah, Leviticus 20:13, because Chabad Lubavitch has been modifying their website's views on homosexuality in recent years. They're doing the same sort of mental gymnastics that Shmuley's doing to say, oh, well, Jewish people belong together in the Jewish community, so therefore homosexuality is rainbow fabulous in Chabad Lubavitch, and it's not a sin. So what do you think of, the people I was mentioning before, those Christian Zionists, when Israel Folau, Australia's most best rugby union player, was, kicked out of the game for quoting a Bible verse on Instagram, all the Christian Zionists went ape shit and said, how dare you prosecute people for quoting from the Bible? But the Jews, how can the Jews in Holland... people in this space have heard me say this before, but this is new for you. We all want to hear your reaction. What do you think of the organization that claims to represent all Jews in Holland supporting Dutch police arresting people for quoting the Torah, Leviticus 20:13, because Chabad Lubavitch has been modifying their website's views on homosexuality in recent years. They're doing the same sort of mental gymnastics that Shmuley's doing to say, oh, well, Jewish people belong together in the Jewish community, so therefore homosexuality is rainbow fabulous in Chabad Lubavitch, and it's not a sin. So what do you think of, the people I was mentioning before, those Christian Zionists, when Israel Folau, Australia's most best rugby union player, was, kicked out of the game for quoting a Bible verse on Instagram, all the Christian Zionists went ape shit and said, how dare you prosecute people for quoting from the Bible? But the Jews, how can the Jews in Holland... the organization representing all Jews declare war on the Torah? I use this as an example to show that Christian Zionism is an oxymoron because the Torah is the Old Testament. So what do you think of, people being arrested for quoting the Torah and the organization representing all Jews saying, good job, the Torah sucks?
It's no difference than Rabbi Moses Sir Moses Montefiore getting expelled by Rav Kook in Israel because he was anti-Zionist, because Montefiore was anti-Zionist, when Rav Kook was really the one that was excommunicated by all the rabbis. These people are excommunicated again. When I say these people, I mean there is a clique that clearly owns the networks, the medias, and again, Rav Solomon Schechter, their whole thing is to inverse everything. Listen, my beliefs go a lot deeper than you could even imagine, Luke. I believe they inverse their children. They are meant... Everything we see, you think you're seeing a man, it's a girl to a man, all this kind of shit. They claim they represent Judaism. First of all, I just told you, Chabad, we don't give a fuck about. We don't care. To them, they're clowns. And anybody who talks about them, meaning I don't even think it reaches the rabbi's ears. If it did, if they would arrest someone that was connected to someone that was a big rabbi that had thousands of students and you have to understand, my community, there's a lot of wealthy people, a lot of millionaires, some billionaires, but it's fiat cash. Who owns the fucking bank? Not them. I know only one bank, Cross River Bank in New Jersey, that was ever owned. It was the charter cost $10 million like 10 years ago or 15 years ago. It wasn't even that crazy expensive. Other than that, the money magic, we don't have control of that shit. The average Jew doesn't even believe in these they think it's conspiracy theories. They have no idea. They'll shut it down. They'll never listen to Rabbi Meir Antelman, who wrote Removing the Opiate, or listen to that other guy who talks about the The guy who wrote, he got expelled from Marxist Israel. My point is, these things, look, I never heard of this. They claim they represent all Judaism. Okay, I represent all Judaism. Now what? People could say that.
Yeah, but you're not a taxpayer-funded organization in Holland. Yeah, Clan. Another thing is representing all Jews is the Rabbinical Council of America.
Okay. Wait.
Can you get a movement started?
Look. I could literally open up a 501c3 right now for $250 and then say I represent all Jews. So what are you talking about? What are you? I don't understand.
Well, here's my point. Can you? I assume that every Jewish sect has got representation in the Rabbinical Council of America.
Why would anyone renounce that kind of shit? Why would someone renounce a retard?
Why is the Rabbinical Council of America normalizing child abuse by tolerating Metzitzah B'Peh, along with the Rabbinical Council of Germany and the head rabbi?
We disagree on Metzitzah B'Peh. You want to call me a faggot? Go ahead. I believe the barbaric part is incision, is the circumcision. The Metzitzah B'Peh.
Then why is the ADL?
Luke, you're not letting me finish. Fuck it. The conversation's over. Thank you, Albert. It was good to see you.
Oh, hey, come on, guys.
You don't want the answer. I want to say very quickly again, Luke. My opinion is that you are on top of Metzitzah B'Peh. When a doctor cups someone's balls, they are not sick. When they cut someone's balls, they're sick. But when they cup your balls, they believe it's a health thing. You have this Zohar thing. You could show it to me from today to tomorrow. I don't fucking know. I don't claim to think any of these things aren't wooby-jooby. I don't believe a Moel who sucks a baby's penis is sick. I don't think they take any enjoyment out of it either. And I don't think Metzitzah B'Peh is meant to be used on an adult. I think it's meant for a baby because the blood, maybe it does prevent infection. I don't fucking know. How should I know?
It kills babies. Now, speaking of that, the ADL, in response to my activism, censored the paper on John Hopkins by a Jewish doctor, Jonathan Zemmelman, MD, that shows pictures of dead Jew babies on the slab, whilst the ADL has partnered with Chabad Lubavitch, who on their 2020 Halakha coronavirus, February 2020 coronavirus guidelines, says Metzitzah B'Peh must continue and Listerine cures COVID, and no baby ever died from it. So the ADL is involved in a cover-up.
Luke, hold on a second. I got Duvid. I'm glad he's calling in because I just brought him up actually. Duvid, I'm trying to add you. Let me see if it works. Yeah, Yis is a fellow Jew, obviously not on board with the whole Chabad Jewish supremacist agenda, but he's got some insight that he's been sharing with us. And I told him that.
Can you condemn the ADL for covering up the fate of dead Jew babies who died from this ritual, whilst partnering with Chabad Lubavitch, who says no baby died? I mean, that's like covering up the Holocaust.
Condemn CFR, the Council of Foreign Relations. When the fuck did I ever say the ADL is a good organization, you weirdo? Like, what are you talking about?
Duvid, you got to drop out and come back. Because it's not.
Well, I condemn the ADL. Do you condemn doxing? Fuck yeah. Like, what are you talking about, Luke? Honestly, you're starting to be a moron. You're starting to piss me off.
I love doxing. It's my sport. People need doxing to make the evil people behave. Everyone has to be accountable to their peers.
Yeah.
That's what I've been doing all night for a court case in America against the Kabbalist Ordo Templi Orientis.
Bro, you're not even close to the Grand Orient. If you were close, they wouldn't give a fuck. I happen to not believe they kill people. That's why I find when people say, "Oh, I'm not suicidal," like, yo, they're not going after you. If you think they can't watch you like a hawk, they watch you like a hawk, and they definitely have a file. Listen, Big Brother's been going on for a thing.
Yeah, David Bottrell. If David Bottrell's an OTO leader in his bloody intelligence services.
Sorry, guys. I want to see if I can get Duvid on here. I'll let you go back and forth, Luke. I'm just trying to add Duvid in here. I guess he dropped out. If he comes back, we'll add him. Go ahead, Yeeson.
Yeah. just like to preempt this before Luke continues, I think you need, Luke, a Chabad guy to talk to. I'm not Chabad. You're talking to the wrong fucker. I'm not kidding. If you want to know anything about Rev Aaron Cutler or the rabbi from Brisk or Eastern European, listen, my grandparents are from Hungary. Oh, Satmar, if you want to know about Satmar, I have a little bit on that. But other than that, my grandmother's from there. I'm not Chabad, so.
So you're an Orthodox sect, is that correct? Which one is yours?
I am in the Orthodox sect. I told you Chabad is not part of. Chabad is a separate sect, totally separate. They're like mission. Why do you think they're around the world? And I don't even think they're the main. They're just one part of the agenda. I don't believe they're the main agenda.
Hey, yes. Why did Chabad? And what was the deal? Are you familiar with why Chabad went from anti-Zionist to Zionist, like whatever, in 1948, whenever that happened, with the sixth Rebbe, whatever?
Oh, I could see it making sense that once they built it up, once they got it, if I had to guess, but this is speculation, there could be two things. A, let me get to the first thing that's less as what could be is that the rabbi, they said there's no fucking way you could do this. We're not allowed to. They probably were under the impression that the Goyim run the world, right? And by the way, Goyim does not mean cattle. It means Gentiles. Whatever. I do believe the Elders of Zion is not a false document, but it wasn't written by these people. Again, they take an oath of silence. There's no fucking way anyone gets to write down any minutes.
I think it was written by Freemasons, but go ahead.
I think it was written by people that were close to the monarchies and to the aristocrats, because they literally write in there that the natural order of things, when they're trying to, why the fuck would any Jew make it sound like they're the natural order? They'll be like, no, you're not. Who are you? And what's his name? My point is, that's a whole different story. But I believe the Chabad, the rabbi, probably didn't believe it's possible. They said they were anti it before it was officially a state, Albert. You just mute for a second. Once it was a state, you're like, oh, you did it. Wow. They probably don't understand how much evil. That's one theory that I could have. The second theory is that everyone's full of shit. What do I mean? For example, I've been starting to think this lately. This is a new theory that I've been working with that I have no fucking... There are people that go to Uman every Rosh Hashanah, from my community even, from every community, to visit Rav Nachman from Breslav's gravesite without realizing that he was literally probably a grandmaster Frankist, because he plagiarized most of Frankist shit and most of Jacob Frank's shit. Like, it sounds very similar, his writings, his literature. And my main point is that I believe that the Satmar Rebbe, for example, he was on the Castor train, right? And they always said he was anti-Zionist, which spawned off in the Torah Karta, right? And Satmar is officially anti-Zionist, which they are, technically speaking. But meaning the average Orthodox Jew is anti the Israeli state, but they have solidarity with fellow quote unquote Jews because they don't really know. They believe the false flags and they believe the media's narrative of all this kind of shit. I used to believe it. I used to believe Hamas existed. I don't believe they exist anymore. I used to believe Islam and Arabs wanted to kill us, and they would throw rocks and hide their hands and play the victim. I used to 100% believe that until I did my own research and realized that no, this is terrorism. Listen, I haven't JQ'd for. I believe in the Holocaust for God knows how long, which I believe that word is disgusting. It's literally a burnt offering. I believe that word is straight up from these Frankists, if you ask me, who literally There's a reason why the only organization that was allowed in the 1930s after 33 was labor Zionism. But getting back to the Satmar Rebbe, he went on the Kastner train, and everyone used to say how ironic it was. Kastner's taking out 300 people from Hungary while he lets the whole place rot, which I don't believe they went into chambers, but they probably died from something, right? From what's
typhus.
It called? Typhus. That's what I meant to say. Yes, I do believe my family died from typhus. If you ask me personally, I don't believe your Nazi generals were just ruthless, murdering pigs. I personally don't believe it. If it was probably Bolsheviks that ran the camps. How the fuck would we know? How the fuck would your average SS officer know? I personally don't believe Hitler was a good German. I believe he was actually a part of the Brotherhood. I believe he was a British agent, meaning they controlled him too. I don't believe they would allow. You can't own such a country with such a tight fist. After World War II, the Reichsbank, you have Schacht, who was the president of the Reichsbank. They owned the centralized bank in Germany. You don't take. BLM could have gotten rid of the NSDAP. I believe in I like the old school NSDAP. I don't know if you heard of them. Dietrich Eckart, Otto Weininger, he wrote Sex and Character. You have even Alfred Rosenberg. I like his shit. And I don't know who's real, who's fake. I don't believe Himmler is real.
Alan Dulles kept a lot of high levels Nazis in very powerful places in post World War II Germany.
100%. And Hitler. Then when you read Miguel Serrano stuff for the Chilean from Chile, he gets deep into the esoteric stuff that Hitler had like doubles. They went to Antarctica.
But dude, you do understand that in terms of like Jewish prophecy fulfillment with all the end times, Shabbos,
the Vav,
Shabbos millennium bullshit and the end gathering, all that stuff. It says that 2/3 have to be redeemed and forged through the fire of salvation, whatever the burnt offering. 2/3 of 9 million is 6 million. We know this is not necessarily happened, but as long as they say it happened, then prophecy's fulfilled, right?
Yeah, they get the world to believe it, and the more people use the word, the H word, right, the burnt offering word, they are doing abracadabra, which is, by the way, Hebrew words, meaning it's from these people. And what's his name? In their it comes from voodoo, and then you have what? My point. I want to get to the Satmar Rebbe to compare it to Lubavitch because you asked the question of why he went from anti-Zionist to Zionist. So I always wondered, why would they say such an anti-Zionist when these people were radicals, right? Someone like Kastner and his group, they were extreme radicals. I honestly believe they were I'm starting to think they were two sides of the same coin. The Satmar Rebbe, his job was to be anti-Zionist and to get his people to be anti-Zionist. Because again, we don't fucking know.
I agree with you.
What?
I agree with you.
Yeah, you don't understand.
It's controlled. It's the Satmars, the Rabbi Weisses. They're controlled opposition.
And the regular people, they don't know. I'm telling you, I know these people. They're good people. They think I'm fucking nuts when I bring up any conspiracy. Believe it or not, my brother, who's a rabbi in Lakewood, New Jersey, in that big base measures, the big yeshiva, and he teaches students. He actually, when I break down the Rothschild stuff and how the shit they pull off, he's like, fuck, this is real. Very similar to like, I don't know if you heard what's his name? The guy who wrote Removing the Opiate. Antelman? What was his name? Marvin. I mean, he sounds very Jewy, like that rabbi. But these and again, Shmuley B'Teach is to me very Down syndrome-y. He does show effects of autism in a way, but not like. Meaning like a low IQ, not an autist, more of just a clown who just wants to be famous. And who knows who's he connected to, why, where. I have no idea. And Albert, I don't know if you realize he's hated in his own community.
Well, I see him in New York. He said he grew up in fucking Florida.
Yeah, you haven't heard him in his last videos when he's talking about made in Israel. I love it. And he's talking about
the kosher sex.
A lot of people came after me. A lot of rabbis basically wrote that it's disgusting. What are you doing?
Yes. Do you understand that Rabbi Shmuley's daughter sells the slickest lube that you could possibly buy in the market to slap on your Johnson? That maximizes, optimizes the best kosher sex experience of your life.
Yeah, he's calling it like holy oil, whatever the fuck. Yeah, something shemen. I forgot what he called it, but interesting.
It's a great ashanda. He's going to hell.
Yeah, listen, what the fuck is hell? But what's his name when they said get him? But you have
Gehenim.
They say that Sapesvi used to make a bracha, a blessing, Baruch Atah Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam, Matar Asurim, which is pretty freaky because I thought about it. We say that blessing, or I am supposed to officially say it every morning when you put in your phylacteries. You're supposed to start off like that's one of the first blessings. You're supposed to say one of like 12 or 13 blessings is Matar Asurim, which the prayer, what we translated at, because Matar Asur means to God, it's basically thanking God for making the forbidden permissible.
Right.
They translate Matar Asurim because Asur means forbidden. They translate it as for letting for basically letting the not inimpotent as in basically the cripple walk again or something, that you're a puzzle, which means you're basically like inactive or whatever. Not explain it, but why wouldn't it say Matar Pasulim? The fact that it says Matar Asurim means forbidden, but they try to translate it, so that makes me realize in my head that I have to check 1 second. Let me see. I have a prayer thing right here. I'm going to double check.
Blessed be he who permits the forbidden is an open door to everything. Bestiality, sodomy, child sex, everything.
Yeah, but now I'm starting to think that Southwest Feet might have been. I'm thinking they might have made him. They might have made him go to the Sultan. They might have forced the Sultan. The court Jews probably told the Sultan, force him to convert to Islam, and that will get the other people to stop following him. Understand? And that's how Frank was able to probably get the Dharma or Dharma, however you pronounce it, the secret converts. He was probably able to get them because he must have been somewhat smart, or at least had a smart co-conspirator. Because think about it, Albert, there are a few other conspirators that we don't know about. I don't believe
Adam Weishaupt.
I'm about to say, I don't believe it was just Weishaupt, Rothschild, and Frank. I'm sure there
no, but I mean,
there were probably 20, 30 other Hebrew.
Yeah, for sure, dude, for sure. But those are the heavy hitters, right? Like the big guys.
I mean, those are the heavy hitters that they were the messengers. Officially, Rothschild called 12 other affluent people who we really don't know. Listen, I don't think it's a mistake that I think Puritans are Frankists on some level.
So you view these Frankists as heretical satanic Jews?
Of course. Satanic? They're heretical. Satanic is just a word to explain evil. I don't know if they're so evil. And when I say they're not evil, I don't mean I don't disagree. I don't mean they're not causing pain. When I say evil, I'm not talking in good and evil. I'm not talking in right and wrong. I'm not talking in right or left in the sense. They created that dialect in the sense. Like, we have to pit a term. What does Satan mean? What does Lucifer
are you
mean?
a Talmudist?
The bearing of the light?
Okay.
I grew up. I definitely am somewhat of a Talmudist, even though I don't agree with it. But I can't take that out of me. I started studying the Talmud from when I was in elementary school. How could I take it out of me?
All right, but you understand it has a lot of problematic verses.
Of course, I understand that. My point is the same way I believe I'm somewhat of a feminist, even though I'm anti-feminist. But we're brought up in such a gynocentric, such a feminist world. How can we get rid of certain crumbs? The Talmud, even more so. I was brought up with this. How the fuck could I get rid of that? You know how hard it is with the id and the super ego? I'm not saying I agree with
I got rid of my Christianity.
You tell me if you were in a church right now, you wouldn't have somewhat of a...
I just, I'm going to exist.
What would happen if you saw a orgy happening in a church from when you were younger? How would that make you feel?
Probably very confused.
Exactly. But why? Why is it a holy place? Because we have a certain superstition in us.
Right.
I actually saw something similar to that, but a whole bunch of kids being forced to go naked in an Anglican church in Bury in 1986. But they made us do a reenactment of Rudyard Kipling's Jungle Book, and they try to make all the kids wear no underwear and lie in pink and green tutus. And then after that, I never went back to Sunday school. I still remember one girl crying when they were trying to make her take her underpants off for the photo shoot. And this is some of the crazy memories that I have, Yeah, and I made a report about that to the authorities, But yeah, this is some of the things that goes on in some churches, It's not good.
Let's add Sapien wants to have ask a question, and then we'll go to whoever's after that. Go ahead, Sapien. Hello.
Hi, Albert. Yeah, actually, not a question. I just want to share something on the Jumbotron, if you can please keep it. So it's just recent. It shows some Jewish terrorist thugs. They run on a bulldozer on a Palestinian civilian, and the image is horrible. I mean, I just shared it in Jumbotron.
Yeah, I'll keep it up.
Yeah, it's just one example. This is one picture that we see. There is many, many more we don't see. So, yeah, please share it. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Go ahead, Luke.
Okay, I've sent you a DM. You are not. It's definitely true that there are technical glitches. Tibler has been sending me screenshots. He's in this room now. He keeps asking to join. He's getting a technical error on his iOS Twitter client saying you're not allowed to join the speakers. So can you send a manual invite to Tibler? I sent you a DM, but the Twitter glitches are real. We've got forensic evidence of it now in the space.
No shit.
It's a real glitch. Everyone's been complaining in the comments, Luke. Now we have evidence. We're going to go after those bastards.
I know. I saw those comments too. That they were testimony. Now we've got screenshots of it.
Let's make a lawsuit. But Albert, what was? Oh, this is not a contest, but I'm not sure what type of Christianity you grew up with, but I do believe in Judy. I hardly grew up with a secular education. In that sense, so that's what I mean. That when you ask me, am I Talmudish Jew? Yeah, in a sense, I do believe most of it. My point is that I believe my mind does come from there. It forms my mind. There's no question about it. A lot of my one-liners are probably motivated by the Talmud. I do believe it formed my intellect. If you're gonna ask me,
I get it, bro. I was socialized into this world as a Christian for most of my life up until about 8 years ago, and then I came into the true light. Baruch Hashem. Tibler, hello.
Hello. Sorry that took so long. I was trying to get in. I was just wanted to give a little update on our friend who's been completely sandblasted by the OTO. Mr. I won't reveal his name at the moment, but he had.
No, I think we should reveal his name. All the evidence has been secured. He needs the coverage. You've seen the messages I've had to him. Anyone who wants to talk to Adam Smith in Flagstaff, Arizona's correctional facility. You can use the app GTL Getting Out. But if you do want to talk to him, each message costs 25 cents that he has to pay at a commissary. So send him some money.
Give the people a breakdown. What's this guy being charged with, and what's the backstory?
Hello. So basically, this is the guy. I don't know if I announced this last time, but this is the guy that was doing the investigation into the Bluetooth phenomena that was happening when people would get vaccinated. He used basically an open source program on his laptop and discovered that.
Oh, please, I'm the skeptic of it, but I gave him the technical. I gave him the technology that you're talking about, using a Texas Instruments CC2540 device to do promiscuous Bluetooth scanning for the purposes of debunking the claim that people have thousands of transistors inside them and antennas required to do Bluetooth. I'm a skeptic. And I gave it to him, and I've created this whole internet phenomenon that's been pushed by Alex Jones's shill, Z Media from Australia. So, and that's a Zionist camp. So I just want to say that first, okay? I spent 1 hour or one morning of my life giving him my tech skills, and I've started a whole internet cult of people are biological androids transmitting Bluetooth, and I'm going, oh my God, what have I done? So I was actually going to build a open source test rig for anyone to debunk it themselves, and yes, that's still on my to-do list. But go and continue what you're saying. I'm sorry to interrupt because it discredits me when you talk like that. So go on.
Well, anyways, what I want to say is that he used technology, open source, that I guess he got from you, all right? Although the chip itself is not made by you. But anyways, what I wanted to say is he used a cantenna, basically, any random-ass can that you can use, pointed it at people's vaccination sites, and using just any regular waveform analysis, saw spikes in 2.4 gigahertz coming out of people's arms where they were vaccinated. And the experiment was replicated in Mexico, and we took it with a Faraday cage to a grave site and actually found that dead
the
people were
Faraday
actually
cage for 2.4 gigahertz is refuted by me. Just focus on the OT aspects of the case, please.
Okay. So either it's part of a bigger case. The guy was involved in a lot of things, but anyways, so he's also very involved in talking about the OTO, but he got involved with a lady that apparently is a member of the OTO, ex-member, current member, and she admitted to him over many texts and messages that she knows about sex magic and all this stuff and whatever happens in there. I didn't know about the OTO until I actually saw like one of their masses. And there's a lady that is like sitting on the altar naked while the priest like basically, I don't know what he's doing, but it's really heinous, and it's really
talking
nasty.
about the Vimeo video from my dossier. If you search Gnostic Catholic Mass with a G on Vimeo after turning off the hardcore adult filter, that's the family-friendly version. There's also the special version with kids. Just look at the info page for Kofnia Ordo Templi Orientis Lodge in Eugene. If you're going to bring the kiddies along to the Gnostic Catholic Mass, make sure you tell us in advance so we can fill the halls.
Yeah. So Luke also provided some information about, there's like a YouTube channel that's displayed all like leaks of the OTO, of what happens in their masses. They have like the head of the OTO in there, or one of their local branch leaders.
No, the total head of the cult, David Shrive in Riverside, California, also known as Frater Siberius X, Supreme and Holy King of the OTO, also known as Outer Head of the Order. Yes, the head honcho, the Pope of the Sabbatine Frankists.
Okay. So the guy talking about how in one of his videos that Luke basically linked to me, I hadn't seen before, and it's him addressing, I don't know if it's new members or just a bunch of people.
They're internal VHS training libraries produced in 1994, 1995 for not only use inside the lodge, not to be leaked.
Okay. And so in the video, it it's pretty startling. He's just like, so in the official manual for the negative, sex child, or the negative ritual, they have like a negative child or whatever they call it in their sex ritual. And basically it's just an orgy type situation. And he says in the booklet, it says that we need to, we have adults or whatever, but we actually prefer children in the negative child ritual.
Real children, not adult stand-ins in the Gnostic Catholic mass orgy ritual. Yes.
And so
Marco
that's alarming.
Marco Visconti, who runs an OTO YouTube channel, he says that this event is R18 plus, as does in writing the woman accusing Adam of attempted murder.
Yeah, but that's what their book says. But that's not how what the lead guy.
They've dropped the attempted murder charges.
Ariana Love, right? Her name, something like that.
No,
that girl's a head case. She's not involved with the trial. She's a loony on Telegram talking about Adam Smith being an MI5 secret actor.
Yeah, that's who it was. I remember now.
No, that's another person.
And that's the one that accused Adam. Wait, time out. That's the one that accused Adam Smith of stalking her when he was locked up in Immigrations, Customs, and Enforcement jail in Texas. Yeah, I know. Go on.
Yeah. There's quite a few ladies that are upset with him. Anyway, so basically this lady that he was in a relationship with, she was an OTO member. I'm pretty sure still is. Greets her fellow friends online with 9393, which I'm guessing is some like Aleister Crowley, like, greeting.
Yeah, that's
OTO
actually
members.
short for do what thou wilt, and that will be whole of the law. And that she's actually got 5 or 6 of her Facebook friends which are doing that in the last 5 years. She claimed in writing she's a devout Christian, and she left the OTO 10 years ago. She's been proven to be a complete liar. She's an active member of the OTO, and she just when she left Arizona, she sold off all of her OTO bookshop on eBay. They've got her. Also, since my investigation started, I will now reveal the intelligence services has put in a Google data order to hide the results from the Google index of her Goodreads profile. But of course, I have the direct link and it's still up. So when you use Google, just remember, if someone else has already found the good shit first, the quantity of data orders going in to remove shit from Google is impressive. And if you're researching anything we're talking about, it's got to the stage where you have to use Yandex. And I'm so glad that the Jewish woman who rented out the garage to the founders of Alphabet Inc., also known as Google, her family was recently punished for her sins, which include censoring my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel was censored because
Susan.
Yeah, no, he thinks. Wait. You think Susan's kid died from fentanyl? How the fuck do we know? You think it started in her garage? Everything's in Stanford. Oh, her sister happened to marry Sergey Brin. They're all from the same fucking families. These brats. You think Elon Musk?
Well, you want to know something weird? Before he died,
Elon Musk recovered that. He's connected through.
They were recruiting him. Apparently, in the article, they were recruiting him to learn. He was developing nanotechnology. That was his thing, wherever UC Davis or whatever. And so I wonder if it's Mr. Whatever that kid's name was. He was trying to learn how to use nanotechnology to cure cancer. Yeah, sure, whatever, bro. He was probably just being taught on all the nanotech that they were building. And I read that out of a mainstream article, and so. That's why Adam becomes more legit, even though he didn't have an electron microscope. There's other dudes like La Quinta Columna that are proving the nanotechnology angle of whatever he was talking about, and the Bluetooth gigahertz, beam coming out of everyone. So,
all right,
the Mexicans also replicated his experiment.
The long and short of it is they're persecuting this guy for what reason now?
They're persecuting him because he's the one that's been basically developing a way to prove these vaccines are dangerous, through the dangerous waveforms that he's finding in people. But he's also been talking about all the child trafficking.
All right,
and
so what are they
and
charging them with? They can't charge them with trying to.
Attempted murder. Attempted murder.
Of who?
And
Yeah,
what's
they charge
crazy-
you with whatever they want. They did it to Edgar
all right.
Steele. They did it to
something
David
put-
Lane. But go on.
Something to keep in mind is Adam he's a little unstable. I've spent many hours with this man speaking to him, and he's kind of all over the place. Maybe he could be a genius, right? And this all could be, substantial, but there's no noting his behavior over the last couple of years. Anybody who knows him well.
It takes a crazy person to make some discoveries.
Why are you championing this dude? Because he's going after the OTO?
Because a sane person would have taken the deal. This guy is going to say, "Fuck it! If I'm going to go down, I'm going to try and take the OTO with me." And so if you want to talk to him, pay the $15, get a free call. GTL Getting Out is the app that you have to install. Go to find someone and he's in. Just go to Arizona jail. What's the name of the jail in Arizona in Flagstaff?
Cocosino County.
Cocosino, and then just say Adam Smith. But remember, if you send him a message, he has to pay 15 cents for you to get, or 25 cents for you to get a message to him. So you just can't message. So if you're going to chat to him and talk to the guy yourself to keep him entertained, pay the $15 and get one free phone call to the guy.
Keep us posted on what happens in this case, and we can move on. Go ahead, wake up, Britain. Hello.
Yes, Albert. How's it going, bro? I noticed you've
Cheers,
got.
mate.
Yes,
Brilliant,
brother, yes,
brilliant, mate, brilliant.
Good stuff. Good stuff. So could you just for the listeners, use a bit of intelligence and try and wrap up what the two previous speakers were saying in like 2 sentences, because I personally didn't understand.
It's all right.
Any of it.
Whatever you want to share, go ahead and share. Don't even worry about it.
No, I just wanted to know what the two previous speakers.
We're talking about a satanic cult that rules America. That's linked to Hillary Clinton. The Ordo Templi Orientis.
Let me try to get it, because you're going to go for about 15 minutes, right? He's talking about the Ordo Templi Orientis, a secret society that traffics children, compromises politicians, does all kinds of dirt, right? Like the evil, like everything, all the kind of stereotypical shit that you conjure up.
Yeah, that WikiLeaks.
Yeah. So basically, So basically, he's talking about the people who went against God. And they did everything that God told them they can't do.
Right.
Sabatine Frankus, damn right. Yes, sir.
Right. Blessed is he who permits the forbidden, like pederasty.
Yes.
Kabbalist Shabalskoy, correct.
Yes. The descendants.
How are they Shabbos going if they're actually related to people?
Transcripted the Talmud.
They're into gematria, okay? That's what the 93 is. Where does gematria come from?
To you,
the Kabbalah.
To you, they look like Shabbos going. They're Frankish. Al Gore is straight.
Teachings of God wrote the Talmud, and they did everything against God, and we still
Who the fuck is God
until this day?
Wake up, Britain. Who's God? First of all, Britain's never waking up, but who's God? They aren't.
That's it, guys. So
I know God is a woman, so that's about all I know.
That's the only God I know.
Oh no!
When I think of God, I think of Ariana Grande.
God,
I think of
this guy,
Beyonce.
isn't it? I forgot about him. It's the fucking.
It's the Jew.
Sigma.
Yeah. What do you have against Sigma?
Yeah, I just finished my popcorn, but now I'm going to shut up and listen to this shit show. Wake up.
Wake up.
Anyway, we got Yiz in the house. Yiz is a proud
anti-Zionist Orthodox Jew.
No.
No. He's not anti-Zionist, bro.
Oh, I thought he was.
Nah,
Anti-Zionist? Why would I have to be anti-Zionist? When was I ever pro-Zionist? In order to be anti.
Wait, I can't hear him.
But you're a part of the Orthodox community that does not support the Jews forming their own state. You have to be led by your Moshiach. It has to be the hand of God. It can't be something something Jews engineer, correct?
I'm starting. Yeah, you're getting me to think.
Why are they kicked out of 108 countries? And why?
Bad
I just want to know
behavior.
that.
Bad behavior.
No, you don't realize half the times they were kicked out. You Goyim don't even fucking understand. That's a false flag. You think they didn't run shit? You think they didn't run it from the outside?
Listen, yes, I'll
part of the victimhood. Boo hoo! Cry for us.
Yeah,
but just formally they got kicked out.
They could have been.
They get themselves kicked out. It's like we finished our job here. We already have our tentacles. Next country, boom. Take us in, please.
That's a very.
Can I ask only one question? Yes, one question. Yes. One question. Is it hateful to talk about the double quote Jewish problem? Yes or no?
I believe you can talk about whatever the fuck you want, Luke.
Yes, described it himself as the Jewish problem.
It's not hateful, but I'll tell you, when you talk to me about it, Luke, it's fucking annoying. You're very putsy. You're a nice guy. You think you're doing something.
The World Zionist Movement said we've got to solve the Jewish problem. Let's send all the Jews to Israel and seize the land from the Palestine.
The Jewish problem
in an Australian synagogue in 1906.
You think Goliath?
And I don't think the problem's solved yet.
You're an idiot. Yes.
Hey, you guys used the phrase the Jewish problem before anti-Zionists did. Zionists used the phrase the Jewish problem first. That's an historical fact.
I believe
Search my profile for 1906.
You say shit and you don't even give me a chance to respond. Of course, I agree with you, and I do believe they killed Herzl. I don't believe Herzl's heart stopped at 44 years old. When he wanted the Uganda plan, the Frankists killed him and said, "Get the fuck out of here." I think he was not a high initiate. I actually think he was. They realized like he doesn't realize where he's going. What's up?
Can we just talk about the non-human angle of like the Zionism thing, like the David Icke angle, where it's literally just like that one dude who sent his 23andMe lizard in, and it came back half Jewish. I actually believe that when they say God's chosen people in the Bible, yeah. When they say God's chosen people. When they say God's chosen people in the Bible, sometimes I wonder if by these humans, and they say God's chosen people because God doesn't choose a specific, race to be his favorite. God's not a favorite.
Who the fuck is even God? And so I'm like, who do you think God is? Yahweh?
I mean, I just think of him as like
you're asking,
as father.
You're asking about the David Icke reptilian Elohim kind of thing. Is that's the angle?
Like what I'm saying is like what if they're aliens fucking with us? You know what I mean? Like they rewrote the Bible, God's chosen people, and that would make sense because if you've seen Laura Loomer, she looks like actual goblin, like an actual reptilian. And I'm like, it wouldn't make sense. A lot of these people look like these entities. They have, like, if you look at Peter Thiel, he has the typical nose.
The dumbest shit I've ever heard. You've never seen someone, you never seen non-Jews with Botox and BBLs? Like, that's so dumb. My point is...
No, the nose thing, dude. Like, it's an actual thing. And the ears are very pointy, like reptilians.
Hold on a second. Laura Loomer is exceptionally grotesque. I'll concede that. Now, what I find in a lot of these situations,
she's a busted chick, big deal. Okay,
yeah, she's
or a dude. I have no idea.
Busted bad, right? Beyond any kind of repair. Now, what I would say is this: a lot of these folks that happen to be Jewish, the evil kind of externalizes, right? Especially over the course of time, and they become, physical embodiment of what they are in terms of their soul inside. So there was something.
Who knows? I know I have a non-Jewish nose, I guess. Non-Jewish ears. Who the fuck knows?
I never said all Jews were that way. I never said all Jews.
Not all women are like that.
Yeah, exactly. Not all reptilians are mated with every single person on this planet. My point is,
I used to think it was more reptilian. I think it's more actually human than we think, meaning human skin and all that. Are they shapeshifters?
No, ever since what happened in Mexico, they sequenced that DNA from those two things they found in like the hills of Venezuela or whatever,
How
and
long
they
ago?
were 30% non-recognizable DNA, and they were like, "What the fuck is this?"
Wait.
And
What are
that's
you
what made
talking
it
about?
seem
What are you
reptilian.
talking about? Hold on a second. This is I've never heard this before.
I never heard this either.
What did they find in Venezuela that they are using or whatever? What are you talking about?
There was a scientist that basically recovered some quote mummies, brought them before a Mexican Congress. I think there were two bodies. It was on the mainstream. I think a lot of people know about this. And basically they did all these like documentaries and sequenced the DNA of these two mummies, and they found that 70% of the DNA was not human remotely at all. And so everyone was like, what the fuck is this? They look like they thought they were a bunch of fakes or whatever. And then they published the DNA sequencing to the NCBIH or whatever that, is like an actual real database that everyone and, scientists use. And so I was like, and then everyone was like, oh, wow. So there's aliens living here or whatever. And then, it's been like that for a while in a lot of other circles. I don't know if this circle even touches on that, since this circle is more like, about political based, but that's where the whole alien element's been coming from and going crazy with Grush, is that all these little flying saucers are being piloted by all these little mini dudes from South America or whatever.
Are you
they're also
talking
here.
about that little skeleton that Stephen Greer had one of his specials? That thing?
No. These are different guys from Mexico. Mexico was slated to sign the first bill on the history of Earth in their Congress about recognizing the presence of aliens, and them being the reason why everything's going crazy in this world. And that was one of the leading. I believe it was one of the leading arguments for that bill to pass, is that they brought in this guy from I think it was Peru actually, and they called them the Nazca mummies. And basically they brought in these two mummies that this guy, they said that he had stole them or something. I don't know what the deal was, but basically he did whatever he could to get these in front of Mexican Congress. And then right after he presented all this information, there's live streams on YouTube. They're really long, but they're in Spanish, so it's hard to understand, unless you're a Spanish speaker. But basically they sequenced them, and did all this work because everyone was like, okay, these things are fake. They're just a bone attached from a human over here and then mashed to this over there. And then they came out with the DNA sequencing, and people were like, oh, fuck, this shit's real.
Society, the spectacle.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like you're letting the Jews off the hook, right? Whenever you go to this non-human intelligence capstone bullshit, you're letting the Jews off the hook.
No, that's the reptilians.
Where's David Icke's anti-Zionist videos?
The reptilians are
only lizard man's left.
No, dude, listen, the reptilian angle, like it says in the Bible, the angels came down and mated with man. Those are the reptilians simply raping all the Jews in that area and then having all these half-blooded Jews and reptilians everywhere. Yes,
bro, don't do this shit, man. Like, as I said, Adam attracts some weird friends. I was just...
listen. No, I will stand strong, bro. I have had so much happen to me, bro. I know this for a fact.
Hold on a second. Give him the time to explain this, because that's what it sounds like to many of us in the room, that it's one of these chase your tail fucking things, let the Jews off the hook, non-human intelligence, capstone of the pyramid.
No, what they
go ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
Go.
What they do is they push the alien angle, and then they have all their guys go in to discredit it when it really is true. That's what they do for everything from child trafficking, like the whole election fraud. They had Rudy Giuliani and the Enron lawyer. I forgot her name. It was like she was fuck, I forgot her name. But anyway, she was like leading the charge with all this QAnon BS. And then what they do is they just make her look stupid and retarded, and the whole movement retarded, because she never actually brought anything of substance. They didn't actually go in there. Yeah. That's the one. And so they do the same thing with the alien thing. So you guys stop investigating, Goyim. Stop looking into the alien thing. I know this stuff because my grandfather was a defense contractor for General Dynamics, Rockwell International, worked on submarines and, you know, nuclear submarines. And he knew about all the men in black and everything. They used to come into the bases and they would just, they'd fucking fuck shit up if you got like in certain things that you weren't supposed to. And so that's why the alien thing is totally
his
legit.
grandfather
It's
knew
just
about Men in
that
Black and how's he still alive?
All right. Well, I've got an argument.
he was,
Wanna get in here real quick?
because he was extremely high up, and he just you know, they don't fuck with certain people, and that's why
All
I
right.
know a lot of this stuff.
I've got a little argument for you. Exactly to what effect do you think this information would do? I mean, considering that, like, you know, dealing with aliens is a vastly larger issue than dealing with, you know, things on Earth, right? The people here that we feel that are, you know, influencing us and controlling us, things like that. Just seems kind of like,
well, yeah, I mean,
a non-starter, right?
What are you saying?
Well, and then, you know,
just like
people want, like, they don't want us to know. Well, even knowing, you can't really do much about it. You have more.
But you can. They know where they're
What
located.
would
They
you
know where
do?
they're hiding.
Okay, there's aliens. All right. Now what?
It all starts with the elections. That's why they're defending election integrity
What are you
so
gonna do,
hard.
vote the aliens
is
out
that
of
if you
office?
actually
No,
had a
it doesn't. They don't give a fuck about elections. That's all part of their distraction.
No, that's
Wait
no,
a
that's
second,
why.
wait a
'Cause
second.
if you got one,
where
listen.
are they hiding?
If you had
Hold on a
one
second.
governor,
Wait, hold on a second. Where are they hiding? Where are they hiding?
they're underneath the major metropolitan airports, about 20 levels down. Most of them are. There's a few that are
like
on the side, like
Denver
Dulce,
airport, like that one.
Yeah, that's one, but there's a lot. There's like over 40.
Why?
But anyway, my point is
why are they underneath airports?
because it's just like it's a way for them to be. It's just simple that way. When they built the airports,
They're a bunch of gypsies.
It was a way
right?
to
They
basically
got to move around all the time.
No, because when they needed to get money to build all these underground bases, like Denver, for example, they just in order for these black sites to really function, they have to get funding in order to make them happen, and they require billions of dollars. And so they have to get the public to approve this major airport budget. Like Denver had a $4.5 billion budget. You don't need $4.5 billion to build an airport or a new airport, okay? So they just split them. Maybe $1 billion was for the airport, and $3.5 billion was laundered to all these defense contractors to basically tunnel out underground. And so they do that with all these airports. Like my current city right now is undergoing a major airport rebuild, and I'm pretty sure they're just building out another one of those sites out here. Anyways, so the reason why elections are important is all it would take is one governor to basically sign an executive order to raid these compounds underground. And that's why they have a lot, don't believe me, they have a lot of 33s, a lot of Masons that are guarding these compounds that are in the know. You know, they have a lot of like police chiefs, for example. Like my mom's very high up. She knows some police chiefs, you know, that like, for instance,
How is that
he's
going
a
to disrupt
33,
the
he's a
system
Mason.
at large, right? Okay, you raid the facilities, right?
Because what'll happen is if there's any chance that evidence comes out, that if anyone goes down there and actually gets video of this fucking shit and it reaches the surface, people will go fucking nuts. And then actually it will spur something
I really
into reality.
don't think so,
But
dude. I don't think it really.
All right, next question.
I disagree.
Next question.
I think people would go nuts.
Next question. What kind of aliens are we talking about here? Are we talking about the classical gray aliens? Are we talking about
a cyborg?
Draco reptilian aliens? Are we talking about insectoids? What kind of aliens are we talking about?
I think Phil Schneider had the best and most accurate answer, which was there's like 12 different alien invaders. It's like the Greys, it's like everything you just said, and they have high technology, like the whole transhuman agenda or whatever. That's just them behind the scenes bringing it out to the front. Like they've already been chipping people for a long time, you know, or they have their own technology to chip themselves, you know, to get all. Because like if you notice Elon Musk, when he did that Mr. Adrian Dittman or whatever, the guy put up on David Icke's interview a couple weeks ago, and you know, everyone's played it off like, oh, it was definitely Elon Musk. And if you listen to Elon Musk in the interview, he said something very interesting. He said, you know, David, or I shouldn't say. I'll say is this: he didn't sound retarded. Normally, he's stuttering like a fucking retard because of all the brain damage he's got, and he said, right
he's got
now,
Asperger's.
I'm connected.
He's got Asperger's, bro.
Yeah, exactly. So he said he's connected right now. What do you call it? Neuralink or whatever. He said in that interview he was connected to Neuralink, and that's why he was able to speak so coherently and so fast and so well in that interview with David Icke. And that's so they've had this technology for a while, and I think what I believe they're doing is that they know the vaccines are killing people slowly right now because of that whole rumor that they have graphene oxide or hydroxide, and it's like slowly chipping away at the walls of veins of people. And basically what will happen is everyone's brains will get so damaged over time that they'll be required in order to function to have Neuralink. And that's the whole push of Neuralink. It's like, oh, it's not ready yet. We just have to wait for everyone's brains to deteriorate a little bit longer, And then in order for society to go on, you have to submit your soul to Neuralink, and then you'll be able to sound just like Elon Musk. And that's what they purposely allow him to speak retarded to show the actual power of Neuralink. So like Neuralink can literally, it can make you go from neurodegenerate to neuroregenerate in terms of it may not heal you, but it's definitely going to make you sound literate. It's going to make you sound good. And I think that's what they're going to offer all these vaccine injured and some other people, and in mass. And that's how he's going to make a ton of money. And then if you notice, he's also moving right now into all of the satellite to phone. So basically he'll capitulate the entire market and destroy, AT&T, Verizon, all those other companies, because his satellite bans is he can illegally jam signal, cause cell phone outages anytime that entire electromagnetic cloud around the earth, and make cell service so bad for every other company that everyone's forced to get Starlink because everyone's like, well, that's the only thing we got. And so he's capitulating from all sides on how advancing this agenda. The only thing I don't think he'll ever get is the car thing. But when he says he doesn't know about aliens, dude, the guy's working with aliens. Half that tech that he's getting is basically reverse engineered by his merry band of pieces of shit at SpaceX, Starlink, and all derivative companies. And so it's just we're in a race of time basically in order to really slow this down, you got to get rid of those satellites up there. And thankfully our sun's been popping off because they've been fucking him up really good. But that's not, we can't just rely. I mean, we could try to rely on prayers in the sun, but like Mr. Sigma said, we're going to need an actual movement to where I think the first thing to do is to get our elections under control. We got to find a governor and start getting arrest warrants issued in local counties. If you go to each local county in America and convince via evidence that an arrest warrant needs to be issued, they will be able to see their areas that we have arrest warrants everywhere.
Tibbler,
larger,
my friend,
go ahead.
Hold on a second. Tibbler, my friend in France has a comment. Antichist, go ahead. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, sorry. I can't speak.
Okay, thank you for that. He can't speak.
It's just that the sound is awful as this.
Very good, my friend. Very good. Very good. I appreciate that, my friend. All right. Okay. My next question. So these aliens that you speak of that are under the airports around cities in North America, around the world, what is it? United States?
There was, yeah. There was a guy that said it was like 42 of these bases.
And you said that it's okay, 42 bases. And you said that Phil Schneider had the best description. So these are fucking Draco reptilian type aliens you're talking about.
Yeah, he had an experience, he said, when he worked as a structural engineer for basically the United States government, like really, really high clearance, that he ran into the Greys when they were building a base down in Dulce. Apparently the Greys had a base down there already, and the government didn't say anything to these United States defense contractors. And then they met them, literally accidentally bored into one of their holes, and then were like, oh, fuck. And then he said a Green Beret and some other dude saved his life and basically hit the button on his last breath while he got teleported back up, on those little man lifts, cages. And he survived, and then he told that story. So basically he just said that there's tons of different types.
3 fingers lasered off.
Yeah, and I mean I believe it because if you look at his hands, dude, they're not there. Like I actually believe it. And anyways, so what I'm saying is that a lot of this stuff is coming out.
He was killed under suspicious circumstances.
Yeah, he didn't die far from my house, dude, in Oregon. He died in like Wilsonville, I'm pretty sure. His wife lives over a few about 5 minutes from my house off 72nd. I always wanted to talk to her about some other shit that she knew, but I figured she'd been through so much already. But anyway, uh, what I was gonna say is that we're in a phase now where it's like the population is figuring it out. You know, they're putting all the pieces together, and it's more simple than people think. It really is just aliens, and they're just working through all these losers that are traitors, that are poor as fuck, and want to help them out. You know. Anyways, what I'm saying is the only way we're gonna win
that you were handed
is
to by the media apparatus, right? Probably curated for you.
yeah. I mean, all those they've been there for a while,
I don't know how you can
but
trust
they're
this stuff, man.
recruiting.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not nearly there, dude. I'm not even remotely close to where you are because when you say it's all aliens, I'm like, God, that's such a disinfo, fucking chaser tail comment. Like,
And exactly, that's how they got you. They got you
let me
thinking it's
finish.
disinfo.
Let me finish.
That's why they got you.
Let me finish. There's way too much human scum on this earth for me to give them a pass and let them off the hook and jump to non-human intelligence at the capstone.
Yeah, but those people that are shilling aliens, 99% of them are telling you all the wrong stuff and where to look, and that's how they discredit it and make both of you guys think, oh, these guys are retarded.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
You got it.
If you look at the actual dudes that have died, like Torrey Smith and Phil Schneider, and you take them for face value because they've been through the ringer, then you stop listening to all those retards, dude. Sasha Stone or whatever, like all these fucking retards out there. There's so many people that are saying, "Oh, it's the Galactic Federation," blah 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 blah. Well, there might be a Galactic Federation, but it's not the fucking one they're talking about, dude. They're talking about their little merry band of alliance between the Greys and the Dracos.
Yeah, hold on. So you got this whole ufology community, which is a community full of kooks and nut jobs, right? Totally wackadoos. Whatever it is, David Wilcock, fucking Simon Parks,
disinfo agents, yeah.
All these wackadoos.
Yeah.
Who's a good ufologist in your opinion?
All the good ones are dead. That's why it's hard to find info. The only good one alive still is David Icke. Everyone else is fake. If you look, David Icke,
bro, come on.
And Mr. Greer, I don't know. I've tried to figure out that dude's. He's been pretty good, but I'll just say that David Icke recently took a loss, dude. He lost his daughter, and that's what they do is they get close to you, and they'll just whack one of your family members. And or they'll whack you, you know, and that's what happened with Phil Schneider. That's what happened with David Icke.
As if his daughter can't die from natural causes. How old was his daughter?
She was 50.
I don't believe they took her. I don't think so.
What, dude? He posted on Twitter. What are you talking about?
Fuck him.
What? Dude,
I don't believe him.
He's the only one been talking about reptilians for like 30 years.
Yeah.
All right, so
David Icke has the largest audience.
Okay, so do you believe that these reptilian aliens can shapeshift into human form?
Yeah, I that's one I was struggling with. I was trying to figure out how that's possible. I don't know if it's just how, you know, like they get enough of our DNA, of our blood, you know, to make them look somewhat human. Like I've seen Peter Thiel, you know, he's huge into, you know, getting human blood and all that. And so I'm like, well, maybe they just it's something to do with the schizo part that I don't understand. That's one, dude, I can't answer for you. I'm not exactly sure how it works.
Do you believe that we're trading children to these Draco reptilians because they like eating children? It's a delicacy for them.
I will say that there's a lot of children being held in cages in Texas, and Mr. Muckraker has dug that up. And I will say, what the fuck is that for? And I would say yes, possibly.
All right.
I mean, look, I don't if you're an alien invader and if you look at the reptilians, they have their own religion, Satanism, right? Part of their religion is just basically doing everything. Their entire religion is based upon doing everything against God. And that means, eating children because children are the most innocent
we always
thing,
go back
loving
to
thing,
referencing the Abrahamism.
Well, yeah, Abrahamism is satanic. I mean, a lot of them it is. I'm not disagreeing. I'm not a Bible thumper.
See
dude. I think the Bible
now
was rewritten by reptilians.
you're gonna get the Muslims to get upset here, but that's okay. Listen, everyone has their an opportunity to speak their truth, okay? And sensibilities aside, people have to be thick-skinned about this kind of thing. Yeah.
Right. I'm not trying to ruffle any
Now,
feathers
do you think?
in terms
Okay.
of
Do you think?
yeah.
Think that pursuing this field is the most productive use of your time?
It has to be, because I own a social network, so I will be controlling information flow. So I have to be well versed in all arenas. But I'm also getting my CPA degree right now, so I have to be well versed in all this. I have to at least know all the angles.
So what do you propose if what you say is so, that the capstone of the pyramid is non-human intelligence, and what the Jews are their managerial administrative class? Is that your thing?
Right. Yeah. I would just say that the hierarchy goes by bloodline and how reptilian you are. So the more of the bloodline you have, the more
are you
higher
saying
rank
they're the
you'll probably
goy
get.
of the reptilians? Interesting.
What I'm saying is that I call them the hybrid reptilians, Jews. Most of them, at least the ones that look, have the sharper nose and stuff. They're higher ranking, and so they obviously have more. They're allowed more administrative power, like Mr. Albert said, and those are the obvious ones, and they control the banks, blah blah blah, and they also control, I would say the CIA and other really high up in intelligence agencies. So anyways, yeah, like you said, so what I would do, and I've thought about this because I know we've got some time, to figure this out. But we don't have a ton of time. As you can see, the world's kind of going crazy. So I would say it starts with eliminating, or at least making I don't know if we should go the route of prayer, getting elections more fair. I thought about getting elections more fair by having a service. I thought about deploying a service where people would post their ballot, and and it would just be a simple service where like in the Republicans, they all think the elections are rigged, right? I'm not saying Donald Trump is a good guy, but if everyone validated their ballot and double checked it against CNN statistics, then we could at least show elections are unfair, come up with a new system.
Okay.
And then once we had
That's
that, then we
true.
could. Wait, what?
I caught the Australians disenfranchising all foreign overseas voters in 2004 on a hunch, when the betting odds on the elections backflipped with a whole bunch of maxi bets against the Rainbow Labour, left-wing party, which stupid, messed up, idiotic me was considering voting for. Before I got, politically aware of how the world really works. But yeah, all over Australia, all the people went into the embassy to vote, and they didn't know they were casting dummy votes because they weren't going to a normal, like in Australia, you go to a polling place and they strike your name off a list, and then they OCR those lists and just to confirm if you're voted or not, so they can fine you for not doing mandatory voting. And all the people who registered to vote overseas were disenfranchised in the 2004 election to help rig it. And people were going to the embassies, casting a vote, and it would never be counted at all. And I've got there was an inquiry into my case because I caught them. This already exists in Australia. It's called the Online Electoral Confirmation Facility, oecf.aec.gov.au, and every government should have the same thing regarding are you registered to vote? And I think America has the same. There's a database saying, are you on the electoral roll? This is not secret information. You don't have to reinvent the wheel, sir. It's the government's job to do this. And even then, they still rig it.
Well, it's just like the same thing with the pillow guy. You know, how did a crackhead go to becoming some major rich guy and get all these connections and become the smart dude? No, he had a lot of help and money from his, you know, fellow Mason friends. My point is they use that guy to discredit the whole voting thing. And just like I said, they make the problem and they make the solution. And the solution is just basically put their guys out there as the solution and discredit everything. Literally everyone out there is a fake, dude. Everyone is. This platform is dedicated to just disinformation. That's what Twitter literally is. Anyways, that's why I built my own social network, and I was going to make labels for all the Mason shills and, you know, make them literally a mockery. But anyways, my point is if we cannot
Well, Torba banned me before he banned all Jews in Israel. So he's a Jew. I mean,
Gabai, come on now. No, but anyways, my point is that if we can't get our elections fair, and you know, I suggested public voting because we're at that point where people are in so much distress. Public voting is the only answer, where all ballots are publicized, you know, because that's the only way to verify. And it would show that literally all the elections are literally the opposite of what they are. Everything is chosen, everything down ballot, everything.
Well, who's going to have the guts to vote communist if that happens?
I don't know. I don't think they if they're really that bold about what they vote for, they'll do it. Anyways, if we can't get that, then we're going to have to go with Plan B, in my opinion. Plan B is, and this is why they're after this dude that I'm talking about, Adam Smith. He's former Ministry of Defense, by the way. I don't know if that ever came out. He used to work for England.
His daddy's allegedly. There's people speculating here. Is he really former UK MOD?
Yes, dude, I saw his papers, bro. He's legit, and he got a waiver basically for international driving permit due to his papers.
So this guy's being charged in America, but he's a British national.
Yeah,
but he's also got a social security number now, so he's emigrated to America.
Yeah,
allegedly.
He didn't even know he had one and had been begging like an idiot for 10 years. He had a fucking social security number, married some girl, had a child. Dude, he's just, look, whatever happened to him, he served in Afghanistan, by the way, after he exploited there was a flaw in the base he was serving at, or he had a desk job in England, and then he basically made a boo-boo and found a security flaw within their system, and he got reprimanded for it, and so they sent him to Afghanistan, and he served over there for 2 years, you know, unfortunately had to deal with all kinds of horror, got bombed in the head, and was air-vac'd out of Afghanistan. It was, you know, had surgery for his head, and that's probably why some of his looniness is there. Anyways, what I wanted to say is
this is what I'm saying. Maybe he's being picked on because Johnson Hall in Australia, who's got the world record for lawfare in the Guinness Book of Records, 209 complaints. He's also got frontal lobe damage from a car accident. So why the fuck is this mental guy being sued by gay Jews to establish the precedent, all the hate speech precedents that's used in all the other cases? Because never have a court case or an inquiry unless you know the outcome. I mean, it's like these gay Jews are being bullies, picking on someone who can't defend himself without legal counsel, and that's what they did to John Sunol. So I kind of it's the fact that this guy is getting, why the hell is an OTO woman trying to go to Adam and hook up with him when she normally likes to hang out with fellow do what thou wilt 93. Like when a Nazi meets another Nazi, they say Sig Heil. When the new Nazis meet each other, they say Mazel Tov. And when OTO people meet each other, they say 93 or do what thou wilt, and that will be the whole of the law. So, you know, clearly this guy, why is the OTO interested in this guy? And why is the Prime Minister of England got a venture capital fund called two of them, the Children's Fund and also Thelamine Partners funding Moderna? And why are OTO women trying to get close to this guy who's investigating vaccines? It's all very weird and intriguing.
It's the state. The state is prosecuting. She pressed no charges.
I know. You rape a child, you beat a woman. It's not weird. You rape a child or you beat a woman, it's a crime against the state. But in Australia, if you're a victim of child abuse, the government, the Jews who run the insurance industries, namely public liability insurance, they're using that money to pay child sex victims not to go to court and give them double quote justice, where they get a cash payout for their historical child sexual abuse. Well, and not go through the criminal justice system, and that's not justice. So I actually kind of agree that all crimes from one person to another are crimes against the state, and the state has to punish you, because because, you know, as I told you about the guy in your neck of the woods, Terry Bean, he's on Oregon Live going to court and saying, you can't prosecute me for raping a boy. This is a double jeopardy prosecution, Your Honor. I've already paid the boy's mother $200,000 in a civil property damage suit because I damaged the boy's ass. I mean, that's Terry Bean. He actually did that. You can't make this shit up. I know. So,
yeah,
that's my point. You can't. Yeah. You rape a child. It's not a business between you and the child's mother that pimped the child. It's a crime against the state, and you go to jail, and that's a good thing. So there's nothing weird about that. Okay, it's normal. It's an operating procedure. But what is weird is in Arizona, someone can make a bunch of allegations and not show up in court. And in Australia, they've done the same thing. A woman can make a rape allegation, okay, and not have to be cross-examined, even by lawyers.
He wasn't formally served any papers, and so that's what makes it weird. But also,
the other weird thing in Adam's case, which is exceptional, I'll take over. I know where you're going with this. So Adam gets arrested, right? Allegedly caught on dash cam and a whole bunch of shit. He's locked up in jail for 4 days. Then he's told us that he talks shit about the OTO. The cops got scared that this guy could bring down the satanic Masonic pedo cult, lets him go and said the whole matter's resolved, have a nice day, and then tries to extradite him with 2 governors signing off on it 3 or 4 months later, when he thought his only problem with the courts in Arizona was a couple of traffic tickets. So that's weird. If you take the side of the woman in this case and forget that she's in a satanic child rape cult, you'll be angry at the government too. Either way you cut it, the government's been doing something very strange with Adam's case. It's exceptional.
Yeah, and I'll just say this: and this ties into what I think the how to get the solution to all this is that before he was arrested, I was working with him to recreate this rumor called the Starlight NVG night vision goggles, and they were supposed to show.
Stop!
I know
you're trying to see demons in infrared or something. I mean, come on. No. I'm an IT guy.
All I'm saying is that if we can see them, then people will be like, what
there's a shitload of artifacts in CMOS camera sensors. I've seen this happen before. There's MPEG audio compression artifacts. Well, you can see if you're trying to digital imaging is not as good as your eyes. And I'm an IT guy. People can think they see this and that. Seeing is believing still.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
Listen, guys, I'm about to wrap this up at the top of the hour, okay. 7 minutes. Let me get Robert Tate. Robert Tate, hello. Robert, go ahead. Hello. All right. Well, Robert figures it out. Anybody else have anything to say before I close it out?
Yeah, if you want to talk to the source yourself, okay. I'm not saying you have to, but if you do want to talk to Adam Smith, GTL Getting Out app, and pay the minimum amount of money you can, which I think is $15 or $13 or $15, and you get a free call. And you can chat to him as much as you want after doing that. But if you do try and contact him without paying, the guy's not eating enough food and he's lost a shitload of weight. So you can just hear the gossip from us and not pay a cent or do whatever you want. But if you think this guy is guilty or innocent, he's putting his ass in the sling and turning down the most cushy plea bargain deal ever imaginable in the history of attempted murder trials to take on the OTO child sex cult. So it's not about him being guilty or innocent. It's about him having a great big pair of
Who was he
balls.
accused of trying to kill?
I don't want to say the girl's name, but because in case, okay, let's open source intelligence it.
All right. Well, who is
A member of the
who is it?
auto.
It's a minor. He tried to kill a minor.
No, she tried to kill the hostess with the mostess, a woman who was running around the streets of LA homeless, putting personal ads in the LA Times, a woman about my age.
Okay. All right. Let's see.
You want me to say her name? I'll say her name if you want, but
I don't need to know. I just need to know who, what the.
No, she seduced him, and this is not from his testimony. He was with other people when they first met, so you can talk to Tibbler about this. Tibbler knows him in real life.
It all sounds so very seedy, unseemly. I'm not even interested at this point, except for if he is taking on the OTO, like you said.
Yeah, that's why we're talking about him, because he's taken on the OTO. But I mean, we're only mildly interested in why would a member of this occult group be so interested at throwing herself at this man? I mean, considering that the guy had no money and no shekels to give a woman, he wasn't the best pickings. And when she announced herself on Facebook, hey, I want a new boyfriend, there's a whole bunch of guys going, pick me, pick me, pick me. So I don't understand why a woman would throw himself at this nut job Adam, unless there was something in his research he might have actually stumbled onto it being true. So as an IT guy, I'm going to try and investigate this Bluetooth thing forensically, because this whole OTO case has whet my interest. But there's something to do with his COVID. He's put out like 90% bullshit. But I think he's found one thing that's got the elite very scared about the COVID jabs. It's my hunch.
All right. Yes. You want to have any final thoughts? Yes.
No, Luke, he took anything he said.
Yeah, Tibbler, ask Tibbler. He knows him in real life. I don't.
Well, Luke,
but no, Adam was a cool dude. He went into the Target. Last time I saw him on a live stream before his arrest, he went into a Target and started showing all the bloody gay tranny shit in there on a live stream with me on my Telegram group. So he's a cool dude.
I want to see the alien tech, Tibbler. Show me the alien tech. Show me some fucking, Draco reptilian. What can we call it? Technology, artifacts. Let me see some shit, bro.
All right. I mean, stuff that I've personally encountered. I mean, what do you mean? Just anything?
Yeah, anything, bro. Anything to show me that these Draco reptilians exist and that David Icke is not completely full of shit.
All right. Let me get some links here. There's a lot of weather manipulation that shows like the clouds being moved around and shit in over Switzerland, which is one of their major bases, and then you see little flying dots coming out, and that's the rumors how the reptilians get here, is that they use CERN to build those portals in. I'm sure you say people have seen that before, but there's actual videos of these, like swirls in the fucking sky and shit. People are like, what the fuck? I have footage of mainstream a news station actually covered these orbs that were flying around people's homes in North Carolina. I just found it interesting because Mr. Beast is over there and he's obviously a little fucking Illuminati shill. So I can provide you a bunch of links for that. And you've already seen the mummies of Mexico. Mr. Greer has a lot of stuff.
No, I have not seen the mummies from Mexico. You could attach that with the alien DNA. And they're manipulating. Okay. They're using that alien DNA and doing hybridization of humans with it. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is those two mummies had that weird ass DNA, and they obviously were like 3 feet tall. What I'm saying is that, I mean, when you have sex, right? It's half and half. So if the reptilians are having sex with, Semitic people that were not, reptilian, they're gonna make some hook nose fuckers. You know what I mean?
So
Sorry, that was rude.
what you're saying is in my gift shop, I have to change my shirts from "It's the Jews stupid" to "It's the aliens stupid."
I mean, yeah, but you're both correct because they're all in on it. But
yes, I heard the reptilian women are very hot.
Okay, so what they
for being cold-blooded, you mean, right?
They give the best head.
Okay, hold on. Well, they have fast tongues, that helps. But anyways, what
that
I was going to say
explains the
matriarchy. Last thing I'll say is that there was one other race of people that they call themselves the Anunnaki. Everyone's heard of them before. They were the supreme. They were the most intelligent, and they actually were the pioneers about 20,000 years ago. I heard is when it all started. That the first genetic modification labs were brought to Earth by these aliens, and that's why we've kind of evolved a little bit. And
really,
I believe in the Anunnaki.
Really, you don't have to worry. If you fear for being half alien, it's too late.
Well, okay, so the
I have another question. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Cathedral, the Vatican. Do you believe they officially? The rumor is they have they don't let people near it, but they officially have underground these giants in the field or whatever they're called. I don't even know what they're called.
Yeah,
catacombs.
Yeah, it's
What's it
catacombs,
called?
reptilian hangout, whatever you want to call it, dude. I mean, that's where they shuffle kids around, and they have old systems over there in Europe, dude. I mean, there's a reason why, the Vatican is well known for being potentially a child trafficking situation, is because it really is. That I heard. I don't know if this is true or not.
Listen. There's a very good reason why homosexuals gravitate towards the Archdiocese, the Vatican, and Catholic Church. They love the robes, the pageantry, the rituals. It's all very gay.
Right. And that's what's weird about reptilians is they love their robes, dude. Like, it's a very feminine thing, I mean, I don't know. Maybe dudes like that, whatever. I don't care. But my point is that you're right, that the Vatican is a huge area in Europe, but actually the United States has evolved as the leader of child trafficking. Like the 42 bases in America, those weren't here until I would say I think they started working on them sometime in the 80s and 90s, and then they've just been still making them. And so the story of Phil Schneider starts checking out because he was around in the 90s, and other guys are corroborating that. So it's just kind of like they might have other reptilian bases like deep in the ocean or whatever. Like there's a rumor there's one under Geneva, the Lake Geneva at the bottom. They have a CIA headquarters base there. But
you say things like "I heard,"
Yeah, and Geneva, the Lake of Geneva is where I was swimming when I was a boy. So go on. You interest me. I'm from Geneva. I'm from Geneva. Yes.
Very nice. I just want to say, Albert, nice meeting you.
Yeah, good meeting you, bro. Come on back anytime. Yes, appreciate you, brother.
Peace and love.
Right, man.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, go ahead. Close it out with your best evidence for this. Like I said, you're welcome back. Are you in the same orbit with Enoch the Metatron?
No.
Okay.
Oh, him? Sorry, my bad.
Okay.
No bad. I mean, me neither. I'm not. I'm for nothing. I'm just for my fucking ass.
That's right. Anarchist is definitely a fucking rare bird. That's for sure. All right, guys. I appreciate you all. If I have the opportunity, if you have the capacity to keep the channel going with a donation, I've added a link. I'll see you guys back here. We did what? We did 6 hours today. Pretty good space, I must say, even with all the Jewish gay ops that we had to endure, and the shenanigans and the fuckery. We did 6 hours, and we're going to continue to do it every day. I appreciate you all. Truthers united will never be defeated or divided.
Amen, brother.
Based.
Hey, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking on that button down there for more AM Joy and the rest of MSNBC. And click on any of the videos right here to watch the latest interviews and highlights. And you can get more videos from MSNBC for free every day with our newsletters. Just visit